Let the show begin. Word. I'm so glad to be back, yo. Missed you guys last week during Auburn's off week. I was down in the Florida Panhandle, but I missed you guys. I was thinking about you guys, and it was very sad because I had to. I'm already choking. I had to watch the Alabama game, but it was all right. I was watching it with our friends from across the street who were Bammers. They actually graduated from Alabama, so it's fine. And so we're back watching Auburn football. I'm actually watching TCU football right now in honor of my man Aaron Woodhead, who's a TCU graduate and a big fan of the Frogs. What up, guys? We finally made it 2 weeks without Auburn football, and now we get a chance to ingest some fresh Auburn football. Playing at LSU tonight, a place that, of course, we all know not necessarily a place for a lot of great Auburn stories through the years. I was there. The first game I ever covered at LSU was the cigar game in 99. I believe that's true. Yeah, because LSU would have played at Jordan Hare in 98. 99 cigar game. It was a lot of fun. I was like, oh, it'll be like this forever. Oh, my sound effects thing is off. Here we go. You guys know which one I played. That one right there. Come on. Finally. Had to figure out a way to get my sound effects working again. If you guys remember, I didn't have it working last week. But I'm Gucci now. Also added something new to my background. The Night the Lights Went Out. A book by Drew McGarry, who I think is the best writer going these days. Writes for a website called Defector. I do not know the guy. I'm not pushing his book. I'm just saying I enjoyed it. I read it, and wow. It was very well done. If you guys are interested in reading about, he's a dude like my age, maybe a little bit younger, and he just literally passed out at an event one night, and he had a brain aneurysm, and it's just a book about all the things he had to go through to come back from that. And he did come back from it, so that was good. We've got some super chats that have already come through. We will call him by his name. We can make a book about it. Kyle M., we know him. Well, I don't want to say, but we know him. He's a more familiar person with his handle. He says, Warren Eagle family, let's get this W. That's what I'm talking about. Thanks for the show, JG. Thank you for being who you are, and you know who you are because you're you, and you know who you are. We also got some legends in here. JR, so glad to see you back, my guy. Unbelievable. Matthew R. is asking what I'm drinking tonight. We're going to be drinking this Barrel Vantage tonight, which, got to put it over here, I guess. I love Barrel. You guys know how I feel about this group that out of Louisville that blends. They just blend their own stuff. Super, super good, and we're going to be knocking the bottom out of this all night tonight. These games at LSU are made for drinking, if you know what I mean. CDF, you also know him as Duff Diver on the board. What an absolute legend coming in hot from the West Coast, you could say. Says booty blasted in the Bayou. We don't even know that yet. LF7 isn't walking through that door, fans. He's always so positive. No, he actually loves Auburn. I've known him a long time, and he's a good friend, and he loves him some Auburn. But I think it's the negativity makes him. It's a coping mechanism for him, and I think a lot of Auburn fans are familiar with that concept. Thank you very much for that, sir, and you know I love you. CJ jumping in as well, another guy, the young man, I should say, that I know well, who's out there grinding in Montgomery these days, working on the streets. He says, let's whoop some coon ass, which, as you guys know, is a term, a colloquial term down in the Bayou for just folks. So, word. Something that Nick Saban said many, many years ago, and people got really upset, people who didn't know about Louisiana slang and decided they were going to try to label him. Let's see. AU Taxman says the barrel, the regular bourbon now, not the Vantage, but the regular barrel bourbon 35 is a must buy. I was down again. Destin is actually a good place to look for bourbon, and we found some. Cousin and I did some good stuff. I don't know that we saw batch 35. I think we saw 32-ish. So there you go. I was singing a song. Not Salty says, were you at 0008? Oh, look, he switched already. There we go. Midro, what up, bro? It says Beth Mowens has bone. Am I? Hey? There's always a Beth Mowens statement around. I don't really understand it. Let's get over to our in-game page here and get this chat flowing the way that it should, the way that you guys can see it. There was some good news on Twitter earlier coming in hot from Brian Matthews saying that VAR and Jalen are both suited up and going through pregame workouts at full speed. So this is very good news. Of course, Jalen Simpson is the outstanding safety at Auburn. Went out of the Georgia game late. Things went a little awry during those last two Georgia drives. Without Jalen back there, I think he's going to be almost certainly an All-SEC selection. Could end up being an All-American selection. Ankle was the word on him, and he's going to be back tonight. Looks that way. VAR has been out a little bit longer. Of course, he's an outstanding slot receiver. One of the two players that we feel like can actually get open for Auburn. So, yeah. Him and Jay Fair tend to get open. And that's a good thing for sure. Renard jumping in with a super chat just gives me a JG, and I give you an applause is what I give you, Renard. Hey, it's awesome to have you back, bro. Being part of the chat. You can check us out. If I know my chat's not populating here in the middle. I'm not really sure why just yet. But if you're on YouTube, you can see the chat right there automatically, and I don't want you all to feel like you're left out. We still have got about 8 minutes to go until the game starts. So we're just going to talk about that. That offense should be decent enough tonight. I think as I talked about in my prediction on the front page there the other day. I just don't think that Auburn kind of coming into this can score enough. I think LSU's offense is really, really dirty, and I think Auburn's going to have a hard time slowing them down. Freeze has said all along it's going to be about field goals in the red zone. Got to have that bend, don't break philosophy on defense because with Jaden Daniels and Malik Neighbors, you've got to worry all the time about them having big plays. So you limit the big plays. It's basically the Ted Roof 2010 playbook. Limit big plays and really lock down in the red zone and force field goals. If you do that, I think Auburn can have a chance, depending on the level of execution on offense. It's pretty clear that Hugh wants to have a slower pace to this game. He wants to grind it. He wants to run a fair amount. He wants to obviously get what he needs to get on third down and just kind of piecemeal stuff together. LSU's defense is not as good as it usually is. LSU's offense is better than it usually is. So that's going to be the playbook. I have not been able to see an update on the Oregon game. Looks like 33-29. So Oregon has had a little surge here in the last 15 minutes or so. And Bo was having a pretty good game. I think he was 20 of 28 when I saw. And if he has a big finish to this game, that could catapult him into the Heisman, the serious Heisman discussion. He's already there as part of the discussion, but he may be a real part of it. Shane jumping in. Yo, Commodore. Cheers, sir. Cheers to you, my guy. Shane, we really appreciate you being here, bro. Shane's with us a bunch as we drain through the season, and he's an absolute stud, as you guys know. One of our channel legends, Blake R., who surfed in several years ago, and we are so grateful he did. Now also part of the website at auburnsports.com. Says, JGT, glad to be back. Ward, I'm Eagle. Hope your bye week was great. It sure was, Blake, and I hope you're energized and fired up about this game tonight at LSU. Should be an outstanding one. I'm hopeful. I have questions. We all have questions. I've just always felt like Hugh's best thing is calling plays. He knows offense. He's had a full week off, whereas LSU had to go to Missouri and really fight for that game last week. That gives Auburn a little bit of an advantage, but again, you're playing in the Bayou. I was actually talking about this with administrative assistant earlier. This whole thing about Tiger Stadium, and it's just so intimidating and stuff. I mean, it is intimidating, but as somebody who's been in that stadium a million times and all the stadiums in the SEC, say for Texas A&M, there's a point where it's just maximum loudness, and it doesn't matter if it gets louder. In my opinion, for me, Florida's the loudest, but once you get to like a certain level, it doesn't matter anymore. It really doesn't. And I mean, I think it's just all kind of made up. Jordan Hare gets that loud. Florida gets that loud. Alabama gets that loud. Georgia gets that loud. A&M gets that loud. Certainly LSU gets that loud. I mean, it just hits a point, you know? And it's overwrought and it's overdone. And it's basically like this whole thing where everybody says, our team, Team X, has the best fans in the country. I mean, dude, fans are great anywhere. I mean, really. I mean, maybe not Vanderbilt, but you know what I mean. If you're a legitimate program, your fans are probably pretty great. Matthew M. in the house is JG draining with the boy. He loves the drain and the rub down. Makes our early ride to school better each week. Hey, man, I am so stoked to hear that I'm slightly entertaining to somebody out there. And I appreciate you, bro, for all that you did for my family through the years. I'm still benefiting from that, by the way, because my daughter's still on the scholarship at South Alabama, and we're still not paying tuition. It's wonderful. Praise God for that. C-Red13 in the house. What up, bro? He gives us a War Damn Eagle in the chat. We appreciate that. I don't remember seeing you around as much, so stoked to see you. GW here. We are once again witnessing what will be another turd-wallowing coaching performance from less than Gus 2.0. Oh, boy. Another one. Oh, boy. It's always an uphill battle for Hugh, isn't it? It is. Until he gets that signature win, it's just going to be... Hold on, man. I've got Auburn's record wrong, don't I? I did all this work on these graphics, and I did not change the Auburn record. What an absolute moron. Idiot. Oh, my God. That's embarrassing. I don't even have a production assistant to change it. Golly. Unbelievable. Well, I got to fix that. What an idiot. I can fix it, though. It just takes me a second, really, in Photoshop here. Wish I had a graphics assistant. All right. Got him. Got that there. Okay, so this graphic's going to look really huge on your screen for a second, and that's what she said, yeah. But it'll be fine. This is stuff I do, like, on Wednesday, and I just forgot to do it. So now you get to see how the sausage is made, so to speak. There we go. All right. Oh, by the way, Cal is getting slobber knocked today. I was one of those guys who was like, man, quality win against Cal, whatever, on the road, California, it's tough. They're really not very good, are they? We're just being real with each other right here. I think we deserve that. We owe that to each other. And Troy, I know, is having a really nice day against Army for what it's worth. Come on, Jay. Pull that bad boy down a little bit further. There we go. All right. Now we're Gucci. What did I miss? Let's see. Whale Driver jumps in with a super chat. What an absolute legend. Big game, ... War Damn Eagle. That's what I'm talking about right there, Whale Driver. Thanks for being part of the show, yo. JR says, glad you had a bye week, Jay. I didn't. I missed the drain, dog. JR, man, I loved having your non sequiturs in the chat these past few weeks. Has been amazing. Well, not last week, but... Diego Castro in the house, the legend, the myth, the beast, JG. What's up? Hey, man. How you doing, Diego Castro? It's been a minute. I got to turn this fan on above me. Hold on. I got the AC cranking, but it still isn't enough. A. Robinson says, make it 5-0 so I feel better. My man, I cannot believe I forgot to do that. It's terrible. I sit there and I go through all this little checklist, and I didn't even change that. Let's see. That's it, JGT. You're fired. You're fired. Stoltzy is the brain host from now on. Can you imagine Stoltzy running this? Can you imagine? Midro says, JG, do you think the coaches have any more confidence in one wide receiver over the others, or is it still in the air? It's still in the air. And it's so funny to me the way that Hugh just like totally he will put his wideouts under the bus. He is such a straight talking coach, like in press conferences. It's amazing. He's almost too straight talking, which don't tell him I said that. But yeah, after having dealt with Gus and then Brian Harsin, two guys who were not straight talking folks, it's refreshing. And this is the best it's been since Tubb, in my opinion. Tubb was amazing to talk to off the record. He would tell you literally anything. Decatur Tiger 97 is in the chat. Says, what's up, JG? I'm saying, what's up to you, Decatur Tiger? Glad to have you here, bro. And CJ says, oh, God, Stoltz. Yeah, we won't do that to you. We won't do that to you or anyone. The American public. Well, actually, we go international, too, because Neil jumps in. But the earthly public does not deserve to have that. Although Stoltz is an amazing teammate. I love having him on the team. I just wouldn't want him to speak for a living. You know what I mean? Let's see, Not Salty says, I've loved the untucked look. Business up top and party down below. It's too hot in here, yo, to be wearing pants. That's all I'm saying. So I always wear shorts and Crocs. But I do like to look presentable on the air. I am, after all, an unofficial representative of the University of Auburn. So I try to look professional. I mean, I don't work for Auburn or anything, but people probably associate me with Auburn, and so I just try to be as professional as reasonably possible. I know some of you guys are saying, yeah, JG, you're so professional, man. All the dirty words that you say. Sometimes you say dirty words on the show and make dirty analogies and stuff. That is true, but whatever. JR says he just cracked 2 Millers. Time to drink like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Oh, GW says Stoltz is less than Faith. Oh, my goodness. Do you know Faith? I'm curious. Or are you just a fan like I am? Because we went to the Nook in July, late July, to hang out with the Huntsville/Madison people. I should have reversed that. The Madison/Huntsville people. And ran into Faith again, who's one of my all-time favorites. And unfortunately, she wasn't working. But that's okay. Terrence says Stoltz's feelings will be hurt within the first 5 minutes. I don't know. He's got kind of a thick skin. He takes a lot more shit than most people do. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from on that. Feel like a stranger, an absolute stud, and now officially a Swoogan. His Swoogan glass that Chip made is on its way to Feel Like a Stranger's location in the continental United States. He says, word up, word up. Let's roll Swoogans, Drainers, and Tates, especially Mama Tate. Thank you. Mama Tate needed prayers this week, no doubt. We had some tenuous moments on Thursday and Friday. She is now in Prattville, believe it or not. She is in Prattville getting the treatment that she needs, some very specialized treatment. So thank you for that. And you've always been super. You always remember that, Feel Like a Stranger, and I appreciate you adding her to your list. Was running late and ready for ... whatever happens. That's a man who's watched a lot of Auburn LSU games. Let's see some Cobb. Would love to see that. Montgomery's finest, Jeremiah Cobb, graduate of Montgomery Catholic, and an all-around stud. Looking forward to it. Absolutely looking forward to it. Man, the chat again. The chat widget sometimes just doesn't reload the way that I want it to. I don't know why. Let's see. Uncle says Double A needs to give Jay his Christmas undies a little early this year. Got him. And Ravin says prayers up for Mama Tate. I was trying to hook up with Ravin last week because when I was down in the Florida Panhandle, he is in the general area, but I wasn't able to get that going. I was going to go to the beer fest there in Baytown. The last time I went, which was like 6 or 7 years ago, I got so ripped I didn't even make it to sundown. And the crazy thing was, I was going around the circle. You know how it works. You kind of, I don't know if Ravin has been there, but I know some of y'all have been there. You kind of work your way around the lake because they got beer tents everywhere. I went around with a guy and he was going 2-1 for me. So if he had one, I would drink half. If he had two, I'd drink one. And I literally didn't make it to sundown. And he was fine. You probably know him better on the show as Johnny W. or J Dub. But the unbelievable. CJ says the University of Auburn. Jay must have pre-gamed before this. No, I was just teasing, man. Come on, man. The real ones call it that because, the kids call it that. And it's like, ay. All right, so we got pregame going at LSU. Couple things to tell you about LSU. It's not like a really notable stadium to see it. I mean, it just looks old on the outside. They used to have along the outside, they used to have kind of like Beard Eves in a way where you had classrooms around the outside. I doubt any of them are active anymore. But you could see like windows where there were classrooms and stuff like that. You've got to kneel down if you shoot on the field. It's the only place we've ever been where you had to kneel down, which I don't really care, but it's just the seats are so low, and I don't want to block people's view, and that's their policy. It really is kind of a Bayou feel on that field. It's usually kind of mushy, more so than other fields that I've been to. So it's always wise if you're going to be a photographer to bring knee pads so that your knees don't get all wet. It's a good idea. Jesse Palmer in the house today. I've been watching The Golden Bachelor. I am not a Bachelor fan in the least. But The Golden Bachelor appeals to me, and he hosts that. I guess he hosts all of them, but he hosts that one, and I was impressed. He does a good job. He's very professional in that role. Ryan D says something I think we can all get behind. I effing hate LSU. Do I have a sound for that? Guys, do we have a sound for that? Yeah, we do, because Chris Hansen would definitely creep up on LSU and be like,
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
Creepers. E. Robinson says 33-27 Auburn with 11 field goals. Uh-oh. You are cutting into Cassidy P's action there. He's usually our field goal guy. CJ says he's repping the number 20 jersey at work. Wow, that is awesome. The number 20. Who is our favorite Auburn number 20? I'm not sure that I can name a number 20. Or can I? I bet I can. I'm just losing my mind. I don't know. Let's see. Whale Driver says, yeah, it's crazy what happens when his wide receivers can catch. At Auburn, his wide receivers couldn't catch with two hands. Katie George, going to be doing sidelines tonight. Good for her. She's a good one. I thought she was related to Phyllis George in the beginning. I thought that was a big deal, but I don't think she is. War Eagle 0008 says, are we going to run for 250? People are saying yes. That would be good. If Auburn ran for 250, AWS would give Auburn a 43% chance of winning this game. There's no doubt about it. Something to keep in mind, though, those of you, I'm not trying to tell you stuff you don't already know, but Jaden Daniels got hurt in the Missouri game. He bruised his ribs, and ribs don't heal very easily. Now, he played fairly well after that rib injury, but he got hit again on a rushing touchdown, and you could tell he was not happy about that feeling. So, you know, I'm never advocating. Oh, did Jimbo lose again? Oh no, Jimbo lost again. Oh, that's so sad, guys. So he lost the early game to Miami. He lost to Alabama, and now he's lost to Tennessee. God, it sucks, guys. 3 L's for just a wonderful human being. What a great guy. Rob says number 20, Damon Duvall. That is a great choice there. And Corey Grant. Boy, those are two guys I liked a lot covering. Corey probably nicer, but Damon funnier because Corey wasn't really funny. Dude was fast. Ooh, he was fast. So good call on that one, CJ. Good call. Blake says Jimbo will be fired. Do you think so? Is that real? I think he's still got work to do to get fired. I mean, I know that's 3 losses and that's not good and they're going to be pissed, but let me see what their schedule looks like coming up. God, it's so devastating to know that he's in trouble, though, guys. God, what a good guy. All right, so I'm sorry, Texas A&M. So they're off next week, so he gets to wallow in his misery after back-to-back losses. Then he's got South Carolina at home, which, come on, guys, he's probably win that one. Then he's got to go to Ole Miss. That could be an L right there. Mississippi State at home. You feel pretty good about that one, or bad, depending on how you view it. Then he's got Abilene Christian. You feel pretty good about that one. And then he's got at LSU to finish it out, bro. I think that's 2 more L's. So that will be a 5-loss season. Sheesh. I don't know, man. It's going to get hot. It's going to get hot. Terrence says, JGT, when did you start to dislike Jimbo? Looking for the origin story. I would say that probably started in 98. He's just one of those guys that I just never got along with. And he's also a guy who, like, when you talk to Jimbo, he looks at you right here. Like, do you know these people I'm talking about, Terrence? Like, when I'm talking to you, I'm looking at you eye to eye. You're looking at me eye to eye. We're communicating like normal human beings. When you talk to Jimbo, he's staring like right above your nipples. He's like staring right here. And I just kind of interpret that as somebody who's lying all the time. Like someone who's ingenuine and lying. And I don't come across people very often who do that. And you've probably met people like that, and they freak me out. They probably freak you out too. Let's see. Mijo says Jimbo won't be fired. Oil is a little volatile at the moment. Oh, man. All right, we're kicking off. First quarter is underway. And it's 0-0. Uh-huh. How do I know that? Because no one's run a play yet. Let's see. Wargle 0008 says they have the cash to fire him, but it's so much cash. I think it's like 70-something million. Isn't that what it is? GW, I'm not going to say that, bro. And Blake says, GW, I screenshotted this. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Let's see what we got starting. Is it just going to be... Looks like Auburn's going dime to start. No, I'm sorry. There's Nixon. So nickel to start with Nixon defending out wide. That's not great. It's probably not where you want him. And somebody mentioned Katie George is a gal we adore. She definitely would make the list, I believe. That's my opinion. Okay, so the second play is just a basic inside zone run, and Auburn's completely blown that one. So that's like a 30-yard gain. That's a good start. Caleb Wooden is playing right now, which probably means Simp did not start. I wasn't looking specifically. Yeah, Wooden is playing that other safety spot right now. So linebackers, well, Asante played that Indy well. 30 got gapped out, and somebody, the tackle, got gapped out too, so that's not great. Yeah, a little bit better there. Going to have to be a little tougher up front. Now, Marcus has been good all year. Jason's been at least decent all year. So you wouldn't expect Auburn to get knocked around too bad up here. I don't think of LSU's offensive line as being particularly awesome. I mean, they're solid. I mean, Daniels and these wideouts are the real problem. Well, and their tailback is really good, too. They actually got 2 tailbacks that are good. All right, I'm looking at 2nd and 8 right here is what I've got. They're going to run a little play action, and Zion was a little late getting there. And that's a touchdown.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Well, guys, that's fun. That was a lot of fun. A lot of fucking fun and games around here, huh? What was that, 3 plays, 4 plays? Wonderful. All right, guys, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. I'm just teasing you guys. No, we go wire to wire and beyond. But I'm just saying Jaden Daniels has a quarterback rating currently of 424.6. Probably need that to come down a little bit for Auburn to have a chance in this game. Be nice. My goodness. Well, so much for that defense situation. I'm trying to look at a lot of lines. I mean, that's a play Auburn runs. Doesn't necessarily go for 30 yards and a touchdown all the time. But Ryan D says, am I the only one who saw that hold? It doesn't matter. You know how holds go. They're kind of arbitrary. Matthew wants to know if the defense just let that stuff go like that. Yeah, they did kind of on that one. I don't really know what happened. I don't really have a good explanation for that one, guys. I mean, you are going against an offense with really good skill position players, and they execute really well together. So I would expect LSU to score at least 30, probably more like in the 40s, which means Auburn's got to find a way to score like that. Terrence Love. There he is, working on kickoff return. One of the next generation of Auburn defensive backs, safety, that they're pretty fired up about. Petit did not have a chance to return that kickoff, so Auburn will take over on the touchback. Looks like Nick Martiner's going to start. That's good. Guess he had a good week of practice. All right, let's see what Peyton can do. He looked a lot more comfortable in the Georgia game than he did in the Texas A&M game. I was actually really impressed with the way that, first of all, the way the coaches kind of changed things, and then the way he changed things. So I'll give him a lot of credit, too. That's it. I know, dude, I know. What is going on, man? What is going on? What is this? I mean, what is going on? Terrence, I know, man. False start. Jeez. Guys, this is not a good start for Auburn. My God. Come on now, fellas. Okay, that's fine. Caleb Burton got the start, and he gets the first catch of the game. Nice. Someone we haven't really called much of this season so far. That's the transfer from Ohio State, who had done well in fall practice, and then we didn't really see him much through the first 5 games, but looks like he had an impressive couple weeks. I hear things like that, and you never know, like, what will it actually translate to what they do on the field or whatever. Okay, I think that one's on Luke. I think the throw was close enough. Jesse says it's already a nightmare. Well, things are going great. Turn around, Luke. Oh, I'm sorry. That pass was bad. My bad. From the top angle, it didn't look that bad, but from the back angle, it was terrible. All right, 3rd and 8, guys. 3rd and long is definitely where Auburn specializes. Just kidding. Wow, they're going with Coy Moore and Caleb Burton right now. That is crazy. I bet those two guys haven't played together all year. And they're going to go with the Trips bunch with Fromm as the point guy. What? Oh, my God, not again. I understand your consternation, Hugh. I really do, man. 2 whole weeks you work on this stuff, and now you've got 2 illegal procedures right out of the gate. I feel like a stranger says, it's okay, guys. Thorne is known for his poise on the road. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Spicy P says this is coaching. Yeah, I don't know, man. Not yet. I'm not ready to rag the coaches too much yet. I mean, this is just a team that's just jittered right now, jittery. Just, I don't know. I think you let the Tiger Stadium stuff get in your head, and oh my God, it's such a terrible place to play. It's so loud and raucous, and LSU's so good, and you're like, Stupep says pissing down our leg already. It's well said, well said. And from my perspective, that's exactly what's going on. Yeah. So when they come back from the break, it's going to be a 3rd and 8. No, wait, we got a 3rd and 13 now, don't we? They're still showing in the official stats here. It's going to be a 3rd and 8. So Chip chips up with a 666 super chat. It says offensive roster turnover is going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath of cops dying in L.A. Yo, Dre, I got something to say. Especially at quarterback and wideout. I know. Did you see the thread the other day, Chip, where they were like, I don't know, guys. There's going to be a lot of quarterback turnover. And everybody's kind of like, would that be the worst thing ever? Or no? Or yes? Or I'm with you. I think there is going to be some turnovers. Raven says, calm the F down. He ain't talking to me or you. He's talking to the Auburn Tigers. Okay, Raven thinks that they got the turnover. I'm sorry, the timeout before the flag was thrown, so that's good. Maybe they could tell. They were like, this guy's he's gonna do it again. He's gonna do it again. Oh no. Crawdaddy's hoping for Coy Moore to catch a touchdown tonight. That would be nice. I know he'd be fired up, former LSU player. So he would be fired up for that. Hell, I'd be fired up for him. That's the honest truth. Joko says NWA reference. It sure was. I guess the notion behind that song maybe isn't quite as socially acceptable as it was in '88, but that's why I didn't go into the chorus. But and I don't really feel that way personally. But yes, I've listened to a lot of NWA in my lifetime. Way too much. Well, I shouldn't say too much. Just enough. But I walk around thinking I'm cool enough, and I'm not. But that's fine. Maybe that's part of the gig. Glad to see United States Soccer did well today. Uh-oh. Oregon in trouble here late, but I can't see like where they're at on the field or whatever. It looks like Washington's up 3 late. All right, 3rd and 8. Saved by a timeout. Oh, for fuck's sake. Guys, what is going on, man? Like, what Payton was not ready for the snap at all. And the snap just zips back there. And Hunter, thank God, just jumped right on it. Which would have given them possession like the 16 or something. Good golly, Miss Molly. Come on, Oscar. Be the MVP that I know you are. Whoa, kick. Ah, he's a beauty. Actually was a hell of a kick, honestly. Ah, look at that crook right there. He's a beauty. Luke Deal with a special teams tackle right there. So it was an amazing punt, and they returned it like 20, 25 yards. Guys, this is just... Wizard Dragon says Auburn is a circus right now, and I can't disagree with that one bit. What? Like, actually, this is the worst start you can imagine. They score on their 5th play. Auburn just absolutely... someone said earlier, just peed down their leg. And that's all we're seeing right now. And Hughes already cussing. And we're not even 3 minutes into the game. And I don't blame him. I couldn't be a coach. There's no way. I wouldn't be alive. I would have keeled over dead before now. I would have just blown I would have blown a gasket and just expired. You know what I mean? CDF says, nice looking script. Oh, man, the script jokes never get old. Let's see. A. Robinson says our punter is our only player. Yeah, Oscar's a bad man. He really is. Dude, as a Raiders fan, I'm telling you, like, our kicker and our punter are the best players on our team. Well, Devontae's really good, and Max is really good, but you know what I mean. We've got an all-pro punter and an all-pro kicker, and that we have to watch them excel. Let's see. Marty thinks that Hugh is out of his depth. You can't really judge that, I think, by your first foray at LSU with a team that's just not quite there, right? I mean, listen, man, we all want to see Auburn win, and we'd all like to see Auburn win. But, you know, you're going against a team here that averages 44 points a game, and Auburn is scoring. Dude, nothing's working for Auburn right now. Run defense sucks. Pass defense sucks. Offense is just the first drive was just worst case scenario. So, yeah, this is going really bad. JB says Oregon missed a field goal, I guess, at the buzzer there that would have equalized. So Washington wins by 3, 36-33. GW says high school coaching gets you high school results. Wow, that's tough, man. That's going to be a first down, but at least DJ played that well. So that's good. It's probably the first play the defense has made in this game. JR says not good Christian, Hugh. Hey, we all sin, man. We all sin. It's just a matter of picking yourself up and being a better man tomorrow. That's all we can do. Not trying to turn this into a evangelical discussion, though. Although I will if you want to, but I'm not the guy to do that. Here we go. 1st and 10. Still got Eugene and Nixon playing linebacker, as they often do. Great pressure off the edge from McLeod, but unfortunately just kind of got pushed a little bit too deep, and Jay Daniels zipped through that gap, and away he goes. You're looking for Marcus Harris to probably have a little more gap integrity on this. Got pushed inside, but I think the bigger problem was McLeod he just over-pursued on that. That's something that Rodney Garner used to absolutely kill his guys for, like when they would pursue in practice. This is back when we'd go to practice a lot. If you push too far, you negate everything you've done. When you get below the quarterback, it's just you've given up all your leverage. And there's another run play there, first down run play for 6 yards. You just can't do that. You just can't do that. Oh, they've got an offensive lineman down. Hate seeing kids get hurt. Hopefully he'll be all right. Maybe just cramping. Cam Riley in there for that last play. Wesley Steiner in there for that last play. Keltrick was in there for that last play. I don't know, man. Sam H in the house. What up, brother? Gets a super chat. Says, damn, is Gene Chizik coaching this game? Also basketball? Do you mean like also what's up with basketball? Because we saw the pro day scrimmage the other day, and I did a pretty detailed breakdown of what I saw in the scrimmage. But in general, they did 2 10-minute halves just while we're on an injury timeout here. They did two 10-minute halves, so basically half a game. And the first 10 minutes were just yucky, just disjointed and clunky and bad. And the second 10 was better. Essentially, you had Aiden on one team with Trey on the other, and you had like Janai on the blue team with Aiden, and then you had Dylan on the white team with Trey, and then I think Denver was on the white team. They split them up pretty evenly, but I thought Denver had a nice game. I thought Janai was the best player on the court for that. And then Denver, and then Chad Baker-Mazara I thought played a decent game. The worst was definitely Dylan, had a terrible game. KD was interesting. He didn't shoot well, but he defended well, and he was super, super hyped, like in a good way, a positive way, so I was excited to see that. So, yeah, I think they're going to be good. I just think that this Auburn basketball team is going to score a lot, and they're going to concede a lot of points. I think they're going to have to get a little bit better on defense. But it's fine. Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm stoked to have you here, sir. We've pooped our pants again. When does basketball start? I think the correct idiom there is that we have peed our leg, but that's okay. We will also accept pooping pants. Just got a poopy diaper here. GW, I'm not. Listen, man, I'm not gonna do that, dude. I need to give you stop with these inappropriate comments. Seriously, one more and I'm gonna have to ban you. I don't want to ban you because I like you, but that's just inappropriate. Let's see. Cam says AU knows nothing about football to think this on coaching. What have the coaches done to make any of these players do this crap? I kind of agree with you on that, Cam. Now, listen, not trying to say the coaches are doing a bang-up job here. It's still very early in the game, but as we learned from the Colorado game. But, this illegal procedure business, and that's on players, man. You got to get your mind right, and you got to focus on your job. Let's see. Peyton is currently 1 of 2 for 7 yards. I'll go ahead and update some of these here. Let's see what else we got. I know. And Caleb has the only catch, 1 catch for 7, and third down. Auburn is, of course, 0 for 1 because it was 3rd and 8. And might have gone backward a little bit on that. Yeah, we'll just put it that way. And LSU hasn't even faced a third down yet. It's going great, guys. Everything's fine. Sam says, love the breakdown, JG. Surprised Aiden struggled as much as he did, though. I wouldn't say he struggled. Struggling as a point guard to me is turning the ball over and just sucking. He didn't do that at all. He was just kind of just neutral. It was kind of a neutral element, I thought, which is fine. I mean, he's a true freshman, and he's only been on campus, maybe 2 or 3 months. So, I mean, but I don't think he was terrible. He was just neutral. He's average. Oh, they're showing what happened to number 50 here. Oh, shoot, man. Keldrick landed on him inadvertently, completely inadvertently. Well, I hope he's all right. Got a 2nd and 4 here. My guess is they're going to get it. I don't know how I knew that, but they did. Cam Riley playing again. I'd like to see where he's playing at. 92, the transfer from Purdue is playing. So this is an interesting personnel grouping. Kind of early in the game to be seeing that. So you got Jalen, Lawrence, Jason, and is that Anichi? Is 91 Anichi? Not Anichi. Zeke Walker at that other edge spot. Hey, there's I don't want to call it a stop, but at least no yards gained on first down. Was not. Let's see. Sam H. asks, what's the comp with Aiden that you see? I have to think about that for a minute. I mean, there's not that many point guards that have come through with Pearl. You know what I mean? He's kind of his own, I guess. I mean, I guess Jared, but he's a lot longer than Jared. He's a bigger dude than Jared. And Sharif, I don't think he has the passing ability that Sharif had. Auburn's pass rush was just not good enough there. Shane Hutt jumps in with a super chat, says, I'm so sick of seeing quarterbacks leave AU and be successful while we settle for mediocrity. When will we be solid at that position again? Well, I hate to tell, not tonight, I'm afraid. Yeah, I mean, I know the Bo Nix thing is going to sting, and I think it's going to get worse before it gets better because he's having a great year, and he will continue to have a great year. And he'll probably be a Heisman finalist, and it's going to be very, very frustrating for the bunker to deal with that, but you just have to chalk it up to Harsin stuff. I mean, you just say, hey, man, Harsin did that. All right, decent coverage there on that inside zone read. It was a keep, and Daniel just wisely went out of bounds, chased by Kay and Lee. Still sticking with Johnson in there at the defensive tackle spot. I don't know if Marcus is just winded or he's hurt or what's going on. So you've got McLeod, Lawrence Johnson, Jason, and it looks like Zeke again, which I wouldn't expect to see him this early. Hunter Trum says, why are you Auburn fans so down? I'm still scared. J.R. Harris says, what happened to Solomon? Why did he not want to come to Auburn? I know it's a complicated answer, and probably this is not a great place for me to break it down, honestly, because I need more information on that. D. Lucky says, GW, you might not want to watch sports if you don't want power brokers. I don't even know what GW said. Oh, he's talking about, I'm sorry, going with what Shane was saying, that quarterbacks will stay once they stop letting power brokers run the program. I would argue, I've been covering Auburn since 98. This is the least amount of influence that power brokers have in the program right now. Honestly, I think people just kind of trust Hugh, and he is working in concert with them right now. It's kind of, with NIL, with Auburn being ambitious in NIL now, it's just kind of a different calculus. So I think the power broker thing is just, it's an antiquated concept. But it certainly was a problem at Auburn for a long, long time. I just don't think it is now. Man, this is not going well, guys. 2nd and 6. There you go. Justin Rogers makes the first significant play I can remember him making this season. Transfer from Kentucky. Plays behind Jason Jones at nose. Former 5-star out of high school. So that's good to see. Has a good reputation in practice and stuff. So just doesn't necessarily play as much. Gets maybe 20 snaps a game, something like that. Third and 4. This would be, we talked about, got to hold them to field goals. Here's an opportunity right now to do that. And by God, they're going to need to hold them to field goals. Little flood concept. Oh, maybe there's going to be a false start on this one. They were going to run a levels or a flood concept to the left side there. I felt like Auburn had it decently covered, so that was good. Okay, illegal procedure on that. GW is going to keep on with this. You haven't telling D. Lucky he hasn't kept up with Auburn sports very much. As I know D. Lucky personally and have for a while, he definitely knows a lot about Auburn sports, and he has for a long time. He's like my age. He might be a little younger than me, but GW, you're running. You're getting very close, dude. I'm about to ban you because you can't be taking on D. Lucky like that for something he didn't do, and also the Israeli thing was not appropriate either. So one more chance. I really don't want to ban people, but I will if I have to. Auburn came in with a late green dog blitz. I don't think it mattered, but the throw was off target, and that would count as a hold. Jalen Simpson back in the game. That's good. Step forward. All right, legit says hold him to a field goal here. I feel a little bit better. Yeah, it's good. Good field goal attempt. Auburn's defense was porous until this last set of downs here in the red zone, and it's been pretty decent. Been pretty decent. They're going to be happy with that. I mean, with that particular hold. LSU did fail on third down there. And their field goal is good. We don't make sounds when LSU scores field goals on this show, so we'll just put up the numbers and be quiet about it. GW, I really don't want to, bro. Please just don't do it anymore. Hunter says, Hugh may have lost his edge on his opponents now that other people are paying their players too. Don't know. Interesting. Let's see. Whale Driver said Neighbors was open on the throw on the third down throw there and missed it. Yeah, he doesn't miss many, does he? Blake says if you're going to trash and mess with D-Luck, you're going to have to deal with me. He's going to have to deal with me too, bro. I'm going to ban his ass. It's that simple. Hunter says reminder that LSU's defense is terrible. Auburn still has a shot. Good thing. Jesse says just run the ball and drain the clock now. Maybe just lose 31-10 or something like that. That sounds like 1998 Auburn at Florida, right? Just please, Coach Spurrier. We're going to run the ball. We're not even going to try. Just let us out of here without a 40-point loss. And he said, yeah, we can do that. Terry. I just don't even know what to say right now. This next offensive possession has got to be better. It's got to be competent. I mean, if you're going to turn this thing around, you got to start with dog shit, fairly bad, not terrible, decent, good drive. You know, I mean, there's a whole spectrum there. And step one, you know, we'll just get on to the step two. Dylan thinks we do not have a shot, unfortunately. Ed D reminds us that total yards currently is 146 to -5. A little misleading, although your numbers are correct, I would assume. But Auburn's only had one drive, and it was super, super bad. Maybe the worst drive of the whole year for Auburn. So, Burner 51 says he can't stand Brian Kelly. Looks like a crybaby. It's probably because he is. I'm not a fan, but he does win some football games, so not hating on that. Hunter says I'm getting 2021 vibes. LSU started off so strong and then folded. That was a game Auburn won with Tank Bixby, current Jacksonville Jaguar, getting the breakaway run to put that game away. Well, I was stoked about that one. I played Dolly Parton's Here We Go. Here You Come Again. Yeah, I played that, and wow, her record company was on my ass. Jeez, it was bad. Crocky Poo in the house. What up, bro? Ward M. Eagle J, we got him right where we want him. I got you where I want you. Thanks, Crocky Poo. An amazing member of the community at auburnsports.com. He does a lot of content for us on the bunker and also a huge basketball enthusiast. Always respect his opinions. And I think everybody else does as well. Howard says, ha, 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 Spurrier impression. Now Clowney's got a shoulder. No, seriously, that 98 game, Auburn was on like its sixth center or something like that. Like literally nobody could play center. Everybody got hurt, and Auburn was bad, and you know how that season ended. I think they were 3-8 that year. Terry got fired, and they went to Florida, who was having a great year. And I honestly think that Terry just basically pleaded insanity before the game. Was like, you know, dude, we know what's going to happen here. Can you just be nice? And to be fair, Florida didn't score in the second half. You can kind of write that narrative of like, well, Auburn really bowed up. And I'm like, no. Watch the game. Florida was just chilling. I think Spurrier could just justify it by, we already killed him. We don't need to put anybody in injury peril. Let's just finish this bad boy out and move on. Brian Battie with a decent little run. He took it 3 yards deep in the end zone, which I'm rarely not a fan of normally, but Scott says, I remember when you played Foo Fighters as your podcast intro music. They give you a hard time, too. They didn't, but Spotify would never let me put my stuff on Spotify because it was a copyright infringement. And I really wanted to be on Spotify, so I had to change it. Now I am. They accept it now because I don't use copyrighted music. But it sucks. I feel like a stranger says, Phase 1, dog shit offense. Phase 2, Phase 3, profit. Hey, guys, what's Phase 2? Hey, what's Phase 2? And everybody goes, I don't know. Oh, come on now. That's got to be a horse collar. It's got to be a horse collar. How is that not a horse collar? Guys, was that a horse collar or what? And what am I missing here? I still think it's a horse collar. Okay. I guess I missed it. I'll be Laker in the house. What up, Jay? Jay Warnham Eagle 10-2, baby. Yeah. Here comes the big surge. We're just tricking you guys into thinking that this offense is absolutely terrible. Crawdaddy thinks that was a shoulder pad tackle. Okay, fair enough. My eyes don't work as well as I used to, so. A. Robinson thinks Auburn's not going to get a first down in this game. Oh, my God. He's not even looking for the ball, guys. Holy shit. I just don't even know what to say. Philip, I'm with you, man. I'm with you 100%. You're just sitting there going, what's going on here? You know, we're not even looking for the ball, man. I don't know. I wonder if he's getting on him for not throwing that ball to Hunter on the stop route. I mean, it wasn't going to be it might have been a first down. It would have been close. I think he would have gotten the ball there. And as an added bonus, Jarquez was looking for the ball. That's a nice part of the equation. Oh, God. I thought number 20 was going to run into him, but nice body control. Runner 24 says, how is Thorne this bad? New Gus Hudas says, offense is us. Sam says, dude, what WTF are we doing? Ay. Maine, who's been with us a while, but this still pains me to watch. It does. Ambitious Engineer just says deep ball and double coverage. And as an added bonus, he wasn't even looking for it, bro. Taylor wants to see what Robbie could do. That's not the worst idea I've ever heard. Auburn's been getting killed in the run game, so the solution was, let's go with 3 down linemen. And actually, that was decent defense there. Hey, I mean, if the linebackers you feel like they can fill, then let them fill. Fuck it, let them fill. We'll do it live. Shane jumps in with another super chat. Thank you, brother. Says 2 weeks and this is the best we can dial up? Who the fuck is calling these plays? I mean, technically the answer would be Philip Montgomery, but I wonder if Hugh's going to start calling some plays in this game. You can't allow yourself to just get completely shit on. You know what I mean? 2nd and 6 is what we're looking at here. Elijah McAllister is playing, and in favor of or in place of McLeod. Let's see. Fenrir. Black wants to know, why are we running the ball? Dude, they're not doing anything yet. They have no rhythm on offense at all. So it's too early for me to criticize the play selection. They've only run like 5 or 6 plays. But we'll keep an eye on it, bro. They're going to have to run it. Mang. What up, Mang? With is that I can't tell who that is, Mang, in your avatar. Maybe I can zoom it in and see who that is. It looks like Milli Vanilli, but it's not actually. He says, LOL, Farth Gus. Oh, Jesus. All right, guys, let's hold him to a field goal. Oh, my God. Another massive bust in the secondary there. I cannot believe what's actually going on. Well, I kind of can, actually. I mean, you can't really bust a coverage. Hey, give Auburn credit for this. If you're going to bust a coverage, like, do it all the way. That's like a fully realized busted coverage. That's just, yeah. And Nehemiah's like, hey, man, yeah, I'll go catch him. Like 40 yards downfield, it's no problem. Joko says, any chance we can get TJ Finley back? Nah, man, he's doing so bad at Texas State. Why worry about it now? Ay. Yeah, it looks like folks are getting kind of hot in the chat there. But I appreciate everybody not cussing. It's nice. 2nd and 3 is what I've got on my TV. They are in the red zone, of course, where they've been living in this game. And they're going to have a 3rd and about 1, maybe half a yard here. Again, if you're trying to hold them to a field goal, this would be nice. JR says, just F it all up, huh? Runner 24 says, bye week did not fix the offense. Bye week also seemed to break the defense. Mang says it's Mang and Kevin Nash. Man, I'm sorry, bro. I just can't see it. I don't know who Mang is. I only followed wrestling for like a very short period of time in the 90s, like 95 to 98 maybe, and it was the WCW stuff. So, and I was real into Public Enemy. I thought those guys were hilarious. They were hilarious. All right, guys, this isn't too bad. It's only 1st and goal from the 2. It's really not a big deal. So just hold them here and get a field goal, and you're only down 13. and you get a 13-point touchdown, and you're good. That's not a fumble, guys. DK hoping that he had gotten a fumble there, but he didn't. So they're going to get, second and goal from the half. Ross Dellinger there playing left guard, by the way. The J.R. Harris, he must have misheard it. It's the bend and break defense. Ha, got him. Oh, you know what? That might be a Michael Dyer touchdown right there. No, it's not. T-Roy says, why was I thinking I wasn't going to drink tonight? How naive. Well, guess what, my guy? I'm drinking this Barrel Vantage. It's about 120 proof. Actually, it's like 118 proof. I figured I needed something fairly stiff tonight. I had a feeling this was not going to be a satisfying result. Poppy Clan, what's up, bro? He says, in the house. Who's in the house tonight? Poppy Clan. That kind of seems like a Michael Dyer type situation from the Oregon game, but what do I know? So Decatur Tiger thinks that with me talking like that would be a fumble because he's still alive. And I just can't, that replay position right there, I can't tell where he let go of the ball. He's got it. He don't got it. I think he's over the line of I think he's over the goal line though. But the ruling on the field was second down. Yeah, I'm with A.E. Robinson. He thinks that's going to be a touchdown, and I do too. A nice inadvertent fumble created by Justin Rogers, though. Chip also thinks that's going to be a touchdown. Spicy Pieces, can we just concede? Just say, like in soccer, when you just concede a game or you don't show up, you get a 3-0 loss. You just say, screw it. Take it. CJ with the super chat says, time to pull the Ole Miss special. Fake an injury. Hey now. Also the Anthony Swain when he got shot by the sniper at Arkansas. That was tough, man. But I don't want to joke about it anymore because Mo fell down like that in the game, was it 2 weeks ago, and he's out for the season with an injury. So we could sit there and laugh about it, but that was pretty serious. Howard thinks that the ball crossed the plane before the fumble, and that's what I see too. A. Robinson says forfeit at 17-0 and go home. So here's the thing. LSU's the better team. LSU's going to win this game. LSU's probably going to get up by more than 17. But at some point, Auburn's going to start playing better, and they'll make it at least a little more interesting. It's not going to be interesting, but it'll be more interesting than it is right now. So you just got to kind of take it for what it is. I am of the firm belief that suffering can be redemptive. And Midro is challenging me. He says, I don't think you have enough whiskey for this one, JG. Let me tell you a little something, Midro. Don't you challenge me like that. Oh, I didn't do my touchdown song.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
All right, so 17-0. It's really not that bad, guys. So you get a 17-point home run right here, and everything's fine. It's really simple. I'm going to go ahead and update some of these numbers. I don't really know why I'm doing this. Peyton is 3 of 5 for 9 yards. Oh, boy. He's got 9 yards, guys. It's not that bad. He's almost at double digits, and if LSU doesn't watch out, there's going to be a problem. Auburn does not have an actual rush yet. Just the screw-ups. And third down, for what it's worth, Auburn is 0 for 2. They're 1 of 2. So, going great. This is going really, really well. This is wonderful. All right, guys. Here's what I would tell them if I was coaching. It's 0-0. Pick it back up. Pick it back up. Burner says, if we come out and pass the ball 3 times in a row, I'm turning it off. Listen, man, you guys can look at it differently. I think Legit was saying if we don't score this drive, it's actually over. There's a part of me that just likes to wallow in this big shit stain, right? You know what I mean? Like we all know it's getting better at Auburn. We know there's an RPO that worked. Hey, that's Cam Brown with a catch. We know that the team was going to be horrible. We know that Hugh and his staff did a really nice job of just kind of stemming the bleeding, right? And getting together a pretty solid class last year. Met some needs in the transfer portal, maybe not as well as we thought they had. There's the same exact play, and it gets the same exact result. And this team went from total dog shit to the bottom half of okay. Like, not terrible, but not average either. Like, somewhere between those two. And they're getting run off the field at LSU, which happens sometimes. And you just kind of have to eat the shit sandwich, man. Because there's going to be a day a couple years from now, maybe next year, I don't know, when they're not like this anymore. And we can sit here on the brain drain and reminisce about how shitty they were. Remember what it was like, guys, when we had -3 yards in the first quarter at LSU? Which they're not going to have that now, but. And then we can just kind of have fun with it. Terrence says just keep running that play. Why not? Hey, they ran. It was the same play to the other side, and they got a PI out of it. Shane Hooks was going to try to catch the ball. Shane, don't talk shit, dude. Don't talk shit. Just go back to the huddle. Just don't do that. Don't do that. You have to catch a ball before you talk any shit. That's the rule. It's the brain drain rule. Burner 51 said, well, on the bright side, the drain will be fun tonight. Thanks for the work, JG. Burner, I'm glad to have you here, bro. And thank you for jumping in and letting us know how you feel about it, because I think your view on things is something that a lot of folks are feeling right now. A lot of frustration. I don't necessarily think there were a lot of folks that were thinking Auburn's going to win the game, but the way Auburn competed against Georgia, you thought, okay, they're going to be able to hold their own, to some degree, but they haven't so far. I like that play right there. There they go. There's Peyton. There's another first down, guys. Look at that. Red zone. Also, we have a red zone sound? I think we do. Here, we'll just do this little red zone sound. Hey, we got to have a sound for getting into the red zone. I mean, that's the kind of game it's been, all right? So if you LSU fans are in the chat, don't be giving me hell about it. We've got to celebrate the little things too, okay? Don't steal it from us. Oh, my God. Is Auburn going to run the football? No, they're not. They're going to throw a fade pass about 3 yards out of bounds. How do we feel about Shane Hooks talking all this shit? Do we like it because he's repping himself and his team? Or do we think it's stupid because he hasn't accomplished anything and they're down 17-0? I could argue it either way. Now, for me, I think it looks stupid, but I would respect your opinion on that if you had a difference of opinion and wanted to defend your spot on that. Let's see. Cliff says, as a Braves fan, this is on point. I still believe in Hugh just because of his recruiting. We all have to remember this is a depleted roster, but better days are ahead always, Ward M. Eagle. Good attitude. Hey, there's a run. Wait, was that still live? Because Jeremiah Cobb was just carrying dudes right there, but there's a flag. Flag. It's another flag. Please, God, let this be. Oh, on the defense. That's the second time in 2 weeks I've seen a delay of game on the defense. They called that against LSU in the Missouri game for clapping along with the cadence. And it was a pretty crucial penalty for LSU at the time. I'm not sure that it's a crucial penalty here. There he's doing it right there. So that's nice for Auburn. That's a 2nd and 5. Robbie's in there. I think he was in there for the first play of this set of downs too. Okay. That's just like a power run that he had to bend back because there wasn't enough. He didn't really have an open gap. And really didn't get much done. So that's the first quarter, guys. Not too bad for Auburn, only down 17. Total yards only 216 to 45, not too bad. Rush yards 109 to 9. Time of possession 10 minutes to almost 5. That's not bad. Only one fumble from Auburn, and they didn't lose it, so that's good. And average yards per play is only 10.8 to 3.8. I mean, it's not that bad, really. And they're only 8 plays ahead. So, we got to start. You got to start somewhere, guys. Let me go ahead and change this 1Q to 2Q. Good golly, Miss Molly. Well, I'm going to change these passing stats just to feel better about myself. Peyton is now 5 of 8 for 36. He did throw some first downs, though, so that was nice. And let's see. Jarquez has 1 carry for 3. How about that? Thorne has 1 carry for 16, too. He's like the master of he's been running better, right, hadn't he? Hunter has 1 carry for 3 yards. And Battie has 1 carry. I'm sorry, that was actually Cobb. We'll leave Battie at 0 for now. Need more Battie. Let's see, JB says we are in field goal range. That means they are not going to get shut out tonight, assuming that McPherson can hit that kick, and I'm pretty sure he will. Let's see. Okra says, hey, JG, give Blackerby the business if the Raiders win tomorrow. Wardam Eagle, go Raiders, my guy. Yes. I feel like we're going to win that one, Okra. At home, everybody's healthy except for Hobbs. We got to win that one. I think we're going to win some games coming up here. Probably not going to be the Lions, but I think. Hey.
Hola.
Hi.
Hi.
Why don't you put that right here?
I will.
Thank you. Did I hear you talking downstairs?
Just talking kitty.
Oh, okay. We got a new kitty today.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Zeke. Oh, look at you. How many extra is that? At least 2. Wow, you got some more. Wifey got more earrings or more piercings. That's what I'm talking about. So you have 3 plus the regular one. So 5. You have 5 now. Do you feel like a rebel?
Well, I'm old because I'm 50. I need 5.
One for each decade. Okay, I got you. I wouldn't try that. You're gonna hurt your back. Not a girl. Yes, we got a new kitty today. We're either gonna call him Herschel or Zeke. I don't know which one.
Probably Zeke, but he's got to get along with the pug first.
He's not working out yet.
They're okay.
They're okay. He's got to learn how to hang out with the dog. Cyber says, "What's up, JG? How you doing, man? Good to have you here." Legit says, "Can we see him?" I don't know, man.
Downstairs right now. We'll see.
Yeah, we just got him home 6 hours ago. He's still acclimating, so maybe we hold on. He's a little bit different than Sammy, though. He's a little heavier. He's a big cat. He's 5 years old, maybe, and he's big, but he's really loving. He's a very cool ass cat. Just likes hanging out and being cool. He is thick though, and he likes thick chicks, which we're all in favor of. Blake says Zeke is better. Yeah, I don't like the name Herschel very much for obvious reasons. I thought you would. Okay, don't fall. All right, have a nice day. Hey, maybe after halftime, can I get one of those? Uh-oh, she's gonna try to get the kitty up here.
Do what?
After halftime, maybe I can get one of those BioLights.
Okay.
Because I might need one.
Okay.
For overindulgence or flatulence.
Now what are you drinking? That's what I said.
Barrel Advantage. All right. Thank you. Amazing. Let's see. Ed D says, woke up quick at about noon. Just thought that I had to be in Compton soon. I got to get drunk before the touchdown happens, before my mama starts bitching about my doom. About to go and damn near went blind. All right, here we go. Oh, my God. Jarquez taking the direct snap. He's in, baby.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Uh-oh, it's a scrap. Scrap. He's starting to get around there and start fighting it up, huh? Hey, man, that's a nice drive right there. 8 plays, 75 yards. I mean, shit, we'll take it, right? I mean, for real. I'll take that. Hell yeah, I'll take that. A. Robinson says, hey, look at the bright side. We have more yards in the second quarter. We're killing them in the second quarter. They don't have a single yard in the second quarter. Goose egg. I mean, you talk about some defense. Let's see. CJ says, a reminder to all bunks, including Jay, stay hydrated. Hey, I'm going to give you a clap for that because way to look out for the community. All right. So McPherson puts the PAT through, and that's a touchdown. That's 7 points. And that's the first time we've seen Hunter, I believe, in the Wildcat like that. It was effective. It was effective. Look at Robbie Ashford. Look how stoked he is for his teammates. What a positive man. I like it. I love it. Hey, great point. JR says, there's Kent, by the way, de facto quarterbacks coach. Sam H says no shutout. JR Harris says it's a shutout, meaning second quarter LSU doesn't even have a single yard. And Ammo Tiger says, we back, fam. Only down 10. Coming back with a vengeance, the Auburn Tigers. So LSU set to receive the kickoff that Auburn's kicking to them to give them grace after giving up that touchdown. Kind of like an olive branch to say, hey, sorry we're dominating you so badly in the second quarter. I forgot about Irish at USC tonight. That's a decent little game. Kind of want to see Notre Dame win that just to like shut up Lincoln Riley. I've gotten to where I don't like Lincoln Riley anymore. I used to like him, but his little media policies, he's trying to fight with the reporters all the time. Like, I don't know. I'm usually on the side of reporters myself. What did Hunter say? J.R. Harris says a lot of field goals on the way, baby. It's only going to take like 7 or 8 more. It's not a big deal. They got it. Uh-oh. Eugene Asante with a blitz, and guess who's going down? Jaden Daniels, excuse me, my bad. There you go, Eugene. The former North Carolina Tar Heel that said, I'm not going to play for Gene Chizik anymore. Boy, that was a dreaded. Remember the old days when we were worried about slanting? Remember when Auburn had that trouble starting the season in 2003 and Georgia Tech ran all those slants and Tommy was like, well, they're slanting. What can we do? And everybody's like, slants are suddenly like the OP like concept? Like what? That's some shit that Pop Warner ran. That was a slant right there with a backside blitz. It's pretty cool. Wizard Dragon says, wow, they called a blitz. Dude, Auburn blitzes a bunch. I'm not saying they're the most blitz-happy team in the country, but I bet you they're in the top 20%. And the part of the reason is they just can't generate any legitimate pass rush with their front four, so they're always blitzing. Well, not Eugene usually. It's more like DK, or it used to be Keontae. Keontae was their best blitzer, I thought, but he's been out and going to be out for a little while longer. 3rd and 2, this would be a really nice stop right here if they could get it. They're just going with their regular 4. They're dropping everybody into zone, and they just got killed. Kay and Lee. We'll see how easily he gave up inside leverage on that route. I'm guessing that's a mistake on him. I can't see him. Okay, Kane's playing 7 yards off the ball. Yeah, he just got out leveraged there. That happens. 1st and 10 is what I've got on my TV. Little check down to the tailback. Eugene just got absolutely run over. Buddy held on. Hey, if you hold on, that's not the worst thing ever. Well, they're moving the ball again. Getting close to the And our chat locked again. Again, chat is always going on YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube, you will be Gucci if you're looking for chat. Because we have some outstanding chatters always in here. Obviously, Jesse says, is there anyone who at Auburn who can rush the quarterback? Yeah, Keontae was really good at it, but he's out for the season. And DK's pretty good at it, but again, he's a nickel against a team that likes to throw the ball around, so it's tough to, if you blitz him, you better have an idea for how to pick up that coverage. Keldrick is playing a bunch of snaps tonight. I think his season high, well, he's a true freshman, so his career high, I guess, is 22, and he's easily going to eclipse that. Damon says 91 for Auburn, slow AF. Yeah, I mean, he's, Mo Nasili-Kite is the guy who's supposed to be playing that position. He's out for at least a while. And, yeah. Okay, it's not bad. 2nd and 10. Stefan says Zeke Walker's gassed. I just don't even know what the option is after Zeke. You know what I mean? Like, they're really low there. Thin. I guess it would be Cam Riley. Could play there. I can't even tell who's over there in that spot right now. Boy, that was a really risky. The way Kaufman played that was a little risky. I mean, it worked, but he didn't know where the ball was, and so he was just kind of like zooming, hoping to kind of time his helmet to crash with that. Okay, it was Keldrick. It's really not a bad throw at all. But DK had to time that and make sure that he didn't run into neighbors on that. That's a tough. All right, 3rd and 10. This, if you're serious about holding them to field goals, you got to hold right here. Oh, what a throw and what a catch. That's a nice play right there. It's Kayan again. It looks like they're picking on Kayan. Not bad. I mean, the coverage wasn't terrible on that, but when you're dealing with a quarterback this good and receivers that are this good, I mean, the margins are very small. T-Park jumping in. What's up, man? How you doing? Late to the party, JGT. Thanks to Atlanta Traffic. Turnovers on D. Need. Hey, great to have you here, bro. I'm sorry about the traffic. I've been ensnarled in that a few times in my life. It was a little bit frustrating. Glad to have you here now, though. Auburn RN, a Swoogan, says, got to keep the pressure dialed up. Absolutely. They're going to have to keep blitzing, and that just means you got to be a little more creative in the back end. And, it's tough when you're taking on a guy like Jaden Daniels, who's an operator. You know what I mean? He knows how to play this position. So you held him to a field goal. That's good. And I don't know. Maybe they miss it. I don't know. We'll see. Just give him a little juju. See what happens. Solo Tigre says, stop effing cheating. All right. Field goal was pretty damn accurate, honestly. So they go up to 20. We'll go ahead and give them the 3 points for that. And, yeah. Let's see. Somebody in the chat, it was El Tigre, asked. We'll call your the funny text there. Let me make sure that Hunter's good to go. Hunter's been on special assignment this weekend. And I will check to make sure that he's good to go. Usually we can get Alex on here too, Alex Kozan. And I'll check in with Alex too. I was talking to him on Friday. I think he'll be good, but you never know. All right, Hunter says LSU is up only 2 scores, not the end of the world. I would agree with that completely. Let's see. Runner 24 says keep trading field goals for touchdowns, and Auburn's right back in this. I love the positivity, Runner 24. That's what I love about you, bro. You're a realist. Although CDF is kind of a hater in a way, but I love it too. So, Darkside says, JG, what are you sipping on? So my beverage tonight is this Barrel Vantage. Can be a little tougher to find in the state of Alabama, but if in Georgia and Florida, this is not tough to find. I think Tennessee you can find this too. Delicious. Really, pretty much everything I've had from Barrel has been good, except for we've had 2 private select barrels from them that were ass. I have had 1 good one and 2 bad ones, so I'm not sure about those. But the regular barrels, I'm talking about the bourbon, the Seagrass, the Dovetail, the Infinite Barrel Project, the Vantage. They have one I got in Florida. It's like the Amberana Stave series, all really good. They also have one that's has the pear brandy in it. AU Taxman will know. I forgot what it's called. Armida. That's also a good one too. Let's see. AU Taxman says, speaking of Will Collier, WTF with the board going after him a couple weeks ago. Yeah, so Will came out pretty strongly against Hugh, which is his right, and he wasn't alone. He just thought that Hugh was a bad choice for Auburn. Again, he wasn't alone, and there's reasons why I can understand why people felt that way about it. I did not myself. I will say I was a Prime fan, but I think Hugh also is a good fit for Auburn, and I think he's doing really good work. I don't think Will is sitting there now thinking that Hugh sucks. But he just thought it was a bad fit in the beginning. So what happened was Fig Jam manipulated a lot of people into thinking that it was a terrible column and that Will's a bad person and all this stuff. And there's people that just listen to him. And he thinks it's funny to like get people mad at other people. He does it to me too. I used to write columns and he would do that shit to me, and I just stopped writing columns. That's how I avoid the problem. He can't rag me for writing columns when I don't write columns. See, that's 3D chess right there. Chip says could have had Prime. Let's see. Howard says YouTube cracking down on free streams. He talking about like streaming the game and stuff on like pirate channels, kind of. Robert S. says, how long for Hugh Freeze to get this team competitive? Hold on, bro. They were definitely competitive against Georgia. And, I mean, it's still to be determined here. Now, listen, the early part of this game, most of the first quarter, was an absolute atrocity. But, this last try was a good one. So let's just, let's see how this plays out, man. I'm not saying Auburn's going to win this game. I'm not. But if you're talking about making them competitive, we can't write them off yet. We're 5 minutes into the second quarter. And Batee just had a really nice run on first down. Shit, he's still going, guys. Jeez Louise. So he's got probably 6 or 7 yards on first down there. Love Brian Batee, man. Legit says Hugh was a good choice. Prime was a better one. My issue with Prime is, so I push for Prime. You know that. Well, I don't know if you know that, but I was on record as saying that. But I don't know how he fits at Auburn. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Because I think at Colorado, like, they were in such dire straits that I think they just kind of, there's Batee again, I'm telling you. They were in such dire straits, they just gave him the keys to the kingdom and just said, I'm Gucci, And he's done exactly what I thought he would do. I mean, he's really hyped him up, and people care about Colorado now. I mean, that's huge. That's a huge first step, and I think he'll be able to parlay that into great recruiting. But at Auburn, first of all, Auburn is a damn near infinitely more vital program than Colorado. And I just don't think you can give him or anyone the keys to the kingdom here. So I don't know if it would have worked as well. I just don't think it was a good fit. I think Hugh's a better fit. But I'm kind of jelly of what he's done at Colorado. Like no, Cleveland says Prime blew a 29-point lead to Stanford. He did. And he's got some work to do as a coach. He does not have a lot of work to do as far as being a promoter and being a recruiter and just being a general badass. But yeah, that shit last night. Can you imagine the bunker? Can you fucking imagine Auburn being up 29-0 on like Vanderbilt and losing at home? Like, it would just be like, I had to turn the site off. Wait, hold on. Rivals would handle that for me. But anyway, you know what I mean. We would just have to quit. Walker says, y'all still want Prime after last night's disaster? Again, No, I'm not advocating Auburn should have hired Prime. I'm not doing that. I think Hugh's the right choice for Auburn, but you could make the argument. And Chip has been one of the big Prime guy. Not that he's shitting on Hugh or anything. He's just a big Prime guy along with me. I mean, you know. Hey, here comes Zeke. Hey, come here, bro. You want to come say hello?
Big boy.
Come here, Zeke. There he is. Say what's up, Zeke. How you doing? Say hi to everybody. Okay, I'm gonna put you. Ow! Fuck!
He got you good, huh? Suck it.
That's my fault for holding him like that. Dang, you got me good on that one.
Suck it.
All right, so a third down pass from Peyton that was so bad as to be like not even believed. I feel like Auburn could have gotten that ball. Could have gotten ahead of that ball and downed it like the 2. But didn't do it. Sam's advocating for Robbie to get in there. How you doing? Oh, thank you. Got some BioLite, guys. Good for overindulgence and flatulence, among other things. Dehydration. Another thing it's really good for. Blake says that's a cool-looking kitty. Kitty. Sam says a nice kitty. And Chip says brain drain injury. I think that's the very first one we've ever sustained. I probably should have sustained some over some of my celebrations. And Cleveland Brown says Zeke draws blood from the Commodore. Party foul. Also, Solo Tigre says cat scratch fever. What?
You bleed?
Yeah, I did, but I mean, not bad. Just a little bit. Hey, Zeke, what are you doing, bro? He's climbing all over my stuff over here. Ryan D says, great punt. It was a great punt. The coverage could have been a little bit better just to kind of get in front of that ball.
Big boy. Big boy.
Midro says it's Robbie time for sure. The Thorn Project has no upside at this point. Damn, man. You guys are you ready to give up, aren't you? Giving up on old Peyton. He's 5 of 10 for 36 yards, all right? I mean, he's a 50% passer. I don't know what more you want. If he was a 50% shooter in basketball, you'd be stoked. Also, Batee, 3 carries for 17 yards.
No, not for Kitty.
All right, we got some of that updated right there. Let's see what T-Roy said. He said the cat even acts like Zeke Pike. Oh, no. AU Taxman says he made me bleed my own blood. Yeah, it kind of stings. Where you at, bro? Hey. I'm not going to pick you up. Promise. He's a good kitty, though. We got him at the, I call it the Pound, but the Humane Society. And he'd been there a little while. But he was very, very friendly and cool and chill. So that's what we like. It's his first time up here in the studio. Matthew Ray says this quarterback play is trash. It hasn't been good. And J.R. Harris says, I've been off the Thorn Project since Cal. Yeah, that was probably the first time we were like, uh-oh, this is not good. By the way, Jaden Daniels, who's a little bit better than Peyton Thorne. He's 9 of 13 for 162. So that's pretty good. Yeah, they're doing okay. Auburn is 1 of 4 on third down. They're 2 of 4.
Where are you going?
Updated the third down numbers there. Sure, not a lot of third downs for being in the middle of the second quarter, is it? Both ways. Spicy P says, to be honest, they couldn't stop it if we just ran the Georgia Tech offense with Robbie. Yeah, I don't know, man. So I like Robbie, and I like the idea of running him in a set like that. And also I like Auburn's tailbacks. Not sure I like the offensive line to do that. I'm not sure that run blocking is going to be something that they would be able to handle like that. But maybe. And your attitude may be, hey, let's just at least give it a shot and see what happens. I'm not against it. I don't think they're going to do that. Also, CJ jumped in with a super chat while I was being scratched by the kitty. says, Who is? Who is
Swag, baby? Who is?
There we go. CJ, my man. Mobile Lemon in the house says, hey, JG, I knew it would be bad, but damn. Hey, if they get a stop here, which they may not get. Oh, geez Louise. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's like an extra 8 yards right there. Not Salty says Zeke is cool. I'm gonna be getting a kitty in the next few weeks. Love a kitty. We had to put our Sammy down a couple weeks ago. 17 years he was with us. He was an absolute stud. Okay, so Nehemiah came in to fill and just shouldered him and didn't wrap up. That's bad. Let's see. J.R. Harris says, I'm out of beer. I came here to do 2 things. Drink some beer and kick ass. Looks like I'm out of beer. Y'all know what movie that's from? It's a good one. Me and Jason Caldwell quote it all the time. In fact, I saw someone in our chat quoted earlier tonight. 2nd and 6, guys. It's just that easy. Just get a hold here and you're Gucci. Nehemiah should have had that. Let's see. Blake says, tackle him. He's a beanpole. Also, I'm with Howard. He says, you got to hit Daniels hard if he does that. Yeah, if he's going to try to whittle through your defense, you've got to hit him, and make him really hurt for that. All right, 3rd and 6, guys. Got to have a hold here. That gives you plenty of time to get a possession together and maybe put Robbie in there and run the football a little bit. But you got to have a hold here. All right, he called timeout. Something was bothering him. So, there you go. J Battle just says all studs go to heaven. I don't know what that means, but I like it. Bagman says Hugh Daddy needs a rub and tug to get the offense going. Is that a run concept? Is that like where the backside guard kind of does that kick out block and then you run underneath I would probably try that. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Not Salty said Blazing Saddles. No, it was Richard Linklater. Dazed and confused. Mobile Alum says, well, at least I won't be heartbroken since I never expected us to win. Will a blowout loss hurt our recruiting? Not really, no. I don't think the kids look at it that way. Unless it's down to like Auburn and LSU, which I can't think of anyone right offhand that it is. Plus, man, I mean, I think stretch drive is going to matter more. There's such a recency bias when it comes to shit like that, where, Auburn, if they play like this at home against Alabama, they won't win. But, I mean, I think they play better at home. And, you do something like you beat Alabama that last game. Now you got something, But we're a long way off from there. Anthony R. says, JG, we got to get some dudes on defense. Our pass rush is dumpster juice. I think Hugh, as I recall, before the Georgia game, was like literally saying in the press conference, we're on the trail looking for pass rushers. Like we need upgrade there. So, I mean, he acknowledged that. Let's see. JB says, fearless prediction. LSU converts on a slant. Book him, Dano. All right, we'll see what happens. Chip got dazed and confused. Of course he knows that. Of course he knows that because he's Chip. That's why. Ammo Tiger says catnip for Zeke for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, bro. The catnip that he had at the Humane Society, he absolutely loved, and then Cordy got him some catnip, like different kind, and he didn't seem to love it as much. He's not here anymore, but I'm really stoked about it. He's really cool. Apparently, he's still like getting used to Maverick, but Maverick's such a goofball. He started doing zoomies earlier. That's how he tried to welcome the cat, and I think the cat has never seen that before. And he was like, "What are you doing? Why are you running around the house in circles for no reason? You're weird." Mobile Lem says Bama won today, but we're underwhelming. You're right. They were up 21-6, and then just kind of like, I mean, they got the job done, but yeah, I mean, second half, I thought Arkansas was probably a little better. And Arkansas is not a great team, but they fought, man. I don't think Alabama's, I mean, they're good, but they're not like super good. And I feel like Jalen Milroe he's a really good deep ball guy, and he's got some wideouts that can really like turn the deep ball into a weapon. But he's kind of an inarticulate thrower of the football, unlike this guy. Oh, God, I thought he caught that ball. Apparently he didn't. Hey, that's a hold, guys. That's a fucking hold. I don't mean hold. I mean like defensive hold. I mean like stop. I'm sorry. That's what I'm talking. I'm trying to say stop. Stop is what I meant to say. Damn, do we give Kayan some credit on that? He allowed the catch, but then he like got his hand in there and affected the tuck on that. Wow, this would be a really good opportunity, I think, to put Robbie in there. I don't know if he'll do it, but I think I would. I think it plays to your strengths here. I think you can run the football against LSU. I really do. Oh, I think I saw Robbie going. I swear I think I saw Robbie going right there. Did you see him run by right by Hugh? Got a fat crack coming in. What's up, brother? One of our all-time favorites. Says 4 rows of small batch for me tonight. Ward M. Eagle, JG. Hope all is well, sir. Nah, Peyton's going back out there. Son of a bitch. I guess it was Nick Mardner I saw run by. Guys, I don't agree with this. I'm not big on switching quarterbacks back and forth, but I do feel like Auburn has I would like to see if Auburn has what it takes to run the football down their throat. I'd like to see, but we're not going to find out on this drive, apparently. Oh, come on. They got to. All right, so I feel like they're playing like a mental game right now where they're like, okay, we're going to throw up some fucking 50-50 balls, and sooner or later, somebody's going to make a play, and then we'll just keep throwing to that person. So this is your life, Nick Mardner, and he didn't get it. Because Shane Hooks has had an opportunity like this. Coy Moore had an opportunity like this. And now Mardner's had an opportunity like that. And none of them have gotten it done. Now, maybe it's Fairweather's turn now. Why don't they try a sail concept right here and give Fairweather a little bit of a ball in the middle of the field? Nope. Shit, man. They didn't even give him a chance there. He had no chance. All right, 3rd long. It's an Auburn specialty on offense. Mang says, Nick Mardner, LOL. No disrespect to Nick Mardner, but yeah. I mean, Nick is an exceptionally tall and long individual, but he's also not a very good wide receiver, I don't think. That's kind of where we're at. So now it's 3rd and even longer. 5 minutes to go on a counting clock, as Andy would say. Man, this is so frustrating. Hey, I'll take it. Peyton Thorne with a scramble. Surprisingly fast, honestly. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is not a delay of game because they snapped that ball with 6 seconds on the clock. Good golly, Miss Molly. Auburn still at this point only has 3 penalties. They have 6. So, I mean, like, I feel like Auburn has like 10. I don't know why I feel that way. So, Peyton makes a nice play there, and then it's just negated by a hold again. 3rd and 23, guys. It's really not that bad. You just get 24 and you're Gucci. My goodness gracious. That was a really shitty drive, guys. That drive pisses me off so bad. I know y'all feel the same way. What is that? Well, no, it doesn't piss me off. I'm just watching. For Auburn, it's a very frustrating situation. Here we go. What's up, Seth? He says, go blue, go yellow. We don't see a lot of Michigan fans in here. Congratulations on your win today. Looked really good. Why are we watching Florida and LSU? Like from the old days. Nah, I'm not going to do that. Is that Eric Kresser? No, it's Jesse Palmer. My bad. Let's see. Ryan D says we need to stop throwing unless it's RPO. Solo Tigre with a rare. Oh no, Oscar, what is you doing? Oscar's usually so good. I mean, he got to the 50, but he was punting out of his own end zone. But let's see. Paul King says, why can't our wide receiver high point a ball? That's just not. It's just not something that happens. Oh, Courtney's on the FaceTime with our daughter. Heard some weird stuff going on there. El Tigre Esquire says this is a game that we just want to get over with and back on the bus. I didn't seem like that. I feel like Auburn's trying. I just think I feel like the quarterback play has been poor, and then the execution, the holds and the illegal procedures have been a killer. I mean, Peyton got the first down. DJ. Good golly, Miss Molly, man. T-Park jumping in with a super chat, another one, I should say. Run the football. Guys, I know I was advocating for that last drive and then to put Robbie in there and to start running it. I'm on board. I really am. It makes sense. Oh, God, pick that off. DJ's got the pick. All right, go. He can't go. He's got too many guys in his face. But that is a turnover. That is a turnover. And when we have turnovers, we make noises. I don't know which noises, but we're going to make noises.
If I come in here and look swole and big and strong and tough, y'all going to give me that award, right?
I'm going to give you that award for getting that turnover, DJ. And also, let's see who was in coverage on that. Oh, simp. Now, 9 is going to say that's pass interference. But I strongly disagree. I think Simpson just got outstanding positioning on that and beat him to the ball, honestly. So, amazing play by Simp, and then DJ picks it up. Look at T. Reed over there being the encourager, Mr. Positivity. Hey, if you say the phrase T. Reed in a Cajun accent, it actually would translate as positivity. Yeah. You say, yo, man, I love your T. Reed. And you know what that means. It means I love your spirit. I love your empowering spirit. That's what it means now. Sam H says 5 picks now. That is correct. Well, at least 5 because Simp has 4. D Lucky says Simp makes plays. He sure does, man. That guy's MVP if you ask me. 2nd and 10, of course. Can't get anything on first down. Oh, they do have Robbie in there, though. he has essentially no chance here, but he turns it into 7 or 8 yards, as he often does. Good. I'm glad to see this, man. This is the right choice. This is the right choice. This is definitely the right choice. All right. No disrespect, Peyton. Let's just see what happens. I don't think it's necessarily his fault. Let's just be nice, guys. Let's be nice. But I think they can run the football. This is a pretty heavy box, though. This is not a great run box. It is when he does that, though. Atta boy, Robbie. That's like 8 yards right there. First down, Auburn Tigers. Time running a little low, though, 1:30. He did get the ball out of bounds for the first down, so it's okay. But, boy, that defensive end sure did crash, didn't he? He was committed to the bit, as the kids say. I got Jeremiah Cobb in there. I like that. Actually, I like this personnel grouping a bunch. There you go, Jeremiah. Like it's a nice tackle. 14 with a really nice tackle there. What up, Pike? Hey, man, I saw the highlights, lowlights from that Purdue game. Purdue played Ohio State today, and it really wasn't very pretty. Did you go to that game? Did you and Jordan and the gals go? So, in your honor, and this is also for Daff, little brown water for you. Oh, yeah. It feels so good when it touches your lips. All right, Auburn's making some sense here offensively now, as we had predicted. They're out toward midfield. The problem is that it's not a fast strike offense with Robbie out there. It's more of a Oklahoma wishbone offense where you possess the... Oh, they've got Peyton back out. Why does this happen? Why does it happen? All right, so everything was going great with Robbie, and then they put Peyton in there. And now Peyton's throwing the ball 4 yards over Shane Hooks' hands. And I understand it a little bit because time's a factor at this point. You know, with 5 minutes left, I would be incensed at making this change. But they've got to get some yards pretty quickly here to get into McPherson's range. What about 15 yards maybe? Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, at least so Auburn's going to get the ball to start the second half. Let's just say commit to Robbie in the second half, and I'm happy. It's like I was saying, guys, though, like with Robbie in there, it's more of a wishbone offense. You're not going to get fast yards, and at this point, Auburn needs fast yards with a clock like this. So I'm not necessarily upset with the strategic decision here, but my expectations are low. You're just kind of in a bad spot. Legit says, can't make this up. Midro says, this is comical. Guys, I'm just saying, like, in the situation. And we got a fucking hold. Evelyn? Who do you play for? Good, because I was just wondering. That's a hold. Yeah, that's a hold. It's a great punt, Oscar. Gets him down to the 6. Not that it matters. Only 10 seconds left. But I mean, you're there to do a job, and he did the job well. Let's see, Stoop Up says, Thorne can't run this offense. He just can't. Just put Robbie in and run the offense. It's not like he can throw any worse. Yeah, and Robbie's not the worst passer. Like, I mean, if Peyton's going to throw like this, I don't think there's a huge downside to Robbie at this point. There are times when Peyton throws the ball really well, short periods. Today's not one of them. He just ain't got it right now. So you move on. Eddie was updating Peyton's stats. I've got it as 5 of 12 for 36, which is really bad. I think he's missed his last 5 throws, I think. At least his last 4. Jarquez has 4 carries for 12. Let me see what Batee has. The stud himself, 4 carries for 16. And then Auburn on third down. Auburn is 2 of 7. They're 2 of 5. All right. Stats are all updated now. Eddie Robinson says Ashford can't throw, but he might be better than Thorne. Yeah, Thorne's the way that this has gone, I don't see any upside at this point. I agree with you. I think you got to go to Robbie. I do want to note about Runner 24 says something that a lot of people do. He says Thorne threw the ball fairly well at Michigan State. He also had Kenneth Walker Jr. playing with him, and he's got some stud tailbacks here that I think are close to him and who are going to play in the NFL. But his offensive line's not awesome, and it helps a lot when you've got a really nice surrounding cast, which he does not have here. Guys, I'm shocked too, man. I thought he was going to be better than this, but at some point we just got to say, okay, cut the losses. Let's move on. Let's go to the next guy. T. Park with another super chat. We appreciate you very much, brother. 0 advantage with number 1 in the game. It does seem that way. And also, Pipe Layer says that Thorne sucked at Michigan State, and he would know because he watched Michigan State all the time. He's a Purdue fan. We like Purdue. We love Purdue. And watched Michigan State play a bunch up there. So I think we all agree that Thorne is playing poorly right now. So GW says put Chandler Cox in. We don't have no time for pirouettes, bro. Pirouettes don't get us any points. Courtney passed along a picture of Zeke. Look at him. He's just chilling on the stairs. What an absolute stud. That's the life, isn't it? That is the absolute life right there. I love that cat already. I've only known him like 10 hours. I already love him. Diego says Robbie plays with heat. Peyton plays with fear. That's probably true, Diego. I agree with that statement. They're going to go with Robbie in the second half. I mean, they have to. There's not even like a thought about it. Come on now. Let's be real. All right, so LSU's just going to clock it, and why not? They're up 20-7 at halftime, and they've done a lot of work, and they've done a nice job. So, a well-earned advantage for LSU here at the halftime. Although, I will say the second half was much better from an Auburn perspective, right? Auburn technically outscored them 7-3. Let me see some of these stats here. Sorry, I was trying to look at some of these. I get confused on some of these stats. Okay, here we go. Quarter half. Second quarter only. Total yards were 93-62 LSU's favor. I mean, so that's a lot better than 216-45, which is what it was early. Auburn had 52 rushing yards to their 22. So Auburn got its running game a little bit sorted. At least they started accentuating it better. Third downs in the second quarter only. Auburn was 2 of 5. They were 1 of 3. So Auburn definitely, and time of possession was even in the second quarter where it was way in their favor in the first quarter. So, I mean, Auburn played a much better brand of football in the second quarter, we'll be honest. Now, is it going to be enough? Unlikely. Hey, Corey's in the house. What up, brother? Of course, it's 20-7, feels like 42-7. I might disagree with you on that one. I don't know. I like the way they've been competing in the second quarter, but they got to make a change of quarterback. Neil, my man Neil, is in the house. He says, morning, Jay. Neil's been watching us from the greater Glasgow, Scotland area. Glasgow. I don't know how we say that. Glasgow? Glasgow. Neil, of course, our number one fan in all of Scotland. He is actually Welsh, but he's in Scotland. And he is definitely, I can say this very confidently, he is married to a bunker 9.5, I would say. The bunker would be a very big fan of her. So we're fired up that he's hanging out with us very early in the morning for him. Melody mentioned in the chat here last drive, Robbie had 20 yards, Peyton had 0 yards. Listen, man, everybody here is clamoring for Peyton Thorne, including me. So I would be shocked, absolutely floored, if they come out in the second half and don't go to Robbie. And I would probably interpret that as they're not that worried about winning, that they've got something else on their mind, because there's just no way, I think, after seeing what happened in the second quarter, that you're not going to go and make a change there. But we are going to do something different, because we're going to get Coach Hunter on the horn, and we're going to ask him. Because Coach Hunter knows stuff.
JG.
Coach Hunter, what up, bro?
Hey, man, what's good?
Well, not this game so much. Although they were better in the second quarter.
Yeah, kind of got through the offensive onslaught that LSU hit them with early, adjusted to it, had one really good touchdown drive all the way through. Man, if they could have capitalized on that takeaway by the defense on that second to last possession right there, really could have made the ball game.
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, but do you think they got to make a change here?
I don't necessarily think they have to make a change. I think they've got to make a change in the way that they're calling plays for Thorne right here. They abandoned the run game. I say abandoned. They threw early on the first 3 offensive possessions, and I think that was by design to lighten the box, to open the run game later. And it may be a necessary sacrifice, maybe not. I think they've got it to where they want it now. I think they've got a motion to empty, have some design quarterback runs, motion from empty back into 10 personnel, manipulate where LSU aligns, manipulate where they can put Perkins. If you've watched the LSU's last couple games when they gave up a lot of points, that's one thing that they did, is that the teams kept them off balance in terms of where their strengths and where their best players were, and then ran read option conflict plays, quarterback bash concept, stretch one way, quarterback counter the other, things like that. Both Auburn QBs can run. I think they need to see a lot of that in the second half.
But you don't necessarily think you've got to switch quarterbacks to do that, right? Because Peyton's been a decent runner.
Yeah, I don't think you have to switch quarterbacks. I think Ashford's a great athlete, and can do the run part of it really, really well. But other than the bootleg passes, the really easy play action dump off, he limits you severely in the passing game, which is already limited in terms, because there's no ability to get separation on the outside. Ashford made a really good point on television that Thorne's strength is throwing to catch radius receivers on RPOs and play actions, And when he does get the ball there, we've seen it all year long. Auburn doesn't have guys to make contested catches.
Contested catches, well said. He was talking about that in the press conference the other day.
Yeah, like you've got to, especially some of these big receivers, is really surprising. Thought Cam Brown kind of popped early on the RPO schemes, RPO slants. They need to come back to that, even if it's not the same route. Run the RPO based on the leverage that you're getting. If you're getting inside leverage, run the RPO comeback, so that if that corner squeezes inside for run at all, you're throwing the comeback or the outcut on the backside. If they're giving you straight up or outside leverage like they were early, keep attacking the slants. Use the middle of the field more. Auburn hasn't tried to go to the middle of the field of the passing game really at all yet. The one time they did, it was open. That ball got batted down on the third down on the last possession. He made a really good read on the drive route, and Hooks was sitting there wide open. Whether or not he would have caught it, TBD, but it was the right read, the right throw, and a good call.
I just feel like Peyton, I'm not trying to argue you. I know you know a lot more football than I do, but I feel like Peyton, he had some throws that were open he didn't even hit,
That's true. Now, he was off on some. He was off on some, but I think a lot of that is a combination of they're overwhelming the offensive front a lot in pressure situations. Miller struggled at right tackle. Pressure's coming from his right early and often, and he's had trouble with pre-snap communication. You've seen the play clock bleed down really, really low, him have to reiterate audibles at the line of scrimmage. That's the Tiger Stadium effect. That's a real thing. But I don't think you can abandon ship with him yet. It's still a close game. I'm sure they, have done their homework. They've got a game plan. They've seen what other teams have done, and now you got a half of data to work with. I think you still mix in your rotation and your plays with Robbie when necessary, or the opportunity presents itself.
Damn, we got a guy in the chat says, "Get this guy off the phone, Hunter." You got some critics out here. Not just teasing you, man. We don't listen to these outliers. You've proven yourself over a course of 15 years.
That dude's probably right, man.
I'd like to see him say that to your face, though. I would like to watch it. You're a physically intimidating individual, although you're a cool guy. Defensively, man, that first drive was as bad as I have ever seen from Auburn. Just absolutely got run over, man.
Well, yeah, got run over, and Roberts' defense is, with as complex as it is and how many moving parts there are, when you got a read option offense, it's tough, and LSU was doing a really good job of switching their strengths and taking the option responsibilities across to the other side of the field, and then put Auburn in a bind. And then a couple times they missed tackles in single one-on-one situations in those option responses. So good drive, very well orchestrated drive by LSU. I did think Auburn, after a couple possessions, adjusted pretty well.
What would you do here in the second half? What are you expecting to see if Auburn's going to make this thing right?
Lots of motions, quarterback run on early down, get into third, fight to get into 3rd and 4 or less. Like, that needs to be your mindset. Fight to get into 3rd and 4 or less on the first 2 downs. Don't try to get chunk plays early. After you get a couple, then you can chase a big play. Make the 3rd downs manageable so you take the pressure off the quarterback, give them a chance to do multiple things where they can get it with their arm, their leg, or the short pass. And don't turn the ball over.
And then anything defensively? I mean, I feel like they kind of tightened up in the second quarter.
They did tighten up. They're going to have to roll the dice a little bit more in terms of bringing edge pressure, especially let's say you've got the back to the left in a formation with the passing strength to the right. Bring that pressure off the back end. Force Daniels to hand it off, or that when he pulls it, there's a bonus guy there, to make him speed up his pass progression. So roll the dice a little bit more with backside pressures. Continue to tackle well in space. The safeties are doing a really good job coming down and attacking the in-breaking routes on the RPOs the last 2 possessions. Got to keep doing that.
Hunter, we learned so much about football when you have you on the air, so we appreciate you giving us some time, my man.
Hey, man, appreciate y'all. Hope we see a really good second half, brother. War Eagle.
See you, man. Appreciate you. There he is, Coach Hunter. Man, so for those of you who don't know, and Jeff in the chat who's been ragging on him, Hunter played linebacker at Troy State, and he's been coaching ever since then, and he is the son of a Hall of Fame coach. The guy knows football, I mean, period. He's a head coach here in the state of Alabama at a pretty big school, so he knows the game. He knows ball. I don't know that I agree with him. Very rarely do I disagree with him on something. So his attitude, actually, we kind of concur in a way. I think most of us agree they need to run the football more. He thinks they can do that with Peyton. And Peyton has been a pretty effective runner. I feel like with Robbie, he's a better runner, but maybe that kind of tips their hand a little bit more in a way that maybe Peyton doesn't do as much. But at the same time, like in theory, you would respect Peyton more as a passer. But if you're watching this game, if you're LSU's defensive coordinator, you're probably not really scared of what he can do in the passing game at this point. So I don't know. I would, me being JG, I would defer to Hunter at this point, and I would just give it a shot. Maybe we go with Peyton and run the football a little bit more. I feel like we're aiming for the same goal here, which is we got to get to 3rd and short. Or even maybe not even get to 3rd down, like just get first downs before that. He thinks you got to focus on getting the chains where you want them rather than taking chunk throws, which I think they were trying to do too much of that. Let's throw some deep balls to Mardner, to Hooks, one of them to Coy Moore, and just see who can win a 50-50. I think that's specious. I don't like the idea there. So run the football. If they want to do it with Peyton, that's fine. Smart people, learned people can disagree on that. We're going to get Kozan on here. He said he could spend some time with us, and Alex, of course, an offensive guru. a guy who played offensive line at Auburn for a number of years, and he's an awesome caller too.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, what up, Alex? How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you good? Uh-oh. Did I lose you? It says microphone muted. That's my fault. Somehow. I don't know how I screwed that up, guys. Let me get him back. Hopefully I'll be good on this one.
Hello.
Hey, Alex, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm sorry. I think that was on my end, dude. Totally my fault.
That's all good.
Talk to me about this first half, man. What are you seeing out there?
I mean, I think, given the way the game started, they got up 17-zip pretty quick there. So the fact that it's still a 2-score game at halftime, I think you'd take that. But it's looking rough outside of that touchdown drive on offense. So they had that, getting that touchdown when they did was huge in the game, and to make it 17-7. But again, I think the things we've seen all year with the passing game struggles, if you take away those couple of slants, they really haven't done much. So you're hoping for a little bit more coming out of the bye week. And at this point, the thing I keep thinking with this offense is I really don't know what you can hang your hat on here, and that just makes it tough. I mean, the run game is okay at times, but it's not good enough to set up the play action and make it easier for the quarterbacks. And because the passing game's so weak, they're bringing more in the box, and it just makes it harder to run the football. So it's kind of a compounding effect there, and there's just not a lot you can do there. But I think, hey, the defense, give them credit after they went down 17-0, got that turnover, got a couple stops. So you'll take that. I think, again, this is one where, the offense has to do something to come out of halftime here to keep it in a game, or else I think LSU is going to keep making some plays here.
Listen, the offense looks so bad in the first quarter, Alex. Is there something to playing in a place like Tiger Stadium? You've done it yourself. Is it easy to kind of get off course because it's so loud and so raucous?
Well, I think penalties get you off course, right? So when you have a false start or a procedure or what have you, that gets you behind, and that makes it even tougher. So the noise definitely plays a part in that. And I think the first drive they had, 2 false starts. When this offense can't afford to get behind the chains, just the way it is, there's not a playmaker that's going to make you right consistently. So that's not something you can afford to do. So yeah, definitely playing, in Tiger Stadium, some of the other loud stadiums in the conference, it definitely plays a factor. But I wouldn't say beyond that. That's kind of a self-imposed mistake. Beyond that, I wouldn't say that the noise itself makes it harder.
Gotcha. Okay. At right tackle, Too Tall Miller, Xavier Miller is having a hard time. What advice would you have for him? What can he do to kind of tighten up a little bit over there, because he's getting hit pretty hard?
Yeah, I mean, for him, I think, and I haven't watched him in depth every single play, but I'd say, if you can just stay in front of your man, if you get beat after 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds, then it's on the rest of the offense to make it right. Just don't get beat clean. That's something I'd say whenever we've had someone come into the game or might have been struggling. It's just get in front of them and we can make it right, and we can work around that. But if you get beat clean and the defender's past you and half a second, that's where big problems happen. So
for sure.
that would be what I'd say.
I have been advocating some of the other people. I'm sorry, go ahead, Alex.
And you can give him some help too. Long passing downs, slide to his side, tell him to set more aggressively. The guard can help him out. If that defense then comes inside, you can give him a chip. There's ways to help a tackle that's struggling, but it just depends on the down and distance and situation.
Do you feel like they need to go to more of a run-heavy attack here? I just feel like Peyton is not doing what I'm expecting him to do in the throwing game. Do you think they should go to Robbie maybe and run the ball more? The caller we had earlier thought, Coach Hunter thought maybe run the football, but with Peyton. What are you thinking on that?
Yeah, I just don't Peyton has some nice runs every now and then, but to me, it seems to be when the defense, he catches the defense off guard, not necessarily something they're expecting or preparing for. So if you're going to a run-heavy offense with featuring more quarterback runs, I have a hard time seeing that working. To me, there's a way to make the offense work with Robbie Ashford, and I think you need to bring in an extra lineman as a blocker, and that's how you do it. But they just haven't fully committed to that. I think in my head, what makes sense, it won't be pretty, it'll be ugly, but that's probably the best way at this point to get points in every game. I'm not saying it's going to be a high flying offense or anything like that, but I think that's probably the best shot at this point, because I was really hoping coming out of the bye week that there would be some gains in the passing game with Peyton and the receivers. And at this point, I think you just have to be honest. It's just not there.
Yeah. It almost seems like the passing game's kind of speculative, Alex. I mean, like they're just kind of throwing balls up and saying, hey, let's see if somebody can make a play, and they're not, and that's not good enough.
Yeah. Again, it comes back to there's nothing in this offense that the offensive coordinator and play caller can feel confident in. And that's on the coach, too. That's not just on the players, because you have to figure that out and build around your strengths. And these are the players they selected out of the transfer portal, and some of them they recruited. So that's on them just as much. But when you don't have anything that you can really lean on, it gets tough out there.
Yeah. And that's one of the things you said in the very beginning, Alex, is what does this offense hang their hat on? This is game 6, I guess, and we still don't really know. That's a problem, right?
It's a problem if you're trying to win games.
Yeah, we're in that business. Yeah.
Yeah. So, hey, they've got. I don't think the talent is so bad to where they can't put something together, but I think you just have to change what you're doing a little bit. And to me, that's using a little bit more of a simpler offense, using bigger blockers, and just riding behind Robbie and let the chips fall where they may. I think that's the best shot at this point, in my opinion.
Word. It ain't about pretty; it's about winning games, brother. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
All right, Alex.
All right.
I appreciate you spending some time with us, my man.
Yeah, no doubt. Have a good one.
See you, brother. There he goes, Alex Kozan, former Auburn offensive lineman and all-around stud. We love Alex Kozan. Love having him on the show. And he definitely knows football. Just to kind of go back through, if you guys weren't listening, Coach Hunter, whose opinion I respect without any kind of qualification, I just respect it all the time. He thinks they should go to maybe a little more running offense with Peyton, because Peyton has been a very useful runner in the last 2 games, or game and a half, whatever. He was a factor against Georgia. We got to acknowledge that. And he was a factor tonight so far, except he had a big run, a first down run called back on a penalty. Alex had a good point, though, and I think he articulated something that I was thinking but I didn't say. Peyton is a decent runner, but he's only kind of a runner when he's a de facto runner, not necessarily as an attacker himself. That's probably more like Robbie's thing. So if I had to poll, I would say Hunter would roll with Thorne and Alex would roll with Robbie. Interesting difference of opinion on that. 2 guys who really know what they're talking about, so I'm not sure what to do there. As you guys know, when I went into the calls, I was advocating switching to Robbie. Now I'm kind of undecided. I don't know what I want to do. I like the idea of what Hunter said, which is cater the play calls more to what Peyton can do in the run game. I'm not sure I even know what Peyton is fully capable of in the run game. That might be the problem. Also, Alex said something amazing. What are they hanging their hat on? What does this offense hang their hat on? We don't know. It's kind of weird, but we don't know right now. AU Taxman had a super chat during a Hunter's call, I believe. He said, Swoogan of the Night should get to name the cat. Hey, man, I got to deal with this cat for the next 10 years. Let me name it. His name at the shelter was Herschel, and I think they just kind of gave him that name. Peyton on the sideline to start. I changed it to Zeke or Ezekiel because Herschel to me just sounds like I'm not interested in that. Thank you, AU Taxman. That's a good idea, though. And also Hayden Harris. Oh, we love Hayden. Says, I think the Tigers will win. Appreciate you, JGT. I love the attitude, man. All right, we got the second half started right now. And they have gone with Robbie, and Robbie gets about 6 inches on his first run. But that's okay. It's just one. God, I love it when, seriously, as a former college student and somebody who liked fighting with people in college, like not physical fighting, but in philosophy class, just fussing with people. I love it when two people I respect a lot have a difference of opinion. I love it. It looks like at this point, Alex ended up being closer to what they were going to actually end up doing, but whatever. But, of course, a hold. All right, guys, deep cleansing breath. Deep cleansing breath after the hold on the first play from scrimmage. Was it a hold? I didn't see. I was too busy battling to notice if it was a proper hold or not. Robbie's out in the open. 10-yard gain. Just kind of making the most of a bad situation, but that's what he does. He can run the football. That's going to be a manageable, like we're staying on schedule. That's something that Hunter was really pushing. Stop worrying about chunk plays. Stop worrying about any kind of passing game telemetry. Stay on schedule. So it's a 2nd and 10 now. They have overcome the holding penalty. Robbie's going to throw the football. That's actually a good throw. And a catch made. Brandon Frazier. Brandon fucking Frazier. Look at this. Coach Hunter talked about this at halftime. Contested balls. Win some contested balls. That was a contested ball. Good throw. Great contested ball win for Brandon Frazier. Outstanding. All right, there you go. Hand the ball to Jeremiah Cobb. He's got some room. Fucking first down. There we go. All right, let's get an applause for that, too. All right, guys, rolling. Well, that's some good defense, too, honestly. But Brandon, first of all, a tremendous throw. Right where Brandon needed it. And then a catch. Amazing. Brandon Frazier was not who I had. Jeremiah Cobb with another strong run. It's 5 or 6 yards on first down. Here we go. Cooking, baby. Cooking. Philip Montgomery's going to be a genius after all. Look at this guy. Sam H says, is Robbie starting yet? My man. That's what I'm talking about. Wizard Dragon says, so, yep, about time to bring Thorne back in, LOL. T-Roy Tiger says 2 catches for Frazier. Does he really have 2 catches? I forgot the first one. Oh, God. Hey, good throwaway by Robbie. Smart. I like it. Savvy. I'm going to go back in here and see if... Yes, Brandon Frazier is the leading receiver for Auburn. 2 catches for 49 yards. How about that? You're amazing, dude. Sometimes you got to let your balls hang out there. Hey, that's a smart play by Robbie. It's not his fault. All right, 3rd and 5, guys. I mean, a touchdown sure would be nice here. Jeff J says, let him throw. Cornerback blitz. A pretty obvious one. Telegraphed it. No adjustment. Whether that's Robbie's fault or not, I have no idea. I'll never be able to adjudicate that. I guess that's actually a linebacker blitz, isn't it? Or no, it's a nickel. All right, McPherson's going to come in for the field goal attempt from about, 31 maybe? Oh, boy. Quaddlebomb says, no, sir. No, sir, you're not going to do that. I'm seeing defensive encroachment on that, yo. Oh, this would be a clutch-ass fucking encroachment call here. Absolutely clutch. Quattlebaum, no. Don't you dare call that on Quattlebaum. Attaboy. That's the right call. You did the right thing. Wizard Dragon said something. We never adjust on those blitzes. You are so right, bro. I don't want to say never, but rarely. Like, doesn't happen enough. All right, so that makes the kick a little more doable for McPherson, although his range is pretty good. This is going to be, what, a 35-ish yarder, 37-yarder, something like that. Good hold, good kick, right down the middle, Daniel Carlson-esque. And that is going to be a field goal. We got a field goal song, don't we? That's not our field goal song, though, but here's the field goal song. Got him. All right, 10-20. Only down 10 now, guys. Only down 10. In a game that we thought was completely lost for good. Auburn was absolute dog water in the first quarter. Much better in the second quarter. And a encouraging opening drive to the third quarter. Neil says, McPherson, my guy. I think McPherson may be Welsh. I don't know that. He probably should be. He seems to have that Welsh tenacity. Spicy P says Harold Perkins is abusing Xavier Miller. I'm not sure that's true, but he sure did on that one play. John says Hugh was calling plays on that drive. Interesting. Is it going to be some kind of a deal where, like, when things go well, it's Hugh, but when things go poorly, it's Phillip? I could see a deal like that. Hey, I love it, man. It's good for drama. It's good for the soap opera. I like what Kozan said on the call, though. He said it's not going to be pretty, but I think if you're trying to win the game, you go with Robbie and you start running the football. And that's what they did on that drive. They got the 3 points. They've got it down to 10-point deficit. I mean, LSU's probably going to be scoring more points. I get it. But, like, at this stage in the game, that's a fine start for Auburn, honestly, based on what's going on. CDF says, haven't watched yet. What did I miss? How far back you going, bro? They've actually been pretty decent since the second quarter started, but they've been trash. Trash bag in the first quarter. Jeff said, what did Hunter say? Jeff, you were the one trashing him when he was on the horn. You should have been listening. That's why you were trashing him. But the notes I took were change the plays and not the quarterback. Kind of do some things that help Peyton be more effective. Keep an eye on Harold Perkins, which came big on that third down play. Got to win some contested catches, which Brandon Frazier did there, which is the biggest play of that drive. Attack the middle of the field, which was the Brandon Frazier play, middle of the field. He talked about Xavier Miller struggling. We just talked about that too. Harold got him pretty good on that one. He wants to see more motion just to kind of spread out LSU's second-level defenders. More quarterback runs, got to stay on schedule. And he also said got to find a little more pressure, create a little more pressure on defense, which we haven't really seen yet because LSU is about to take its first possession of the second half. But, I mean, Coach Hunter, as usual, right on the money. I'm telling you, the guy is absolute. He is an absolute treasure, a true American treasure. Courtney sent along this tweet from Brian Matthews, who we love and adore because Brian's an absolute stud. Auburn's offense shows improvement on second drive. Drive 1, -5 yards. Drive 2, 2 yards. God, I love Brian, man. He's so funny. Okay. All right. So, fucking A. He absolutely just ran through a fucking arm tackle there about 40 yards back. Who in the world was responsible for that mistake? $13. So Auburn has a very encouraging drive to open the second half and then concedes a kickoff return that gets them to minus 39. Fuck me, man. Yeah, Jeff says Coach Hunter wanted to keep PT and GTFO. Hold on, man. He did want to keep Peyton in, but he wanted to do the things we wanted to do running the football. He thought that they needed to shift the play calling focus in a different direction, which we all agreed something had to change. I like that little power run right there. That's the kind of stuff I would be doing if I was LSU. I cannot believe how many snaps Zykevious Walker's been playing tonight. Like, God bless. So many snaps, dude. I bet he averages 7 snaps a game. And I bet he's going to finish tonight with 40 snaps, 50 snaps. It's a problem, man. Mo Nasili Kite, that's a loss, man. That's a big loss. I know he wasn't a stud per se, but he gave you something, man. Oh, look at... Oh! Was that K in again? Who was that sliding in there? That should have been a TFL, man. It's a missed opportunity, yo. But there's a flag down. And Malik Neighbors seems to think it's going to be against his team. Illegal shift. Anthony Arth is ragging on Cam Riley for a miss on the on the kickoff. I'm trying to see what the deal is here. So I didn't see the illegal shift there, but I'm not an expert, so. Well, let's see what happens. 3rd and 7. Listen, guys, we just need to stop here. Let's get a stop. It's time for a stop. Got Cam Riley over the nose here. Let's see what he backs out. They're going to go zone under. No pressure. Now, see, that's just the kind of throw right there that, like, a stud quarterback makes to a stud receiver. Like, that is a tough-ass play to make. And they made it. That's not the first time tonight. I think they made 3 plays like that. I think DJ is just beside himself because the coverage was terrific. And they still made a play there. Casa DP, what's up, bro? Hey, everybody. How we doing? Glad to have Casa DP here. Also, Neil J coming in says, let's get the stop and back in the game. I love the optimism. I do. I'm kind of confused about why we're doing so many different player highlight shots right now. What are we doing? Wow, this is going to be a really interesting game from a snap count perspective. Cam Riley's playing way more than normal. Zeke Walker's playing way more than normal. Ah, it's another missed tackle, man. Justin Rogers has got to at least get your arms on him. What up, Cassidy P? I know we missed you there in the first half. Glad to have you in the second half. I think you're good luck, bro. Whale Driver says, just setting our front four is not working, ... ever. It does seem that way. It seems like they've always got to do something special. Hey, there's a good play, though. He was trying to sneak out, and Marcus Harris said, no, sir. I don't think so. Not up in here. Not up in here. So they got a third and fairly long here, 3rd and 7. This is where Auburn really needs to kind of tighten up a little bit. They made a great play on 3rd down before to get themselves an extension. And let's see if they can make another great play. Jaden Daniels, he has been up to the task tonight, that's for sure. Let's see if Auburn's going to dial up some kind of an unusual pressure. They're doing a lot of exchanges here. Auburn is bringing pressure from the outside. He got picked up. That's not good. And that's a touchdown.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
So Jaden Daniels did what you would expect him to do. He saw pressure coming, extra pressure from that right side, and he threw to the right side, knowing that they were a man down. Zion Puckett came through, which means he knows there's a safety that's down on that side, and he threw to Lacey, who beat his man and didn't have safety help because that safety was coming. Smart football from a guy who plays smart football. He's a damn good football player. 27-10 is where we're at now. I got a soundbite I got to play.
The danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
We are in the danger zone here, guys. Down 17 with 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. One could argue that Auburn has been in the danger zone since early in the first quarter, but be that as it may, this is a pressure situation right here. But pressure situation or not, I will continue drinking. I am drinking the Barrel Vantage bourbon tonight. Some delicious stuff from our friends at Barrel in Louisville, Kentucky. This is a blend of whiskeys from Indiana, Tennessee, and Kentucky, which is probably MGP, Dickel, and Barton would be my guess. I don't know that. It sure is tasty. It's a blend of straight bourbon whiskeys finished in Mizunara, French, and toasted American oak barrels. 118 proof. I'm at peace with that. Georgia Rebel says the crazy hot matrix, LOL. That's a man who knows his stuff. Georgia Rebel, so glad to see you, bro. One of my favorite folks from the Rebel Grove site, and I know it's going to be a tough week coming up because Auburn's playing Auburn's playing Ole Miss next week, and there's going to be a lot of chatter about JG, and because I used to be, I wouldn't say beloved, but partially respected over at Rebel Grove, and now I'm universally hated for for various reasons. Some of them legit and others not. But the Georgia Rebel, I appreciate you being over here, bro. You've always been a supporter, a level-headed supporter from Rebel Grove, and I still love you guys, and I still really like Ole Miss as a place. I like Ole Miss as a people, I like Ole Miss as a team, and that's how it goes. Let's see. J.R. Harris says, "Good night, Jay. Beer is gone. Hope gone. Good night, folks." What do we got? Do we have a song? Do we have a sound for that? Here, this is what he said. This is what we would say to you, JR.
I want to wrestle you so freaking bad.
Neil says, "Keep drinking, JG. I'm right with you." Attaboy. What are you drinking tonight, Neil? What do you got in your glass? Brah. By the way, I saw you sent me a picture earlier of your backyard, which I was very jealous of. My backyard is like the size of this room, no shit. And you've got this spacious, beautiful background. I'm just like, I'm so jelly. So jelly. Cassidy P jumps in with another. Have we seen Razor Ramon tonight? I'm in the dark. He was playing earlier. He played like ass, pretty much. He had one really nice run, and it was called back on a penalty that was not his fault. But in general, no, he hasn't really done very much tonight. Also, Cassidy P says Neil can EAD. He's not talking about Neil N-E-I-L. He's talking about Neil N-E-A-L, Neil McCready, which I don't know. You're entitled to your own opinion, obviously, but I wouldn't say that. I have not spoken to Neil since November, so I guess we're not friends anymore. He's somebody I liked a lot and considered a good friend, but he doesn't love me anymore for reasons that I don't know and probably will never know because I've asked and I didn't get an answer. Steven says, "Prepare yourself, Jay." Oh, God. What does that mean, Steven? I'm scared. It scares me. It scares me when you say that. I have been over to Rebel Grove. Okay, sticking with Robbie. That's good. This gives me hope. That made it look like an RPO, but it really wasn't. Just a little run of Jarquez. And we got Muskrat in there. I wonder who he is playing for. Muskrat is probably the sixth offensive lineman. He can play pretty much anywhere. I wouldn't necessarily think of him as a right tackle, but I could see him pretty much anywhere else. Well, no, let's just say guard or center. Let's see where he's lined up at. Looks like he's at right tackle. He is at right tackle. That's probably a bad read by Robbie right there. So, Coach Hunter, again, was talking about Xavier Miller. Actually, Alex was as well. I asked him about it, saying Xavier's having a lot of trouble, and so now they're going to Muskrat to see if he can do a little bit better. Getting kind of eat up by Harold Perkins over there. Although Muskrat did fine on that particular snap right there, but that takes more than one, you know. Let's see. Goose Flat says, JGT, is this just the talent gap we're seeing due to transfers and lack of recruiting under Harshit? Yeah, more or less, yeah. I don't think the offense has to suck this bad. I mean, dude, that is 3 plays to Jarquez, 3 plays where he didn't have a chance to win, and he didn't win. What a weird possession that was. God bless, man. Cass DP jumps into the super chat, says, so were Robbie Fence? How bad was Razor tonight? I mean, I've seen him worse. He was worse against A&M, I think, but he was not a plus. Like, at all. So I don't really know how to assess that. I don't know. Wow, North Carolina and Miami going head-to-head there, 14-14. Interesting. Let's see. Georgia Rebel says Neil doesn't give a damn about Ole Miss, to be honest. Okay. What's up, Alex? How you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. I just haven't been to games in a long time. Make this make sense. Good grief. It's funny to me, too. I mean, it's strange to me, too. But we're talking about the Bayou, man. We're not even talking about the game, the actual game when it matters. You just have to hope for a hold, and you just hope that you can have like a do-over on offense. I'm going to play it again. I've already played it once, but I'm going to play it again.
Danger zone. This is your redheads, your strippers, anyone named Tiffany. This is where your car gets keyed, you get a bunny in the pot, your tires get slashed, and you wind up in jail.
It's not going well, guys. I feel like Auburn's offense is like piecemealing a little bit, and LSU's offense is just taking off like a rocket. And the only thing you can hope for at this point, first of all, is to hold this to a field goal. Second of all, is just try to get something back on offense. My God. There you go, Eugene. Nice tackle. Let's see. Fresh Boy, what's up, bro? It says, man, Gus's offense was better than this against the all-time elite defenses. But hold on, man. So when you're sitting there talking about Gus's offenses, you're talking about his fully fleshed out, like, 6 years of recruiting offenses. Yeah, I get you. Dude, he's had 1 year of trying to fix Harsin's shit and put together a decent little class and then trying to transfer portal his, like, 15 holes as best he could. Now, I think he did a hell of a job, but he's starting at damn near scratch. Like, so no, I don't think this is a fair comparison. Oh, for fuck's sake. Guys. Got a hold, though. That's coming back. Hey, Julia, what's up? I haven't seen you in a while. I think it was like last year. OMG pulls the quarterback on third down. I was surprised myself. What does this say? Yeah, welcome. Breaking news from CNN. So student loan payments are back. You know, guess what? They always have been. Solo Tigre says trying to fill 15 holes at once is incredibly draining and exhausting, TBH. Got you. Look at the pressure on Jaden Daniels. I'm just kidding. It wasn't really pressure.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
This is getting bad, guys. It's kind of reminiscent of the first. Put your shirt on. Put your shirt on. It's kind of reminiscent of the first quarter. Now Auburn had a fine drive to open the third quarter, which they didn't do in the first quarter. But now it's just getting yucky. Eddie Robinson, I'm with you, bro. He's just like, what the hell was that? And I'm kind of wondering the same thing. God, man. Well, guys. Got Ole Miss next week at Jordan-Hare Stadium. It's going to be a night game. Lane Kiffin bringing his high-flying offense into Jordan-Hare. Maine says, I just decommitted. Come on, Maine. Stay with us, bro. Stay with us. Oh, my gosh. Guys, what do we get? What? I don't even want to update these stats, but we'll just do it because we ought to do it, really. Peyton is 6 of 14. I don't even want to talk about this. He's 6 of 14. I don't even know. Do the yards even matter? Do we care? 40 yards. Auburn is at 89 yards. Now, if you know, ESPN's got a big boner for Auburn not having thrown for 100 yards against a Division I opponent in like 5 or 6 games, which is true, by the way. But, yeah, it might get broken tonight. I hope they just do that to shut them up. Jeremiah, 5 carries for 33. Robbie's 5 for 19. Batia's 4 of 16, where he was before. Jarquez is at 6 carries for 13. God, he's better than that. It is crazy how, like, the symmetry between Auburn and my Raiders is just amazing. Because, like, the Raiders have Josh Jacobs. I know you guys hate him because he's a Bammer, but he's the Raiders tailback. And he has numbers like this every week almost. And it's because his offensive line sucks, and it's because his offensive coordinator doesn't accentuate him. And so it looks like he's having this terrible year. Jarquez Hunter is a good tailback. Brian Batia is a really good tailback. And Jeremiah Cobb is a really good tailback. And they can't put up numbers for reasons that are outside of their control. It drives me crazy. Julia says probably the most prescient thing in the entire chat tonight. She says, it's going to take a good coach to rebuild this shitty offense. Interesting you would say that. I think it's going to have to be Hugh. I think Phillips going to have to go. And I think Hugh's going to have to take over the offense. And I know he wants to recruit and all that. And I think he's been good at it. But, geez Louise, something's going to have to happen. Casa DP says, what if we play the Ken Steele 3-7-1-D? Would that be better? Let me think about 3-7-1 for a minute. 3 down linemen, 7 linebackers, and 1 safety. I like it. Well, why not? This isn't working great. Raven, the legend himself, says, stop the damn match. Jim Ross, WWE. Somehow, some way, you just got to dig deeper. Not you, Raven, but the Auburn Tigers. What did we work on during the bye week? Bye, B-I, hashtag real talk. I like that. I'm going to give you an applause for that. I like the hashtag real talk after that. It really brings it home for me. So, there's a lot of questions. The 34 on defense doesn't shock me, honestly. Because LSU's the best, in my opinion, the best offensive team in the league. And probably one of the 5 or 10 best in the country. Jay Daniels is really good. Malik Neighbors is really good. The tailback, they have 3 really that are good. So I'm not surprised to give up 34, but the offense just seems so impotent. And it's like, I feel like there's ways you can get these yards back. Like, you don't have to be this shitty from a statistical perspective. Okay, there's a flag out there, and tell me this is not going to be against Auburn. It's going to be the tight end from Nebraska is going to get an unsportsmanlike conduct. He just looked guilty to me. His name is escaping me right now, but he's like the Katie Johnson of the football team. It's going to be at 84. It's on 84, isn't it? I think I read his lips and he said 84, didn't he? I can't remember his name for the life of me, but he's the tight end from Nebraska. And he was like fighting the guy out of bounds. No. They're not going to put Peyton back out there. They're not putting Peyton. No! 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 Why? Robbie, I feel your pain, my guy. I do. I feel your pain. What the fuck? Oh, my God. They're going to put Peyton Thorne back out there. And oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Dude, even Brian Batiste pissed off. And he's like the nicest guy. Kyle says, that's it, I'm done. He says, I'm done. That's it, I'm done. Stu Pup, my man, he keeps the streak alive. I love Stu Pup. He's amazing. Hey, there's a first down throw, though, to be fair. And there's a foul. It's going to be a face mask on 15, though. He says, there's no hope, guys. Do we have a soundbite for there's no hope? Do we have a soundbite for that? Do we? Wait, hold on. One of these?
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Hey, that's another 15 yards. That's a 29-yard pass right there, guys. So why don't you chill out on that? Malcolm Johnson Jr., attaboy. Way to draw that face mask. Nice job, nice job, nice job. Chris H., what up, bro? Says, pours a Weller red. My man. Fellow bourbon enthusiast, Chris H., by the way. And an absolute stud. I'm curious to see what they change this play call to here. Oh, okay. Great. That was great. That was a great play call change. I like it. Oh, has Auburn hit 100 yards on passing now? So we can shut that stuff off? Auburn currently, as a team, is 9 of 18 for 102. All right. That's good. 7 of 15 for 53 for Peyton. Oh, my God. Jay Fair made a fucking play. Yes. It's another contested ball that Jay Fair pulled in. I mean, I'm not ragging on Jay. Jay's actually been a playmaker this year, honestly. But it's just nice to see somebody make a play. He got hit right as the ball got there, and he held on to the ball. So nice job. That's kind of like a sail concept, except he didn't really run a sail route, but that's okay. It's fine. He was going more vertical on that. Auburn going 2x2, which is a set they don't use very much. Maybe this is a self-scout type situation from the off week. I don't know. Now they're going 3x2. They thought they were going to trick somebody there, and they didn't do shit. Peyton, that's a bad read, bro. You got to cut that inside and get the extra 6 yards. Fuck. Blake says our receivers couldn't catch the Rona. This is 2020 except Jay Fair. Yeah, they thought they were going to get Luke. I think that's Luke open on that post route, and it just didn't happen. God, somebody mentioned this earlier. Why is Auburn making LSU look like the 85 Bears all of a sudden? Like 10 points? Fuck. Caleb Burton with another catch. How about that? All right, so it's going to be 3rd and 4-ish. Something like that. Hunter says y'all didn't believe me. Hunter, we believed you, bro. I promise you we did. Like, everybody in this chat is like, it's fucking done. Like, after the first quarter, everybody's like, done. We're just trying to not be super cynical. That's all. Cynicism will get you nowhere in life, I'm telling you. It will not make you smarter, and it will certainly not make you happier. So don't do it. Don't play into cynicism. It's bad for you. Who are you looking at? It's a first down play. Like, Rivaldo's open at the sticks for the first down. And Peyton throws the ball twice too fucking hard. He throws it too high, and the ball can't be caught. I don't blame Rivaldo for that. Oh, Rivaldo's got one-on-one, though, down here at the bottom. I like this with no safety. No safety help. There you go. There you go. Hey, that pass was good enough, and Rivaldo caught that one. Ed D, I know, man. He's got to make a better throw. That was on the previous throw. I get it, but the first down throw wasn't perfect, but it was good enough. That's a bad read right there. I think he should have kept that ball. He gave the ball to Jarquez. Jarquez got about 4 yards on a 1st and goal from the 6 or 7, but yeah, Hugh's calling plays, bro. He's calling plays, isn't he? He sure looks like he is. I don't know. Oh, I can do that. Hey, Alex, I got you. Oh, absolutely. Hey, I can answer you right now. I don't care. I can actually do that really easily here on the computer. It's no big deal. It's good to hear from you, though. Your dad's an absolute legend. Love that guy. I've known him like 20-something years, and he's an absolute stud. Let's see what else we got. Sam H's Peyton is so god dang bad. I don't think he's like super bad. I think he's just like mid at best, and I think they're putting him in bad situations all the time. And they're kind of like asking him to do shit he can't do. I don't know, man. I'm kind of stuck. Maybe I'm being an apologist. I don't know. T Park, appreciate you, bro. Thank you for another super chat. This is Neil Cottle greater than number 1. You know, Neil Cottle is actually kind of an interesting one you bring up because he does remind me of Neil Cottle, actually. He does kind of remind me of that. Like, no cap. And also, Alex, I didn't mention this in the chat, but get the biggest one possible. They have like little ones. Like when they give you like numbers on that site, it'll sound big, but it's not. Like get the biggest one possible. I think this one's like I don't remember what size. It's the biggest one possible. I know that. Talking about the Auburn sign up here, and it is really awesome. They do good work there. They got a bunch of them too. They got the old Obby head, and they got like an Auburn script like on the baseball uniforms. They got a lot of cool stuff at hexhead.com. Julia says, dude, he throws the ball with 0 touch. He really does. I feel like the throws are all the same. Like, he's like zipping shit. You know what I mean? Like, everything's just like, I'm going to throw it as hard as I can. And, like, sometimes you just kind of got to finesse it in there, you know? Sometimes you just got to finesse it in there. That kind of goes for more than just football. That goes for life, too. Sometimes you just got to finesse shit in there. I'm just saying. Diego says, could Zach Calzada essentially saying, could Zach Calzada be better than this shit show? Hey, he's been pretty decent at Incarnate Word, but I don't know if that really translates very well. I would have been curious to see what he could have done at Auburn if he was healthy. I mean, he was messed up last year, but whatever. Poppy Clan jumps in, says, with a super chat, says, probably won't win, but we can put up a fight in the fourth. Poppy Clan, I love the attitude, bro. That's exactly what I'm looking for. No doubt. Like, every single snap is it's a statement about who you are and what you do. That goes for all of us. I mean, sometimes, on the bunker, I know that I'm fighting a losing fight, but I still try to fight the good fight. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my God. That girl is so much taller than him. What's up with that? I didn't know she was tall. Cassidy P, I made reference to this earlier, bro, but Cassidy P says only need 9 field goals. That's it, man. 9 field goals. I think McPherson's up to it, honestly. I think he's got a good leg. Second and goal. Oh, God. Oh, God. Brandon Frazier with a touchdown. Can you fucking believe it? Did you guys have Brandon Frazier on your bingo card? I bet you did.
Around, the more you're going to find out.
Yeah, we used to play this. We used to run this play on Cyberball. For those of you who are my age, used to play that in the arcades in the late 80s, Cyberball. Play a little drag, a tight end drag. It worked all the time. It gets the computer anyway. I'm going to go for 2. Why not? Fuck it. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah. That's the man. I'm going to give it a touchdown sound again. I don't care.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
I know it wasn't a touchdown. I don't care. I make the rules. I love the very cavalier, casual like tip and then catch and like not real worried about catching it. He just knows he's got it. I love it. Hey man, 1834. Got a shot here. My watch keeps reminding me I need to stand up. I don't want to stand up. Hunter, I didn't realize you were an LSU fan this whole time. I appreciate you being here, though. That's good that you've been here as long as you have, and I didn't know that. You've been a very respectful member of the community, and I appreciate you for that, bro. I got the BioLite here, which is good for overindulgence and also flatulence, also dehydration. I strongly recommend BioLite if you're going to be drinking a lot. They have 4 different flavors. I'm drinking a berry. They also have melon, which is pretty damn good. And I will tell you this. You guys are going to be surprised to hear this, but usually on Friday nights I do a lot of drinking. Me and Court go out with our friends across the street from Cuz and Becky from across the street. We usually go out on Friday nights and get destroyed. And I try to finish it with a BioLite. The days when I finish it with a BioLite, things go well in the morning. The days I don't finish it with a BioLite, things usually don't go as well in the morning. Now, Excedrin is the great equalizer. Excedrin migraine, when things get awry on a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning or a Monday morning, that will fix shit. But you don't necessarily want to do that to your kidneys all the time. I'm just saying. D. Lucky says, Hunter has been cool all night. I would agree. He's an operator. He's what I would call an operator, a guy that gets the job done. Warrior 19 says, hey, at least we're scoring. Might be ugly, but we've got good personality. Personality is what really matters in the long run, isn't it? Keither T says, Ashford is a fighter, man. Yeah, absolutely he is. I love his tenacity. I love how that's why I would roll with him. That's why I would roll with him. He fights so hard. Not that Peyton doesn't. Like, Peyton does. He works hard, too. He cares, but I'm more on the Robbie train at this point. I better ease up on this barrel Vantage. Jeez Louise. What are we, 116 proof, and I've been banging this all night. Diego says Scott Leffler, spelled correctly, by the way. Nice job, Diego. For OC, LOL, just joking. Jordan W. apparently is part of the Team Excedrin. You know what I'm talking about, bro. I'm seriously, if you wake up in the morning, you got a hangover, Excedrin is your friend. You just want to be careful because you don't want to take that too often. Because my friend Crystal, she gave away one of her kidneys. I'm not going to get into the story there, but she did. And when she did that, her kidney doctor, who has a very specific name, I forgot what the name of a kidney doctor is. There is one. Anyway, he was like, you should only take 1 or 2 of those a month. And I was like, wait a minute. Is it really that bad? And Crystal goes, yeah, I think it is. I go, oh, shit. Well, maybe I should. I know I have 2 kidneys, but I probably shouldn't be taking a lot of those. So I try to limit it. Like today, I had a headache this morning, mostly because of my mom, but other reasons too. And Pitt's gonna get a pick 6, aren't they? You hate seeing Louisville give up a pick 6, though. It's so sad. Courtney, looks like your Louisville Cardinals are gonna lose. USC's gonna get a touchdown here. I don't like seeing that as much. Whatever. Let's see. Spread says Excedrin plus Red Bull for hangover. Wow, that's a mess there, bro. I'll be Laker jumps in with a super chat as well. Excedrin plus BioLite melon. That sounds like a winner to me, bro. Just be careful with the Excedrins, because I don't think they're good for you. Let's see. We're just going through hangover remedies. I like this. Runner 24 says, for me, a glass of coconut water. Would Body Armor count? Again, because that's basically like coconut water. It's not full like what you're talking about. Let's see. Hunter says, this is my first time hanging with Auburn fans. You guys are great. 1,000,000 times better than Alabama fans. Hey, that's a compliment, bro. Appreciate you, bro. I would have known that before you said that, but yeah. Alabama fans are kind of rough. Now, you got... I thought Marcus was going to be able to knock that ball out of his hands. God, Jaden Daniels can run so fast, dude. He's like Kerry Kittles out there, bro. If he misses the team plane, you can just fax him to the next place. He's so thin. The problem with Alabama fans is, like, most of them didn't go to Alabama, and so they're just annoying dicks. What you got to do is, like, hanging out with Alabama graduates. It's a lot better if it's Alabama graduates because they're not annoying. At least in my experience. A lot of people in my friend group, I should say our friend group, are Alabama graduates. And they're not annoying. They're like rational. I can deal with that. Shit, when we were watching the Alabama A&M game last weekend, I was like pulling for Alabama because I hate Jimbo more than anybody. Terrence has a very good point. He says, how about limiting your hangovers in general? Terrence, you make a good point, bro. I'm not going to argue with you. The answer to fixing the hangover problem is to not have a hangover. So my interpretation of that is more gummies. JC says, I have 1 kidney, and they say only Tylenol, but aspirin is so much better than Advil or Aleve. Interesting, JC. Thanks for jumping in, bro. Let me know that. To know that maybe we shouldn't even do any of that stuff. Alex asks, how does Lincoln Riley still not have a defense? Pay someone legit to come in and deal with that. I got an idea. How about Monty Kiffin? Just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. Some people just have problems with that, man. I think sometimes you get a God complex where you do well at Oklahoma and then you go to USC and you're like, oh, I got all the answers, and like you just, I don't know. I've seen it happen before. I'm not going to say where. Okay, I've been covering Auburn since 98, so you can probably guess where, but hey, another missed tackle, guys. That doesn't happen that often. Actually, Auburn generally doesn't miss tackles, but they have tonight. Oh, are those Dippin' Dots? That's the ice cream of the future, guys. I kind of wish 25 would have gotten him down on the ground a little bit better there. That would have been nice. SR71 goes against Terrence, and he says, the cure to a hangover is to never stop drinking. Kevin Teese is terrible tackling tonight. Yeah, Auburn generally tackles fairly well. Like, I mean, they have their share of missed tackles, but I don't think of their defense as a big mess of missed tackles, but tonight it's been kind of bad. And there was a missed tackle on that kickoff return that was particularly painful on Cam Riley. Got a holding call there on LSU, so that's going to hurt him. Neil deGrasse Tyson says, for some reason I don't get hangovers at all. It's weird. How old are you, bro? I didn't used to get them either when I was a certain age. I'm 51 now, and if I'm not careful, I get myself in real trouble. But generally, I'm experienced enough to know. I mean, you got to put you got to plan ahead, you know. Now, A.U. Robinson wants Dippin' Dots. They are fire, though. Seriously, they're amazing. The only time I ever eat them, though, is when we're in Sandestin. They got them at the spot right there next to Buffalo Jack's on 98 in Destin, or I guess technically Beermar Beach. We roll up in there and get some Dippin' Dots. Stuff's good, man. Love them. Let's see. William R. says, I don't have a good cure for hangovers because I just never get them. 36 years old. Hunter says, are you young? I just turned 24 and I just started getting hangovers. Interesting. Robert says, during these blowout games, the blowout Auburn games, good to have JG to lighten the mood with anything. Yeah, bro, I don't want to focus on, guys, let's talk about the stats here. Like, no, I don't want to talk about the stats. I don't want to. JC says Excedrin is just Tylenol, aspirin, and caffeine. I think you're right about that. Because I noticed that, like, I'm kind of sensitive to caffeine, JC, because I have AFib. And if I take, like, a full Excedrin, I'm definitely at risk for getting that weird heartbeat thing. So I figure it is caffeine. I mean, I know it's written on the bottle, but it's enough to affect me as an AFib person. So, all right, 2nd and 12. Got him behind the chains here. It'd be nice to keep him behind the chains, but you know how that goes. And they got the first down. And they're still running. And they're missing more tackles. And they're down to the 20. Like, Nehemiah was doing a nice job there, and then he wasn't. Like, he did a good job, and then his... Wait. All right, I'm going to reload the widget here. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize the widget had been dead for 10 minutes. Nehemiah did a good job on the coverage, but when he tracked back, he took the wrong angle and just completely whiffed. Yikes, man. Nice play. Who made that play? Marcus Harris. I should have known. Nice play. JR, I thought you were gone, bro. I thought you said you were done. Hunter says Malik is so good. Yeah, Malik Neighbors is a absolute stud, man. He is. I mean, dude, we got to give it up, man. Malik Neighbors is an absolute badass. And Auburn would be, he would be obviously the number one wide at Auburn, but he'd be one of the greats at Auburn, honestly. But LSU's had so many good ones. You know? LSU really put together so many great wideout classes through the years. They just get a lot of good dudes, man. Period. Auburn's got to get like that. Maine says, yeah, dudes versus non-dudes. I mean, Auburn's like, here's the thing about Auburn. So, like, their first-team guys are not bad. Auburn's first-team guys are on par. It's the second-team guys. That's when things get kind of weird. And so, like, I'm not trying to rag, but, like, Mo Nasili Kite, like, he's an SEC average defensive end, but when he goes down for the season, now you got Zeke playing there. Like, I don't know if Zeke's quite SEC average. But JR says, I watched something spooky on YouTube, and now I'm scared. It's better to drain and sleep. You need a gummy, bro. Hey, have y'all seen the new Jimmy Buffett song? I caught it on Sirius XM1 or Sirius Hits 1, whatever. It's called, whatever. It's something about gummy kicking in. My gummy's kicked in, or when my gummy kicks in. It's hilarious. That is hilarious. Jacob G says, Jay, how do we get wide receivers in? I guess you mean like from a recruiting perspective? Like, I don't get it. It makes no sense. So they were just basically grabbing dudes off the scrap heap this time. I don't know why the chat thing's not pulling up. I want to reload it again. If you're talking about adding dudes to the roster, the good news is that Auburn has a really nice wideout class coming in. So you got Perry Thompson at Foley's. He'd be the best receiver in the class. He would be the best receiver on the roster right now. Bryce Kane is probably the best slot receiver on the team right now. So they've got dudes coming in that are going to be really, really good. I don't know if they're going to be good next year because you know how true freshmen are, but I like their chances. And they're going to continue pushing for guys that could be difference makers, but got to get them, man. Cassidy pieces JGT, our first team wideouts are subpar. I mean, it sure seems that way. Yeah. I don't know if there's a single wide receiver on this team that I'm like, yeah, he's good. Like, Jay Fair's not bad, but he's okay. And, like, Rivaldo's probably their best receiver, and he's a tight end. He's like a flex tight end, kind of like Lutz was. He was my pick to click before the season started, so I feel kind of good about that, but, yeah, whatever. Julia says, don't we have a baby goat QB? I'm not sure what that means. I don't think so. I mean, listen, Holden's going to be good, but I don't think he's quite there yet, and he ought to be good by now if he's going to be an absolute stud. JB says Jay Fair is good. I mean, whether he is or he isn't, he's not really making it a difference. But you can blame the quarterback for that, and I think that's fair. I don't know. It's kind of all a big mixture. When I talk about the wide receivers coming in, I talked about Perry and I talked about Bryce, but the wide receiver from Alex City, Malcolm, I forgot his last name. He's an intriguing one too, although he's probably going to be more of a slot receiver. Yeah, he's kind of an inside guy. I don't know. Zach makes a great point, though. He says, need a top-tier quarterback more than anything. Yeah, I think they're going to have to make some – they're going to have to make some really tough decisions, I think, at season's end. But we got a little ways to go, and we'll worry about that later. We'll cross that bridge when we find it, as Duran would say. Wow, the cameraman got fooled on that one. Shit. Not to mention Wesley Steiner. Yeah, Malcolm Simmons. Thank you, Runner24. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He's from Alex City, and he's one of those guys that, like, I think he doesn't get enough. Man, when you're talking about high school kids, like, getting the reputation and stuff, like, guys that don't play on the camp circuit, and the camp circuit is, like, diluted now because of just the way things work. It's like the camp circuit was a lot better 10 years ago. He plays at a program that, like, people aren't necessarily monitoring a lot. And he doesn't really do camps as much. And so he's kind of unknown, but he's a freak athlete. And I just got the feeling that, like, he's going to be good. J.R. Harris is Walker White, talking about Walker White. Yeah, so, I mean, I think Walker White's a terrific quarterback prospect. But, you know, I mean, you never know. Like, we never know. You never know until you put them out there and you see what they can do.
Yeah. I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah, guys, we see it, man. You don't have to diagram this shit for me. Is that Wesley Steiner? Who was playing middle linebacker here? Man, Wesley. I mean, seriously, like, Wesley Steiner is a great human being. He is going to be a great father. He's a great friend. He's a great ambassador for Auburn. He's a smart kid. He does well in school. Like, he's an accountable human being. Like, he's just everything you're like. If he's your son, you feel like you did a hell of a job. But as a linebacker, I'm not sure, man. Like, he just gets pushed around too much. Neil Jones, my man, making a Duran reference. Another 7 in the Ragged Tiger defense is done. My guy. 7 the Ragged Tiger. Duran's last real album. You don't know this, Neil. That's Simon LeBon right there. You don't know this. You will in a second. Simon LeBon, lead singer of Duran Duran. Absolute stud. Love Simon LeBon, and I've got a pop of him. Love Duran Duran. I'm not going to lie about it. That's why I color my hair. I color my hair because they did. Back in the 80s. Him and John Taylor. Absolute studs. Jordan just says, Steiner is SWAC level talent. Good kid, but, I mean, I don't know about SWAC, bro, but, like, you know, he is what he is. But he's a really cool dude. Like, of all the guys on this roster, like, the coolest kids on this roster are Keontae Scott, Wesley Steiner, Luke Deal. Who else do I really enjoy talking to? Eugene Asante. Really good kid. Not to say that people I'm not listing are not. I mean, I'm just saying, like, exceptionally awesome, cool dudes to talk to. Jason Jones. Stud. That's probably it. I'm talking about the greatest of all time on the current team, you know. Kyle says UCF would kill this team. How dare you? How dare you? You're probably right, though. That's the SR-71 Blackbird. Bro, I'm so stoked to see you here. It says, JGT, can we just put hot chicks back on the screen like we used to? Yeah, during the quarantine when there was no sports and I was freaking out. I was like, what are we going to do? Let's see. Gavin says, JG, can Auburn compete for the SEC in a few years, in your opinion, or do we go to the dark ages of Auburn football with Texas and Oklahoma coming in the league? Great question. Okay, so no. Good question. Auburn's going to get better. Now, I think Oklahoma and Texas coming in the league is going to affect it a little bit. It's going to make it harder. I do think Auburn's going to get better. But what does better mean in this new context? I don't know. That's a great question, Gavin. I don't have a great answer for you. There you go, Hunter. Changing directions. I bet he got an extra 8 yards. Whoa, 8. Nope. What backward. Jesse says UCF would beat this team by 17. Ouch, man. That hurts. Neil deGrasse says, I just hope we make a bowl. Trent says 3-year rebuild minimum. He's from Kazakhstan, isn't he? Janabek Alim. That's a Kazakhstan flag right there. I wonder who knows Borat. He grew up near Borat, I think. Do you like a porno? I like you. Do you like me? Where I come from at Bush. I used to love Ali G. It was like my favorite show of all time. After Jackass, of course. Just tells you a little something about me. They've got Paid back in there, and I'm still like trying to figure this out. Like, what? Listen, man, I know Auburn's... I got to change the score here. I'm sorry. I left a point off for LSU. We've just been talking. Like, I still want to be credible. You know what I mean? Like, just try to score. Like, why is Peyton in here? I thought we agreed that Robbie was the right answer. Oh, great. Hey, that's a late hit on the quarterback. I mean, we'll take it. I honestly think that, like, the captain's badge on Peyton is why he's still in the game. Like, I'm serious. That's a pretty soft penalty, honestly. Blake R says Ali G was the best. I absolutely loved Ali G. The show, because you got Ali G, Bruno, and Borat. But Ali G was probably my favorite. It's so funny, man. And the way he was able to pull that off without ever laughing. It's so funny. Remember when he did the thing with Donald Trump, long before Donald Trump was a political figure, and he did the, it was an ice cream cone glove. Like, you could wear the ice cream cone glove and not have... I did not have Jaden Muskrat recovering a fumble today, but anybody could have done that, I guess. Uh-oh. Somebody's talking some smack. GW. Only bowl Auburn makes this year requires Drano. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Alex is asking, why is Thorne still in the game? I don't know either. I don't have a good answer for this. Hey, that's a nice catch by Jay Fair, though, on 2nd and 11. It's going to make it like 3rd and 6 or whatever, but... Oh, man. This is tough, man. I don't like this. I wonder what I picked this score as. I'm going to check out my email to BMAT here. Oh, great. Another fuck up. Never would have seen that coming. Let me see what my pick was. I had LSU winning 34-14. That's fairly close. Wait, Keithner says, please get Ashford out. Do you mean Ashford out on the field? Because he's not on the field, is he? Yeah, I know. Keithner, I got you, bro. You're trying to say, please get him on the field. Dude, it's funny to me, too. I don't understand what we're doing. Well, I say we. I don't understand what Auburn's doing. Oh, God. Oh, God. He's 5 yards short of the first down and he sticks his hand out. Like, okay, now we're 4.5 yards short. Okay. That's better, I guess. Look at Hugh. He's just like, man, he is so pissed, dude. He hates going down there and just getting shit on. He hates this, dude. He's a very competitive individual. And, I mean, I know we sit here and laugh about how shitty they are, but, like, he hates this. Like, he hates it. It absolutely drives him crazy. It really does. But the question still remains, like, why is Peyton out there? I'm going to tell Brian right now. You got to ask him. Oh, my God. What are we doing? I'm going to text Brian. Okay. Well, hopefully he answers. Hopefully that question gets asked and he answers it. That'd be awesome. Alex says, we're not going to win this game, so why not let Ashford or have Holden get the reps? Did BMAT or Stutzel travel to the game? Would love for them. Yeah, BMAT's definitely down there, so we'll have it. We'll see what happens. Neil deGrasse says Ole Miss is going to kill us. Hey, this team plays a little different at home, to be fair. But I still have concerns, obviously. Guys, I don't even know, man. Like, it's just like... All right, let's go back here. When's the last time Auburn had a game like this? Like, God bless, man. When is the last time Auburn had... No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that either. The last time Auburn got absolutely shit on like this. Let's see. Alabama beat them by... Well, I mean, the Alabama game last year was bad. I'm just kind of going... Georgia game last year was horrendous. 42-10. Yeah. These girls are having fun. They should. Their team's a lot better than Auburn. Jackson, great question. Who finishes between Aiden and Trey? So Aiden's still getting up to speed. We're talking about basketball here. Aiden Holloway. He didn't convince me a lot in the scrimmage yesterday. And I get Thursday. Sorry, on Thursday. I get it's one game. It's one scrimmage. I'm not trying to draw like major conclusions from it, but and Aiden's going to be good, but like he was just kind of a neutral element in that game, and I didn't feel like he imposed his will as much as he should have. He's a good dribbler. His passing is still not super good, and his shooting, he didn't really have a chance to shoot much. So I don't know, man. Like, I still think Trey's going to get the bulk of the time. And I like Trey. Trey's a fighter. So we'll just kind of see how that goes. Jackson, great question, though. I'm glad we can talk about basketball a little bit. D. Lucky is responding to Stoop Up saying, we got no players. It's going to take a minute. He's talking about specifically on offense. Pocket Watch coming in hot from Tiger Stadium says the weather in Tiger Stadium is just lovely. We'll give him an applause on that. Anytime we hear from a legend such as Pocket Watch, we jump in immediately. And Keithern jumps in as well. Keithern's been with us most of the night, if not the entire night. Says fans are leaving the stadium. They have been. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot to watch right now. And as an Auburn fan, I mean, from an Auburn perspective, it's kind of tough to watch it. But as I said in the first quarter, sometimes it's good to just sit in your own shit sometimes and just, when you know things are going to get better, it's going to get better. It's going to get better. They're going to be better. They're going to have better players. They're going to play better a year from now. They're going to be a better team. Louisville lost by a lot. Sucks for you. They're going to be better. So just here's my advice to you guys is just take it. Like, just take it and move on. Like, Madison asked a good question, though, and it's happening right now. How dumb is Brian Kelly? Starting quarterback is in a game you had won a quarter ago. I would argue they had it won like 2 quarters ago, 3 quarters ago. But, yeah, why is he still in the game? A guy with bruised ribs? Like, let's just let him sit on the sideline. I don't know. It's very late in the game to be playing him. I agree with you. Neil deGrasse says Daniel's running up his numbers. Can they just clock it from here? Or are they going to go ahead and score? That's a Gus Malzahn 40 formation right there.
I don't like your jerk-off name. I don't like your jerk-off face. I don't like your jerk-off behavior. And I don't like you. Jerk-off. Do I make myself clear?
Chris H. jumps in. What's up, bro? This guy is a friend of the show, no doubt about it, for a long, long time. Could have given this to On to Victory NIL. I would rather give it to JG. Much more entertaining. Appreciate you, bro. Although we do like Auburn NIL. Don't take me wrong. Don't take it wrong. I'm a fan of Auburn NIL, but yeah, I try to be a little more entertaining. I'm so glad that Brian does their podcasts now. I did the first podcast with Jason, and I love Jason Campbell. He does the On to Victory podcasts or video shows, but they just get so long, bro. Like the first show I did, we ended up doing like a thing. Like Jason was like, "Hey, we need you to do the show," and obviously when Jason asked me to do something, I'm fucking doing it. I love Jason Campbell, and we did the show, and it was like we did an interview with Jarquez, which is fine. I mean, he's kind of boring, but whatever. And then I'm gonna tell you a story real quick before I get to that. I was very proud of this. I had a Barry Sanders Oklahoma State jersey from the Holiday Bowl. I lived in Oklahoma at the time. I was an Oklahoma State fan. It has a Holiday Bowl patch and all that. So my daughter wore it to school day in high school one day. It never came home. First of all, where the fuck did it go? Second of all, it never came home, and I don't have it still. Like, she just lost it. My Barry Sanders Holiday Bowl jersey. Like one of my most beloved jerseys. Gone. When Jason asked me to do something, I'd just do it. Because J.K. Marisalt's one of my favorite people. But God, it got so ponderous, bro. It was like an hour and a half show, and only 30 minutes of it was talking to Jarquez. First of all, I don't need a 30-minute interview with Jarquez. Second of all, we interviewed like Ike Irish, as I recall, who's a terrific baseball player, but I don't want to talk to him for 30 minutes. And then Maddie Penna. Like, I love Maddie Penna. She's a great softball player too, but like 30 minutes? I was like, bro, this is too much. So I haven't done it again. Runner 24 says, interview with Jarquez boring, asking the wrong questions, LOL. Yeah, that's the problem is I can't ask the questions I want to ask because I'm asking like the they have a certain tenor they're looking for. Do you know what I mean? Like, hey, Jarquez, tell me about why you picked Auburn. Tell me about what you like most about Auburn. Tell me about the family feeling you have at Auburn. Like, it's a promotional thing. You know what I mean? Spicy P says the College Loop podcast, which I'm not familiar with, said the Auburn RB room is the best in college football history. Wait, ahead of Carnell, Ronnie, Trey, and fucking Brandon Jacobs? Like, come on now. Let's get our shit together. I know recency bias is something that young people don't get, but come on now. JR says Jason Campbell or Cam at all time at Auburn. Boy, it's tough to go against Cam Newton. Shit, that's the greatest single season in college football history. And J-Cam had some years of struggles, which I don't necessarily think were his fault, but what questions would you ask Hunter? So, Wizard, my thing was, if it was me picking, I wouldn't pick Hunter. Jarquez he's a terrific young man. I'm not trying to say that, but like, he's not, to me, like somebody that I would want to do a 30-minute interview. If it's like JG, we got to do a 30-minute interview. What are you thinking? Like, it would not be Jarquez. It would be like Keontae or Luke Deal or somebody that has a lot of interesting shit to say. It would not be Jarquez. It would not be Kay and Lee. You know what I mean? Like, there's just certain dudes you could talk to forever. He's not one of them. Brian Battie would be a better choice, honestly. JB says Maddie is the best athlete on campus. Well, that is definitely not true. But she might be the best athlete. She might be the best player on campus. She's not the best athlete. There's probably like a sprinter that's an amazing athlete. Eric O says, I'm sad. Eric O, I love you, bro. I'm so glad you're part of the site. And thank you for doing that. Rich says J-Cam had 4 different offensive coordinators in this stint. I believe he did. That is absolutely true. That's that being said, Cam all the way. I think I'm with you. And I love J-Cam. He is a stud. And as a Raiders fan, I would say that I wish he hadn't gotten hurt because he was having a really good run with the Raiders before he got hurt. Golly, guys. 30 fucking points, man. What in the world? I just don't think Auburn's 30 points worse than LSU. I know LSU's better than Auburn. I'm not arguing that. But fuck, man. This is not even credible. Legit says the PT of Auburn podcasts. I don't even know what that means, bro. I want to laugh, but I don't know what it means. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Legit just says College Loop is not it. Neil deGrasse says it's not my preference. That was a good throw. Oh, my God. Look at Keldrick. Guys, that's so sad. Keldrick. Come back, Keldrick. We love you. Keldrick looks so sad. Oh, my God. That's just awful. He probably doesn't lose like this very often, you know? Played at Highland Home, although Highland Home has not been great forever, but they were good when he was there. And now he comes to Auburn, and they're just putting an anvil on top of their head with Peyton Thorne playing quarterback for some reason. I don't understand it. CDF says booty blasted in the Bayou. It is what it is, bro. Well, AU Taxman says the 2001 Miami RB room had Clinton Portis, a.k.a. Kid Bro Sweets, Davenport, Willis McGahee, and Frank Gore. I believe Frank Gore has the all-time most yards from scrimmage from a tailback. I believe that's true. That was in a trivia question in a trivia game I played a couple weeks ago. I believe he's the all-time leading rusher in the NFL. That's pretty good. Keithner says 140 left and we still can't throw the ball. LSU has backups in the game. It's a fair point. Shit, guys, this is bad. This is the worst I've seen Auburn since the Georgia game last year. It's bad. It's really bad. And, you know, it's something that's going to really piss you off. Because we could sit here and talk all night about, you know, they didn't do this and they didn't do that and what happened with the quarterbacks and blah, blah, blah. But, like, Hugh is a very passionate, competitive person. And getting beat by 30 against an okay. I mean, a solid LSU team is just not it, man. It's just not it. But I give credit to Jeremiah Cobb for busting his ass right there. He's still fighting. Kanuman, my bro, he's in the chat. What up, Kanuman? I absolutely love Kanuman. So supportive of the show, the site, everything. He's just an absolute stud. Boy, not Jarquez. Jeremiah's fighting. That's probably going to be it, though. It's not like Auburn's trying to, like, stretch this out or anything. Fuck, man. 48-18. Good golly, Miss Molly. All right, that's going to do it, guys. Man, oh, man, oh, man. 48-18. Did not see that coming. I think I had LSU winning. I told you guys earlier, like 31-14 or something like that. Wow. Bo is great. His first chat says good night, folks. His first chat is good night, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson says Hugh needs to go scorched earth on this wide receiver room. Yeah, I mean, there's just nobody really that's affecting things. Kanuman says weather is perfect and the chance of rain, never. Oh, my God. Wizard Dragon says, when was the last time he won in October? Well, guess what? I got an answer to that question. The last time Auburn won in October. I'm going to answer your question, bro. The last time Auburn won in October was October 30th, 2021, beat Ole Miss 31-20 at home. But that's been a little while, to be fair. Cassidy P jumps in with a super chat. We appreciate you, Cassidy P. Says, I think it's all over but the crime. We can write a song about it. I believe Garbage has a song called It's All Over But the Crying, I believe. I believe that's true. I'm going to turn the TV off. It's very distracting. And I'm also annoyed. Because I just don't want to look at any more of that. Shit pisses me off. Kanuman jumps in with a super chat. What up, bro? Says Peyton should never see the field at Auburn again. Let's take a look at some of these numbers, yo. I'm going to go ahead. I thought I heard rain, but I don't. Let me go ahead and pull this final box, these stats from the final box, and we'll just take a look at it, okay? I'm going to go over to the our stats page. Hopefully we have a stat. Guys, do we have a stat? I asked you guys to do the stats page. If you guys will do it, please. What do you mean you don't know what the hell that is? What do you mean you don't know? Here we go. These are the final stats from the game. And I'm not impressed. 18-48. First downs 25-18. Yards, total yards 563 to 293. Holy shit. 563. Good God, you guys. What the hell, man? 563? Third downs, 3 of 12 and 6 of 9. Good golly, Miss Molly. They had 2 97-yard rushers, including their quarterback. Auburn did throw for 154 yards, so we don't have to hear that stat anymore. If anybody had Brandon Frazier as the leading receiver for Auburn, you should have done the Powerball. Hey, Oscar had a great day. 6 punts for a 45.5 average. That's pretty good. That's so frustrating, man. God dang it. I don't want to say it's like a missed opportunity because that's really not fair, but jeez, man. Fat Crack jumps in and says, who does Hugh fire after the season? Great question. Philip Montgomery probably got to go. I don't know about a bunch more. Excuse me. I don't know about a bunch more than that, though. Like, honestly. SR71 Blackbird says Auburn is DUN done. Done. Neil deGrasse Tyson says Falk had that portal look on his face. Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. They sold him on the, we're bad now, but we're going to be better. You're going to get better. We're going to be better. We're going to get more players around you. We're going to win more games. Excuse me, guys. And that's how it's going to work right there. It's that simple. Madison says going to be some assistant coaches available in College Station after the season. You're about right on that. Kamo says, do you think we're married to Thorne because someone committed some serious NIL money to him? Very interesting question. Someone did commit a lot to him, but I don't know if that's enough to keep him like in the starting lineup or whatever. What's this, 48-18? I mean, God bless you guys. 48-18. But, oh my God. $48-18. Look at Patrick D jumping in. Look at this guy. What a stud. Drops in a massive super chat. Says, piss poor effort, preparation, and just disgusting as Texas A&M 12. Well, hold on, man. I literally went in the hospital for 2 days after that one. No joke. I was in the hospital all day Sunday, all day Monday, and got out Tuesday afternoon. I mean, literally sent my ticker into the fucking... I went into AFib for the first time in my life on that night, and I never came out of it until Tuesday. I was an hour away from getting defibbed. No shit. Tired of Hugh's demeanor and poor mouthing. It's not about winning or losing, but more about getting better every week and putting players in best position to compete. Hugh is failing, and I'm sick of this dead man walking look. Now listen. There's going to be people who say that's too harsh. But the dead man walking look, he's not wrong. Guys, you know he's right. You know he's right. Hugh looked defeated tonight for most of that game. He looked that way to me. He looked frustrated. I would argue I'm not sure they got their shit straight. Now, no one's jumping to any conclusions saying Hugh's the wrong guy. Nobody's saying that. What he's saying is he'd like to see better nonverbal communication, and I think it's fair. I do. I think it's fair. Mark B says, y'all be tripping. Laugh, laugh. Okay. Patrick D says, still believe we hired the right guy. We need him to lead and motivate. I'm not going to argue. I am totally on board with what Patrick said on that. Under Armour says, JG had to come watch this one live. It's all going to be okay. Big vision. Not the today, but years from now. I think that's almost like sarcastic, but. And Ravin says canning Hugh is not the answer. I don't think anyone's advocating to can Hugh. Patrick is definitely not. Patrick D is saying lead from the front and don't be a dead man walking. Don't look that way. And I agree. I feel like Hugh did not look right tonight. Now, part of that is he's disgusted with what's going on. He hates losing. And he really hates losing bad. So he's really pissed. My argument would be, redirect that anger in a different direction and don't look so bothered. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if bothered is the right word, but like, he just seemed defeated. He seemed angry, like frustrated, pissed off. Like, and it's one thing to be, Saban's pissed off all the time, and he wins lots of games. He just looked downtrodden. Now, they lost by 30, so you kind of get it, but at the same time, like, fucking fight, man. Fight. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Just because I'm the guy running the stream doesn't mean I'm right all the time. I don't play that way. I don't fuss with you guys like that. If you guys come to me with an idea, like I'm open to it. I'm wrong. I've been wrong a bunch of times. Patrick D, I appreciate you, bro. Good ideas. Appreciate the super chat. I always appreciate your support of the show. You know how I feel about you, bro. I've told you personally many times. And Patrick D ain't some guy who's like a fly-by-night Auburn fan. He has parties in Auburn every single year, usually twice a year. He invites everybody from the bunker there, and it's amazing. The end. Stu Pup jumps in with another super chat. The guy's been with us the whole way. Portal works both ways. Does anyone on here see any reason for any kid with this talent to stay here? Oh, yeah, Hugh is the wrong guy. Okay, well, that might be too much, but yeah, I don't think Hugh's the wrong guy. I really don't. I really don't. And Stu Pup jumps in again and says, can Hugh tonight? Come on now, bro. I mean, that's a bad loss, to be fair. I mean, losing by 30 at LSU is terrible. It's bad. It's terrible. But at the same time, come on, man. It's year one. Like, come on, Stu. You know I love you, bro. You know I love you. That's too much. That's too much. I will go ahead and open the phone lines up because that's what we do here. We give people an opportunity to talk. Stu, you know I love you, bro. Melody said Saban is dead hip walking. There's some truth to that. He's pretty old, right? Jet B says, you're right, Jay. Hugh looked like a scolded dog on the sideline. It's a fair representation, yeah. The whole night. Not an ounce of fire or fight. No, early on, kind of, yeah. And I don't want to give him too much trouble, but yeah, man, I didn't like the nonverbal at all. I just felt like he was just like supremely frustrated and just like resigned to it. And that's not cool. But maybe I'm interpreting it wrong, and you know, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert on nonverbal communication. I don't have a PhD in it. I do have a master's in it, but I don't have a PhD in it. So I do have 2 degrees in it, but that's fine. It doesn't mean I'm an expert. I am a streamer, and I'm a message board moderator professionally. That's what I do. Ravin jumping in. Ravin's been with us from start to finish, as is customary for him. This guy is an absolute legend. He's a channel legend, and we love him. I saw more emotion out of Hugh tonight than I did out of the last 2 head coaches. Interesting. He cares about the team. He does care about the team. Let's be honest. He knows he needs to work. He does. He is very open about it, and I guarantee you he's going to be great in the press conference tonight, and he's going to be great in the press conference Monday. He hates this shit, guys. He hates it more than Harsin ever did, and he hates it more than Gus did. Not to say Gus is soft. He's not. But, I mean, Hugh really hates losing, and he really hates losing by 30 at LSU. This is going to really piss him off. But at the same time, he's got to own it. Poppy Clan says, defense tonight was about as embarrassing as I've seen in a long time. It wasn't great. It was not great. I'm going to go ahead and kill the schedule. I already got a new one set up. I'll add that here now. But it's probably something you guys don't want to see. Honestly. I mean, Auburn's lost 3 in a row. I mean, we got to be real about it, guys. The stats are the stats. The numbers are the numbers. And you kind of look at that, and it's like, it's a stinger, man. We got Why Not AU on the horn. What's up, bro?
JG, what's happening, man?
This is Patrick D from the chat, and a guy who absolutely we love to hear from. How you been, man?
I can't be better in life. I'll tell you, man.
Yeah, I know your story. You're telling the truth on that.
And we've been having some good times, man. I had a good time down at the Georgia game, and I just want to see improvement. I'm realistic about where we're at as a program. I'm realistic about the level of talent we have relative to the other teams that we're playing. But tonight, that's just inexcusable, man.
30
At
points,
least
man.
go out and punch people in the – like our team, the first quarter was not our team. That wasn't the team I watched the first half of the year from a level of effort, attitude, just getting after it. And the coach, this is my whole point, his attitude, all these comments, we don't have talent, we don't have this. We know that, dumbass. We get it. We understand it. But motivate the team we got, make them play to the top of their ability, just like Caddy did in those last few games, and let's ball till we fall, man. And if we lose 6 games doing that, man, I am okay with it. I guarantee you Auburn people will be okay with it. But the way they came out tonight, even after a bye week, that's inexcusable.
Yeah,
that's lack of preparedness. That's lack of motivation. And I don't even think because, man, I get this way too. I think we all do. Sometimes you don't realize what your vibe is until somebody tells you. And his vibe's messed up, man. And you can do all these Monday meetings and motivationals you want and call parents and all that. But at the end of the day, this team wants to know that you're preparing them to play their best, put them in a position to be at their best. And something was off tonight, bad.
Yeah.
In that first quarter, especially.
That first
and
quarter
I didn't
was,
like it. I didn't like the energy.
The first quarter was a fucking disaster, was it not? I mean, it was horrible.
It was, man. And it's not that, again, all these people are like, well, what do you want to do? Now I don't want to fire him. I think we hired the right guy. I like him. I think he's the right guy. I think he can work. I think he knows what he needs to do to get us back to where we need to be. But right now, I think it's overwhelming him. The energy that he has needs to change. And this team, I mean, they can still – man, I was even sitting there at this game, and I'm like, dude, I'm sitting there telling my wife, all we got to do is go down here and score. And that's a huge thing for us now. Don't get me wrong. But we're still in the game. Even in the third quarter, I'm like, we're still in this game. And it's just this was the worst feeling I've had at a loss seriously since 2012 A&M.
Wow, that was a bad one. I mean, and Auburn got boat raced in that game too. So yeah,
and just quit flat out.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. But look. We got to stick behind this team. We got to stick behind the coach, and you know I will, JG. I ain't going nowhere.
I know.
But he also needs to be put on point for this. Like, he needs to understand that it's not that we lost, but it's the way we went into that game and looked like we didn't give a shit that we were there.
Yeah, that first quarter
and
was
literally,
bad.
If that's what we're going to do, just pull the damn team off the field, take them out, and let's not play the rest of the year.
Oh, we can't do that. Why not? Come on. But
but you know what I'm saying. I'm just being I'm overblowing it there. But look, man. I mean, all we want is effort and improvement each week, and there was none of that. Even after a bye week.
No. You would think after a bye week they'd be better. And the first quarter particularly was a shit show, man. That's the thing.
It was bad. It just looked lifeless. No energy on the sidelines. No energy from the defensive guys that you usually see energy from. Even Jalen Simpson looked like death warmed over.
Kind of.
And I know he's hurting, but usually you can count on those guys to be fired up. It's something was going on tonight. Maybe it's Baton Rouge. Who the hell knows? But it did not look good. I certainly did not like it, and I was completely disgusted by it.
I understand. It's frustrating, dude. Losing by 30. I mean, you can deal with losing by a touchdown. But
hey, man, if we'd have lost by 30 and been given more effort and not look like death warmed over on the sidelines, like we lost our best friend from the first quarter on,
fair.
So
fair.
be it. We lost by 30 because we got boat race. We got out talented, out skilled, whatever. That's not what happened tonight. This team gave piss poor effort. They were piss poor prepared, and they got their ass kicked because of it.
I can't argue with that.
That's it.
And I'm with you on the nonverbal, dude. He looked bad over there.
Yeah, I just don't. And you know what, man? I don't even think he probably doesn't even realize it. And I know the guy's disgusted. Look, man, this guy's put everything into it. He had a plan. He had a plan for his coaches, a plan for Peyton Thorne, et cetera, et cetera. He's been patient, tried to deal with this guy. We're just in a bad situation, and it's not his doing that we got in that situation. Everybody realizes it.
Yeah.
We're going to have to be patient, but if he can just improve on that, man, let's just we know we don't have talent. I don't need to hear it out of your mouth another time this year. Don't say it again.
All right, fair enough.
We know that. We know that we're going to be up against teams that we're not as good as. But let's go punch those bastards in the mouth and give them everything we got and put ourselves in the best position and leave it all on the field. We didn't do that tonight.
I agree.
Period.
I agree.
So that's my take, brother. Love you guys. Love the show. And all the folks in the chat and on the bunker. Amazing group of people. You guys have done something special getting it all set up, so thank you for that.
Hey, thanks for your call, and thanks for the super chats, too. And you've always been so supportive, dude. I mean, you have the parties, you have the events. You're all in, and we love you, man.
Well, we're gonna be blowing up at the Vandy game this year, so we'll be up there with you got Gust and the crew. We got about 16 going to that. So.
Are you DJing?
Probably, man. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
That's the move.
Yeah,
we're going to be at
move.
Barstool most of the time there, though, so we'll see. But we're trying to get something hooked up there.
All right, bro.
So we'll let everybody know.
Fuck yeah, of course. All right, man. I appreciate you.
All right, brother. Thanks.
See you, man. Bye.
War Eagle. Bye.
There he is, went on AU. Again, huge Auburn guy. I mean, like he's just he's good with you. He likes you. He said, "I love you." Just wants you to be better, and I think that's a fair criticism. By the way, we got a super chat coming through from Farm Data, who's been insanely supportive. He says AU has a master's in egg laying. We got to give a laugh on that. We love Farm Data too. Also, apparently, I missed a call earlier from War Eagle 0008, and I'm disgusted that I missed that. So I would love to hear that. But why not AU? Great call. A guy who was tough on Harsin for good reason, being a little bit tough on Hugh, but not like he's not advocating a change or anything like that. Well, not a personnel change. He's just advocating maybe a little bit more from Hugh, and I think it's a fair criticism. I think honestly, Casey in the chat said Hugh needs to stop blaming talent, but build confidence without it. I think that's fair. Let's see who's coming in on this call right here. Yo, what up? Thanks for calling the Brain Drain. Who I got on the horn?
Hey, Jay. It's 0008, man. How are you?
Hey, what up, bro?
Sorry to interrupt Patrick D. The guy's a stud.
Yeah, he is 100% a stud, but you also are as well. So we're glad to have you, bro.
Oh, well,
is this your first call? Is this your first time calling in?
No, we talked a bunch in the COVID season.
Okay.
In those days, and even before during the summer, man. It was those were fun topics. They were not football related topics, but they were fun nevertheless.
Yeah.
So, but no, man, I just wanted to call in. I hear what Patrick D's saying, and I understand his level of upset. But I think football has become such a quarterback centric game.
Yeah.
That we're so bad at the most important position that it's deflating. And I think it's hard to put into context, like how the rest of the team is supposed to pick themselves up, knowing that we are basically inept at that spot. And I think like 10 or 15 years ago, you'd line up and run the football and try to win a rock fight. And now that's just not the way the game's called. It's not the way the game's officiated. And if you can't score 25, 30 points, not you can't score. You literally don't have the ability to do such. It's so deflating. Like, I don't know what our guys are supposed to do. Like, I didn't see any quit. I saw them be demoralized, but not like a lack of effort. I didn't think they ran up against a guy who's averaging 400 yards passing at home, who is just simply head and shoulders better than anything that we've got. And I don't know, what is the response supposed to look like? Like, I understand being mad, but like, what would you, if this isn't acceptable, which I agree with, I don't love losing by 30 in Baton Rouge, but like, what is it supposed to look like if that's not it? Like, I don't know what we're supposed to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of questions, bro. They're just outmanned right now, but that's not an excuse. It's Auburn.
No, it's not an excuse. It is
Vandy.
Auburn, but you and I both know, like, this team is from where last year. This team would have lost 70-3. Like, that team was. I know it doesn't feel like it, but I think guys are open, and I'm not sure the scheme is so bad. I think we quite literally don't have the guys. Even watching the A&M game, you watch the A&M tape, our guys are open. We just can't. There's nothing we can do about it.
That's right.
We don't have the talent to do it.
Yeah.
And the games we're going to win this season, like, we're not going to beat Ole Miss next week because Ole Miss is going to score 35, and we can't score 35 points. Like,
Probably not.
And I'm not. That's not me being negative. I want Auburn people to have realistic expectations of games. It's like the Georgia game. Like, Georgia isn't a trailblazing offense. And look, we're in the game in the fourth quarter. And I think we could have done more with Brock Bowers in that fourth quarter to try to win that game. But we have to win rock fights. But we're not going to – we just can't score with teams that have B to A level quarterback play. There's nothing we can do about it.
Because Auburn ain't got it, right? Auburn ain't got B to A level.
We don't have it. We simply just aren't there. And I think tonight, going into the games, like, do we have a shot? It's like I felt worse than the Georgia game because at least Georgia's offense it's a Mike Bobo offense. Like, it looks like Mike Bobo has called offense for 25 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a chance to win the game if they turn the ball over a bunch of times and we can capitalize on it. And we were in the game because they turned the ball over a bunch of times and we were able to capitalize on it a few times. But an LSU team that averages 42 points a game and 600 yards on the road, this isn't a winnable scenario. And our team is full of guys who aren't stupid, and they know that too. I mean, like, not that they're not going to go fight, but they're not. You've been on teams and part of groups before. You're like, this is going to take a lot. Like, I don't know. I don't know what your feelings are on that, and I don't want to. I feel like I'm rambling, so I'd love to hear your response to that line of thinking.
Man, like, just I think I'm probably on your team more, where I thought they were still fighting. I mean, Jeremiah Cobb was fighting at the end, and I mean, I can't judge.
I mean, Jalen Simpson didn't quit.
No, he didn't quit. So I'm with you. I didn't see a lot of evidence of quitting. I didn't see that. But the fact that Auburn is this fucking bad compared to LSU, like, that's disgusting. Like, it's not even a great LSU team.
That's not me. I'm not denying that Auburn should be better. What I'm saying is we've been through the back half of a Gus Malzahn era where we quite literally didn't sign an offensive tackle for 6 years.
Yeah.
And then a guy who wasn't bothered enough to show up to the Georgia High School Association coaches meeting, even though it could take him 45 minutes to get there, led by an athletic director who hired him from a hot tub. Like, we have to have some perspective on this was a dumpster fire. And Hugh Freeze is a great football coach. He understands Auburn, and I think to your comments earlier in the show, the Auburn people who matter, capital M, believe in this guy.
I agree.
And I think it's evident. He comes out every week and he is brutally honest. And I hear Patrick D saying, "I don't want to hear that we're bad again and not talented." It is frustrating.
I know,
but it is also the truth. It's not a lie. Our talent level should be, an Alabama light. They have 60 guys who are 4-star better, and we have 45 guys.
Yeah.
That's what Auburn has to be competitive at the level we want to be. But we're like a Mississippi State at best roster right now. And their quarterback's way better than ours.
Oh, yeah.
For the record.
For sure.
And we are expecting to go into LSU and have a chance to win a football game. I think it's unrealistic. And I think the team showing fight and not quitting, despite the fact that we are outclassed. And I agree with you on the body language thing, but I think that's a tough thing to control in the moment. Is as much as I agree with you, I think that's hard to do. It's hard to say to yourself, I don't look good on national television right now, even though he's paid $6 million a year.
Well, it's not even national TV. It's your kids, man. It's your kids. But, dude, they shit the bed so bad in the first half. I mean, geez Louise. What the fuck, dude? I thought the offensive plan sucked. I thought the defense didn't play well. The first quarter was a fucking disaster. And I don't understand it.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I know you do.
But I think the first quarter, the second half of the first half was that's the best we played all season.
I think you might be right on that. Yeah.
We were going to we were on the pace to go down at halftime 42-0. And
yeah.
we inexplicably pull Robbie Ashford, who's moving football, down 20-7. And then we go 3 and out to go into halftime. I mean, there's no scenario in which we're going to win this football game. We're a worse football team on the road playing a better football team with a better quarterback. But we were making a case to go down 20-10, 20-14 in a game we should be losing by 5 touchdowns plus. And I think they fought back, but eventually the dam just breaks.
Yeah.
And you're fighting an uphill battle.
It happens. We've seen it a lot of times.
And it happens.
Yeah.
But anyway, Jay, I appreciate your time, man, and I love the show and appreciative to be able to be supportive of it. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for your support, bro. You're a great chatter, great super chatter, great on the bunker too. So thank you. You're a triple threat for sure.
Absolutely, man. Well, y'all have it. I'll keep listening. Y'all have a great night.
All right, bro. See you, man.
See you.
There is War Eagle 0008. How would you rate the quality of this call? 5-star, no doubt about it. Man, what a good call, good sensible caller, and he's because he's a sensible guy. Farm Dad, we called him out for a tremendous super chat earlier. The guy's a stud. MW Deve jumps in here too. D Lucky, I want to get to you here in just a second. MW Deve had a super chat, says, "Don't confuse Hugh's realism with not caring. He knew how deep the mess was more than us. His focus isn't on the short term. Maybe he needs to fake it a little bit better. Fair, but it is what it is." Thank you, MW Deve, for jumping in here. Also, number 19 said there was nobody laying their guts on the line tonight. Interesting. Okay, I appreciate your opinion on that because you're somebody who doesn't say that stuff lightly. Runner24 also had a super chat. Said, "Good night, all. Remember to smash the likes." Runner24 gone, but still encourages people to do the smashing of the likes. I like that. Very, very cool. Call Me Biscuit, absolute stud right here. Says, "We all agreed and we are going to have to be patient. We have the right coach. We are heading in the right direction. Just hard to comprehend right now." Yeah, it's fair. That's fair. It's hard to kind of wrap your head around the idea that you would lose by 30 to an LSU team that is flawed, right? This is not a national championship LSU team. is a team that really, really had to fight hard to beat Missouri last week. And Missouri's a decent team, but, like, at the same time, like, this is not one of these world beater LSU teams. And so to lose by 30, I think, is an absolute stinger, man. Let's take this call right here. Yo, welcome to the Brain Drain. Who I got on the horn?
Hey, man, this is Buckshot.
What up, Buckshot? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Hadn't talked to you in a while.
I know it has been a while, like for real. What, maybe 2018, 19, something like that?
In that range, yeah. How about this start to the game?
God,
after
what a mess.
After a week off, we false start, and then we complete a little pass. Then we miss a wide open receiver, and then the play clock's running down. We have to call timeout, and then we snap it off the quarterback's face mask. I mean, that right there is just a microcosm of the entire game plan.
I know, dude. He wasn't even ready for it, yo, for the ball.
And your previous caller, old Triple Odd 8 there, made a good point about, the quarterback, being the heartbeat and how college football is these days. And I just feel like Hugh's system is asking a whole lot out of the quarterback. And he's not adapting, his system to our personnel. Do you think our record would be any different if Robbie's the quarterback?
No, I don't think so.
No.
I don't.
And when he was on the field, it seemed like there was a whole lot more space on the edges and just plays to be made. And, hey, if we have receivers that get separation and catch the balls, and I think our ceiling might be higher with a Peyton Thorne type quarterback. But to maximize what we have right now, I mean, how do you not go with Robbie and run the football and try to make it, Nick Marshall 2013-esque?
Well, I agree. I still think that's a better play, but they lost by 30. Like, let's say that makes a touchdown difference. They still get their ass beat. You know what I mean?
You're right. Yeah, we're still getting our ass beat.
I am a fan of running Robbie and just running the football. I am a fan of that now.
Yeah.
Because I just don't think
no doubt
gives you much. But
when this line came out, I knew we were in trouble. If it would have been 7 or 8, like it was against Texas A&M, I would have felt better. When it was an 11, with us coming off a bye week, a good showing against Georgia, LSU having played, 3 straight tight games, I knew we were in trouble. And that was my big-time play of the week. That was my hurricane. And, it hit. I hate it, but, it hit. But anyway, I'll get off here and let some better callers come in.
No, you're doing great,
War
man.
Eagle.
We love having you here, bro. You did a great job. Oh shit, he's out. He is done. Buck, I did not hang up on him. I promise you. He was doing good, man. I thought that was great. So yeah, Buckshot did good work there. Let me see if I can get D Lucky on the horn. D Lucky was calling in earlier, and I wasn't able to get him for various reasons. But I'm going to be able to get him now because I'll just call his ass. We want to hear from D Lucky in times like this.
What's good, JG?
What up, bro? How you doing?
I'm good. You?
Another day in paradise.
Yep.
I kind of wish that Auburn hadn't gotten their shit packed in like that, though. That would have been nice.
It would have been. But I think a lot of folks are overreacting, is my general thought.
Well, tell me about that.
I think 0008, I think he hit the nail on the head. It's just people have this, I don't know why, but people have this belief that this scrappy, plucky group of guys is going to go down to Baton Rouge and win someplace that we've only won once in 20-plus years somehow. Like we were going to play the perfect game and everything was going to go our way and we're going to scrap and fight and get out of there with a win.
That's fair.
Or,
right? You can think that way.
It's fine to think that way, but it's not realistic for what we actually have on this team. And there's been nothing that we've seen from, I don't think, any of the players on this team to show that they have the ability to play a lights-out, dominating game to get us that kind of win. I don't think we've seen that from anybody. Jalen Simpson will be the closest person that has exemplified a next level skill set that he puts on the field every single play that he's out there.
Yeah, he's a badass.
Not a lot. Maybe Marcus Harris should throw him out there too, but that's about it. We are undermanned. We're going to be undermanned in, I won't say most of the games we're going to play, but in a lot of the games we're going to play. There's not a single player on the field tonight for us that was better than their counterpart for LSU.
It's probably
not
fair.
one.
It's probably fair.
Not one. So how in the world do you expect us to look so much better against those guys when the talent differential is so huge?
But
you just
30
see it over and
points,
over.
D-Lucky. 30 fucking points, dude. That's just a blowout.
I know it's a blowout, and it's a blowout because we can't stay on the field because their defensive linemen are, like you said, shoving it up our ass every play. We can't open a hole. We can't protect the quarterback. The few plays we finally get the quarterback enough time to throw the ball, he can't throw worth the shit to hit someone who's wide ass open.
Yeah.
The few times that he actually makes a halfway decent pass and we get protection, then the wide receiver can't get enough separation or can't fight for the ball to get it. We don't have the ability to have those kinds of inconsistencies all over the place. Everything has to go right for us every single play because we don't have enough talent advantage to make up for it. And that's kind of been the formula for Georgia or Alabama and all those other guys being as successful as they are, is you can scheme it exactly perfect. And Bowers just climbs over the top of you and catches the ball over your head when you're in perfect position. Nothing you can do about it.
So what's the solution here, D-Lucky?
I think patience. I mean, shit. It's the
Get
first
more
year.
dudes, right? Get more dudes?
Got to get more dudes. And he's not done with the class yet. Class appears to be better than the classes we've had recently, which is not hard. But he's got to get more players out there who actually have skill sets and measurables that make a difference in SEC play. When your best wide receivers are 5'9", that's not a recipe for success either. There's plays that they are limited to playing. They're not going to be able to execute against a 6'2" quarterback. Just can't. So when you get a 6'2", 6'3" wide receiver who actually has some speed, who actually has some hands, can make some separation, then every throw doesn't have to be perfect. Then you give yourself a little bit of margin of error for things to be done. When you got an offensive line that can give the quarterback some time, then every single play doesn't have to be schemed exactly perfect to stop that defensive end on the other side, who's an absolute beast.
Yeah.
So just because you've got one person on your team who can go head-to-head with them and win a head-to-head matchup. You don't have to give them help. You don't have to try to find a way to chip them. You just have one person who can go head up against them. We don't have that ability anywhere on the field at any time at all.
Well,
and it's not coming this year.
How long do you think they are away from not getting their shit packed in all the time? Like, what would you give them? A year? Another year? One more year?
Another year. One more year. I think you'll see a difference 1 more year from now. I think you'll see a difference just that. Offensive line, they're going to have to go back to the portal and get some more guys. I don't know what they're going to do at quarterback. That is just befuddling to me because we thought Thorne was going to at least be average, and he's just not. So do you go back out and try to find somebody else? And I know we were kind of picking at the end, so we didn't have a lot of options. And maybe we get lucky. Maybe there's a kid that's confident that's out there that wants to come and take the job. But it's I just saw a lot of stuff in the chat, and I see a lot of folks commenting about not being the right guy. You got to fire this and fire that. And it's like, who in the hell did y'all think we had out there on the field playing? That's kind of what I want to ask. Like, who did you expect to have an awesome night tonight?
Yeah, Cam Newton ain't walking through that door, is he?
He's not, and that's a perfect example. Do you think we lose by 30 with Cam? No, we don't, because he's going to keep us on the field. We're going to have some 12-play drives where on 3rd and 5 and it's not open, and he says, fuck it. I'm going to go ahead and get 7 yards running over somebody.
We've seen it.
We watched it happen live. We don't have anybody, again, that can do anything remotely close to that. And it shows every single week. It's going to be there next week. the one benefit that we have next week that we didn't have this week, they will be home.
Yeah.
Will they play better at home? I will almost bet the entirety of my net worth that they will play better next week at home than they did on the road.
Yeah.
I don't know why people were surprised that one of the hardest places to play in the SEC caused us to have false starts and play like crap to start. It ain't the first team it's happened to. We ain't going to be the last team it happens to.
Yeah. I still think that first quarter was so bad, dude. Golly.
It was horrible. It was horrible. But, again, it wasn't a surprise for being at LSU. If that had been the first quarter at home against LSU, then I'd be like, what in the hell's happening? But it's like, okay, Saturday night in Red Stick got us. Then we calmed down, and we started to play better. And then coaches aren't perfect either. That's what I mean by, not having enough room, margin for error. Players might be playing well and might be in a good groove, and Robbie's doing his thing, and then the coaches make a boneheaded move and sub out Robbie for Peyton. We just don't have the ability. We don't have that much of a margin for error for situations like that. We need everybody to be absolutely perfect in every situation in order for us to be competitive, and we're not.
It's frustrating, dude. It's fucking Auburn. It's in Vanderbilt,
It is, but we're not. We don't have Auburn level talent out there. We got
Not
Auburn
right now.
jerseys.
No.
We got Auburn jerseys. We look like an Auburn team. On a picture, but not. Not when the moving pictures start. When the video starts, we don't look like an Auburn team.
Not at wideout. That's for damn sure.
It goes all over. Wide out. I mean, did you see what's his name got his tail kicked? Right tackle. Just the dude just blew past him.
Yeah.
Like he was standing still.
They switched him out though. Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. In past Auburn teams, when we were successful, we were competitive. Did you have the right tackle being switched out in the first 2-3 series of the game because he couldn't keep up?
Nope.
No, didn't happen. Didn't happen. We don't have the horses that we need, and for people to come in every week and expect us to somehow look very different than we did the week before that's just on you. That's not on them. That's on you. I think there's a little bit of I won't say quit, but I think there's a little bit of resignation to the results that were coming their way in this game. That, again, I don't think you get when you got a home crowd that's kind of there and can pump you up.
I think you're too real for people, D-Lucky. I think you're too real, man. They don't want to hear that.
That's fine. They'll see it in the end, hopefully. Hopefully they'll be patient enough. Maybe they won't. I don't know.
Who knows? D-Lucky, I also got a super chat while you were on the air from fellow Madison legend Brad E.
That dude is awesome.
Yeah, I know he is. And he was trying to bring Huntsville and Madison together by having a Real Deal over at his house for the game tonight. So.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
That's good.
That was nice.
That's good.
D-Lucky, you're an amazing caller. You're an amazing bunk. You're a Hall of Famer, no doubt about it. And we appreciate you giving us some time, my G.
No, man, I appreciate the setup. Appreciate everybody in the chat. And I might be a little out of pocket because hopefully I'll be live in the stadium next week. But I'll try to give a shout and give my 2 cents like anybody cares next week.
I care. We all care.
Appreciate
right,
y'all.
See you, man.
Hang in there, folks. Hang in there.
See you.
Peace.
There he is, D-Lucky. The bedroom right here. This one right here in my house is called the D-Lucky Suite. He is always welcome there. He has stayed there twice, and I hope he stays there a bunch more times. D-Lucky, one of my all-time favorite people I ever met on the bunker, and an absolute treasure, an absolute stud. J-Head said that he was Gucci to go, 2 months ago. Whoa, that's not the right number. That's right. I've had J-Head call me. He usually calls me is the trick. But I'm going to call him this time because his number changed on me. Let me go ahead and do this. MWD, I love you, bro. I gotta call my guy here. Hold on, I'm screwing this up. No, I don't mean to try to call D-Lucky. My bad on that. I forgot how to do this. Oh no, here we go. I got it. Yeah, here we go. I'm calling J-Head right now. He said he's good. Man, D-Lucky to J-Head? Wow.
JGT, what's up,
What
buddy?
up, bro? How you doing, J-Head?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm about to pull the B-man and jump into bed here in just a little bit.
No,
but
I know
figured
you
I'd
are.
sit up-
You're in the Eastern time zone too, right?
Yeah, man, but that's okay.
Thanks for
You
staying
know,
up with us, bro.
Absolutely. Wanted to jump into the chat tonight. How's it been on the drain?
Not good. I can only speak for me right now, but I'm 30 points to LSU. It fucking stings, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I feel like that's a lot.
It does. And look, if it didn't sting, that would mean that everybody had become completely empathetic. And that's not where you want to be as a program. So it's good that people feel emotion. It's good that people are angry. But I'm going to be honest, Jay, this is kind of what I expected to happen. Realistically, this is the definition of a rebuild. You're going to have weeks that you're going to look really good or improved, and you're going to have weeks that you're going to move backwards. And this was one of those weeks where you move backwards. That's not acceptable. It's not something that Auburn people should accept as a standard. But in year one of a complete rebuild, this is where you find yourself because the talent level is just not where it needs to be for consistency and to play. You got to think of the amount of the emotion those kids played with against Georgia, and you just knew going into Baton Rouge they weren't going to be able to carry that. And it was a recipe for disaster tonight because the matchup just wasn't there. LSU's wide receivers against, our secondary minus Jalen Simpson, that's a complete mismatch. Their defensive line is legit, and our quarterback play was horrendous tonight. So it just kind of is what it is, my man. It's unfortunate, but that's just kind of how it goes.
What do you think is the solution at quarterback going forward? Because I thought they were better with Robbie, but is Peyton, does he have to be bad all the time?
I don't know. And look, Peyton's worst games have come on the road. It's been true here at Auburn, and it was true at Michigan State. If you go back and kind of look at his chronological history of playing, minus maybe one or two games at Michigan State, he was not a good performer on the road there either. So I'm not exactly sure what Hugh's going to do. I'm with you. I thought tonight that the offense had a little more juice with Robbie in the mix, and I know it's going to sound like blasphemy to some people, and they're probably booing me in the chat as we speak. But because look, Robbie's kind of a lightning rod, right? But it is what it is, and I did think tonight he gave us a little bit more pop on offense. I tend to believe that Hugh's offense, when it's truly clicking, needs a dual threat quarterback to accentuate all the strong parts of the offense. And while Peyton is more athletic than certain people would want to give him credit for, I think at this point you kind of have to lean into your strength, and that is the running game. And Robbie definitely gives you more there as far as that goes. But look, tonight it kind of just showed us where we are from a talent standpoint. I didn't think the offensive game plan was great. It never really got into a flow. And then from the defensive side of things, it was a complete mismatch. LSU's got the best offense in the entire SEC, and it's really not even all that close. You're playing in their house. They're up on emotion after winning a big game against Missouri a week ago. And you're coming out of a bye, and you came out flat. And that's just a recipe for disaster, my man.
Yeah, and that was a disaster. That first quarter was so bad. That's the thing. You're coming off an off week, and then your first quarter is so bad. I feel like that's just super demoralizing. That's just me, though.
It is, and I do think that people made a little too much out of the bye week coming off of a bye. I think sometimes you get stale, specifically when you go on the road coming out of a bye. When you get a game at home coming out of a bye, people tend to respond a little bit better. The crowd gets the juice flowing, everything else. And I do expect us to play significantly better against Ole Miss. In fact, I love that matchup next week much more so than I liked this matchup tonight. So I think we'll
specifically because it's at
more.
home. Do you think home makes a big difference, right?
I think home makes a significant difference. I also like the way that the matchup. I don't think Ole Miss's receivers are nearly as dynamic as LSU's. I think what Lane has done is tempo people and be able to use timely play calls in running situations where he's been able to run things and hit RPO plays, play action. But their wide receiver core doesn't scare me nearly as much as LSU's does. And I think Jordan Hare will be electric in that game, and kind of create some confusion for Ole Miss on offense. So I do think we can muddy the water somewhat there. And I'm not a huge fan of Ole Miss's defense either. I think that they can be exposed and taken advantage of. So we'll see if we can't pick our shots a little bit better there. But I agree with a lot of what D. Lucky said on tonight. You know, this is a scrappy, plucky bunch that has got some guys that have probably played above their heads in spots. But you just don't have the layered depth of talent that you need to go on the road in the SEC and play a team like LSU.
Yeah.
Now, can we be better than losing by 30 points? Absolutely we can. Did I expect us to win this game tonight and probably to lose by double digits? I did.
Yeah.
And that's a hard thing to say, but it just kind of, that's where the talent is on this team right now. And the only thing you're going to do to improve that is to continue to grind and chip away and develop what you do have on your roster. And in the off season, talent acquisition has to be the number one thing. And that goes with high school, JUCO, and the portal. It can't be one phase. It's got to be layered talent across the board.
And they got to rethink everything. I think every position ought to be wide open when they go into the off season. That's my opinion.
Oh, I agree. I mean, right now, you know, we get asked on the show that I do with Jay Lee routinely, do you think Peyton's the guy? Do you think Robbie's the guy? Well, I basically stated I think it's TBD. You know what I mean? Like, I think that position is under review until the end of the season, and then we'll make a determination when we get there of whether one of those two guys can carry us moving forward. But you're not wrong to say that across the board. I mean, with the exception of Jalen Simpson and Marcus Harris, Eugene Asante, I think every other position should be up for grabs.
Yeah.
And that's really where we are. Rivaldo Fairweather's done some good things. I think the offensive line has been better. I honestly do.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
I think they've been an improvement from last year. But, you know, you got to raise the floor. That's the thing. Right now, the floor is far too low in certain spots in this roster, and the ceiling's not quite high enough. And it's going to be a few years before we get there, but I think you're going to start to see improvement. We're getting to a part in the schedule where you've got your hardest games behind you now, minus Alabama. You get an opportunity to get a big win at home against Ole Miss. You've got Mississippi State. Doesn't necessarily scare me if you can avoid an emotional letdown coming out of Ole Miss. You get Vanderbilt on the road, who doesn't scare you. Arkansas is tough there in Fayetteville, but that's not a game it is unthinkable that you win. Then you get New Mexico State. So this is really where your season's going to be made, Jay. And I said before the season I thought 7-5 was where we'd land. I still think that's all on the table. And if you can go 7-5 with a top 10 recruiting class, you will have done exactly what you needed to do in this season to make it a success, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. And there were some people asking earlier, Jay-Head, like, does a loss like this affect Auburn in a recruiting perspective? I don't think it does. I'd be interested to hear your opinion on that.
I don't think it does because, look, recruiting is sales, right? Like, if I'm Hugh Freeze or I'm anybody else on this assistant coach on that staff, I'm still using the same pitch that you used 2 weeks ago when it was the Georgia game. If we had you, the outcome would have been different. Look, these kids, you're selling playing time, you're selling NIL, you're selling coming in and creating your own brand and being able to, you know, create your own legacy. That's the pitch in year one for most coaches when you're in the middle of a rebuild. That's the way Saban did it when he got to Alabama. And look, I know it's blasphemy to, you know, talk about Alabama football coaches on a brain drain, but that's just kind of a baseline for how you go about it. When you're trying to upgrade the talent at every spot on your roster, you're letting guys know that everything's up for grabs, that there's nothing cemented with the current people, and you can create your own legacy and be a part of something special. And so the recruiting pitch stays the same. Now, it may hurt you in spots. You know, there may be a battle or two that you got on the board where it might hurt you a little bit. Yeah. But overall, no, I don't think that it does, not in year one. If this were the end of year two and you're taking a loss like this, or even in year three where people are able to negatively recruit you and talk about your trajectory and your future, absolutely it hurts you. But not right now.
Yeah, you still say, we need you. And here's why.
Right.
Yeah, that's
right. We need you. Here's why. It's year one. This is our first year. Everything's going to be different moving forward. So there's a little bit more buy-in, and there's, you know, parents, other influencers around certain recruitments. They tend to understand, year one dynamics. And look, kids aren't affected in the same way by a loss that adults are. And that's what I've learned more about recruiting in the last probably 2 years than at any other time. Kids see the game a little bit differently. They see a way that they could have influenced or made it different or made it better. Adults or fans like us, you know, or not, you're not a fan, you're a journalist, but fans like myself, you know what I mean? You tend to harp on the negative and view it in that light or through that prism. Kids see it in a completely different way.
Yeah, I agree. They're kind of looking at it in the short term. They always do.
Absolutely.
That's what it means to be a kid, bro.
it does. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Especially in today's day and age, right? Like, try getting a kid to sit through an entire football game with you without staring at TikTok or playing on their phone, man. Jesus, it's just, you know, it's a different breed these days, dude. The attention span's not the same as what I'm getting
I got
at.
people my age that can't do that. Come on. I'm just saying.
So,
I got friends that do the same thing, man.
Exactly, dude. But it's a different deal these days, man. And like I said, kids are not going to look at this 2 weeks from now and like, oh my God, what about Auburn losing, you know what I mean, by 30 points? Yeah. If Auburn pulls off an upset against Ole Miss, they're going to be talking about what, you know what I mean, it was like rolling Toomer's corner and being in the middle of mass chaos.
Yeah.
So, you know, can Auburn be in the moment next week? That's really what it is. It needs to go week to week from here on out. Can we stay in the moment enough to play and be competitive in each and every game that we've got moving forward to the Iron Bowl? And can we continue to pick up and accrue talent in this recruiting class to improve the overall floor and ceiling of what our roster can be?
That's all there is to it. Period.
Pretty much. That's where it's at. It's year one. It's a rebuild. I know people, this is going to sting. I know people are going to be upset. I know people are going to be on the bunker or in the drain. They're just pissed, dude, and I get it. You know what I mean? I understand. That's what being a fan's all about. You know what I mean? Because you live for this for, 9 months out of the year, or you get it for 3 months, and then it's a crap product. And I understand. Auburn fans are sick and tired of it, dude. They are absolutely tired of walking into games like this and not being competitive.
I know. Sucks.
So it does. But I just look, I'm a little bit of an optimist. I think we all know that. But I think if you think that this is what the product's going to be next year or even in year 3, then you're probably looking at it from a little bit different lens than me and the way this coaching staff views it as well.
Word. That's the truth right there, J-Head. That's what I'm talking about.
Well,
I think you said it all, J-Head.
Anyway. Love you, brother.
All right. Hey, listen, man, you went the distance with us tonight, bro. This is late for you. I mean, you're in the Eastern time zone, so it's late, bro.
Eastern time zone with a 4-year-old, bro, so it's significantly late, man.
Wait, hold on. I got a 22-year-old. Wait, that's the same, right? No, wait, I'm.
Yeah, well, see, she's coming in at 6 a.m. when mine's waking up at 6 a.m.
Yeah, you're right about that, man. You're telling me the truth. All right, brother. We'll check you next week. Thanks for giving us some time, J-Head. We love you, bro.
Hey, love you too, buddy. Talk to you later.
See you, man. Bye.
Bye.
There he is, J-Head. What an absolute stud. How would I rate the quality of this call? Can I go 6 stars? I only can go 5. Sad. Yeah, everybody loves J-Head. Guys, he's just amazing. T-Roy Tiger had a super chat coming through. Says the whole T-Roy clan will be at the game next week. Boys are 6-9, first SEC night game, and ready to love Auburn. Don't think we're bringing hell with us, trainers. Good luck, Joey Freshwater. T-Roy Tiger, who I have met several times myself, and an absolute stud. J-Head, thank you, bro, for being part of the show. Now we got MW Deve in the house. What up, bro?
What's up, JG?
Hey, how you been, man?
I'm all right.
I know you're not stoked because you didn't like what you saw tonight.
No. But it wasn't unexpected.
Well, it pissed me
Totally
off.
unexpected.
I mean, I didn't expect them to lose by fucking 30, but, it is what it is. What do we go? Where does Auburn go from here, man?
Just keep going back out there every week for this year. That's going to be what it's going to be about.
Just kind of keep your head up and keep fighting?
Yeah. Fans don't need to give up. Players don't need to give up because it's not about 2023. It's about beyond there.
Word.
And it was the day Coach was hired. I think you see a lot of people really upset, and I kind of go back to, I don't know that people really understood in time about how deep the hole was dug.
Shit, I'm not sure I understood it, MW. I'm not sure I understood.
The shovel came out as far back as 2016, and it started breaking the ground. Whenever Herb Hand was hired, and there's a continuation of bad events and bad decisions from there that gets you where you are. That as it went, the curve was exponential until at least the day when Hugh Freeze was hired. And that's, time will tell what that decision really turns out to be, but it's way too quick for anybody to make any assessments about that.
Yeah. I don't know I don't think anybody's advocating like firing Hugh or anything, but like the first quarter was a mess. His nonverbal communication was terrible. He looked like a defeated man, and that's not a great look. That's just my opinion.
Well, he is a transparent person.
He is.
He's going to be real about it.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
He's not, and it's going to come across. I mean, he's the kind of guy that this is not the kind of team he wants to coach. He's got to do it to get where he wants to get. But he's in this position. He's having to deal with it. It's not where he wants to be, and he's going to have that look on his face that says, "I'm sulking." It isn't what he wants the world to see, but it's just natural for him that he shows his cards. Dude probably would not be a great poker player if I had to guess. He's got some other aspects of his personality that he might be, but the fact that the look on his face, you know what he really thinks. You don't have to guess around it.
I love it. I love it as a reporter, but I don't know if I would love it as a fan.
I do, but I could see how it could be frustrating for fans, and you do wonder as we go along how it's going to affect players. But he's also the kind of guy that does the right things to build relationships with players, so I don't think that'll go the wrong way.
You seem like the kind of guy who would be in favor of 0% bullshit. Like, in hanging out with you the times that I have, you seem like a very straight shooter, and you appreciate people that are like that, right?
Well, you can't bullshit an old bullshitter, so I'm good at that.
Yeah.
But as far as what I really appreciate in people, I want to know what you think.
And he tells you that.
So I appreciate that. I just think that everybody's just so frustrated and upset, and I get it. We've been down for a while, but let's be real. This program had not been where it was last November, December, or at least where it was the day Harshan got fired, maybe once in the last 40 years. Maybe in 1999 when Tuberville took over. But I would argue even then, I think you had more talent compared to your competition than what we have now. I think this is more similar to the kind of situation that Coach Dye stepped into.
Damn.
And I don't. That's 40 years is a long time.
I know. It is.
Have a new coach come in. I mean, Terry Bowden came in. He had immediate success. Tuberville came in, and he started having that success year two. Chiswick, national championship year two. Malzahn played for a national championship year one. Like, we're a little spoiled with what a real rebuild looks like, and Jay-Head and D-Lucky both kind of talked about that. But it's a true rebuild, and we don't have a lot to work with. You've got head coach and offensive coordinator. He made these decisions for whatever he did, but they're not guys who had worked together before. They're having to blend an opinion. They basically had to spend the whole spring teaching fundamentals because guys knew nothing. They had to bring in a ton of transfers, and frankly, I don't know that, at least offensively, any of those transfers have panned out to be elite. And they didn't have a quarterback in. The one thing I thought he did that was a huge mistake, I thought he should have had a transfer quarterback in for spring practice no matter who it was. And he didn't get that done. Damn. And he probably realizes that he needed that now. But I don't know if Peyton was the guy he was waiting on or not. I think people are way too harsh on Peyton.
Well, hold on, bro. Hold on. I love you. You know I love you. He's been shitty. Like, he has been.
But, Jay, you know what? People thought Bo Nix was shitty, too.
That's true.
I mean, the same. It's a little bit more extreme. I'm not saying he's as good as Bo, but he might be a lot better than he's showing right now. When you've got wide receivers that the ball hits them in the hands and they can't catch it, and they can't get separation, and they can't get open, and maybe he's throwing it a half second too late here and there. He's not great, but there's nothing that's helping him right now.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
we needed an elite receiver out of the portal. We didn't get that. His former teammate at Florida State has changed their whole damn team. But, you know, he looked like a much better quarterback at Michigan State. We've seen it on tape. And I'm not saying he's Bo.
I know.
I don't think his ceiling is that high. It's not the same skill set. But I think he's a lot better than what it's making him look right now. And I think he's the kind of guy that you could at least quarterback an 8-win team in the SEC. Maybe, maybe not. But I can't judge him when the receivers are just terrible. I mean, I would have loaded up. If I had known this was how they would play in this game, I would have told them to stay in Auburn, and I would have gone to the intramural fields and gotten 8 frat guys and put them on the bus to take on the Baton Rouge. At least give them a fun trip out of it.
I love it. I love it.
Because they ain't doing a damn thing for you.
Damn. Dude, the
I
receivers are bad.
I agree with J-Head. The offensive line's been better.
I agree. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
It's not great, but I don't think, I mean, I'll have to watch it again. I don't think we saw Peyton look shell-shocked like he did against A&M. I think we saw a lot of disappointment.
Yeah.
But, and the other, you know, talk about Peyton playing on the road. Bo didn't play well on the road either. I don't think, at least in 2018, I feel like he didn't play well on the road. I don't remember 2017.
Yeah.
But there's a lot to it. You got to also remember Peyton started playing with this team in August. Most quarterbacks have been working with their team for years and their coaches, and he didn't get a spring practice. And I really think I just think they've been 4 to 5 weeks behind all the time, and you got to come out of the gate swinging. You've got between that first week and second week to improve, and then you've got to be where you're going to be the rest of the year to compete in this league. And they are still basically where a team would be coming out of spring practice right now, as far as the offense.
Yeah.
They don't have an identity. Everything he tries to go, I mean, yeah, he looks dejected. He's not coming up with everything he tries to go to doesn't work. He could go to what they did last year. I think there's good reasons he doesn't want to do that. I know everybody says, oh, his job's to win games, but his job presumably is he's got three years to be winning games in the third year, maybe second year.
That's true.
I mean, I think he's sitting there on the sidelines. He's realistic about what his team is this year, and he knows his future is going to be determined more about what happens next year than is what happens this year,
yeah,
or what happens 2 years from now.
Yeah,
than this year.
I agree. I think he's thinking ahead. I agree with you on that.
Now, does he need to be showing that with these dejected looks and faces? No. I mean, that probably affects fans more than recruits, but it can't be a great thing for recruiting. I mean, I think he can make that ground up when he talks to the recruits, but you know, Hugh needs to get a better poker face on the sideline.
It could help, yeah. All right, brother.
I mean, I think.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think I'm not trying to be. I always defend the quarterbacks, everything like that. I always come back to the offensive line, but in this case, the absolute F group is the receivers. And I think if you even saw just marginal improvement there, it would change the whole offense.
I think it's a fair point. It's one I hadn't really considered enough, MWD, honestly. I mean, I know they're bad, but I hadn't really thought about it. But that's a big part of it. It is.
And I see somebody saying that this is bad beyond a couple months of practice. Yeah, but they could at least be average with a spring practice in, and they're not. They're not. They didn't get that. That's not where they are.
No, they're not. Hey, man, another
average
amazing
is what
call.
we want, but it'd be better than now.
You've absolutely brought it. You bring it every fucking time, dude. But thank you for calling in, my guy.
I'll see you. War Eagle.
0. Hey, MWD, what I love about him is that he is so earnest every time he calls in. That's what I love about him. And also, if you knew him, you know he's very tall, and he's a offensive lineman at heart. So he's thinking about that, honestly. So I got some news. I just got a text about my mom who got moved to a room that she really needed to get moved to out in Prattville. So I was really fired up about that. And I was about to get emotional on the show, but I'm not going to do that. But my mom's been kind of sick lately, and she needed a very specialized kind of treatment. And she apparently finally got it. So I'm kind of like, I'm excited. I'm happy, but I'm kind of sad in a way that I wasn't there to do that. But anyway, those of you who've been, I know, Feel Like a Stranger has definitely been talking about my mom a bunch. He prays for her a lot. And those of you who are kind of into that, I appreciate y'all doing that too. My mom's been on my mind a lot lately. She had kind of a tough week, And we just want her to get better, and I'm really fired up that she got into the ward that she needed to get into. So I got a little emotional there during the middle of MWD versus Colin. It wasn't his fault. Like, he was just talking like he does. He does a great job, but I was just getting a little emotional about my mom there. So she did. She got in where she needed to go, and she's gonna be in Prattville for a few weeks, and I'm trying to not get emotional about it, but I'm just really glad that she got into the ward that she needs to get into. So I'm just fired up about that. Administrative assistant said that I should probably let it rip now, even though we got a lot of people watching. She was like, "You probably need to wrap it up now." So yeah, we've had a lot of stuff going on in the chat. Jeff's been great. I know he's kind of brought some ideas that maybe not everybody's stoked about, but I love talking. I love everybody. I love difference of opinion. I love the having different ideas about things, and I don't want everybody to be on the same side about everything. You know what I mean? If some people are pro Peyton or anti Peyton or pro Philip Montgomery, or maybe you're skeptical of him, like, it's good to have different ideas. It's okay. I'm a big fan of that. Yeah, that's big. Let's see what we got. Oh, what's up, bro? Oh, I appreciate you, CM. I'll give you your initials. Appreciate you watching the show. I didn't know you were on. Send me a text. Yeah, I got a little emotional there about my mom. She, I took her to Prattville emergency room yesterday, I guess, and I was really just hoping they would kind of route her where she needed to go, and I was skeptical, but she did go where she was supposed to go, and she's there now, and so I'm really kind of overwhelmed that it all worked out the way that I'd hoped that it would, and just the best thing for her. So let's see. Solo Tigre says, hold on, guys. I'm emotionally, I'm all over the place here. He says, just answer one question. Are you getting Ole Miss drunk next week? So this is a weird game for me, man. So for years and years and years, Jackson sent a super chat over. Appreciate this, man. Can you talk a little bit more basketball, scrimmage thoughts, who you think will start, etc.? Tired of talking about poverty football team. What? That makes me laugh. Poverty football team. So, Jackson, I don't know if you're on the bunk. I hope you are. I put a really thorough. First of all, I feel like a stranger. I love you, bro. Thank you very much for thinking about mom. I did a very thorough breakdown of, like, essentially every player, well, with the exception of Janai, who we know is a stud. What I thought in the scrimmage the other day, because I can't talk about any other. They make very serious rules about you can't talk about practice, which is fine. I respect that. But this is the one scrimmage I could actually talk about, and so I try to kind of wrap it all up into one. Like all the practices I've seen, all the other scrimmages I've seen, this one, I put it all into one. So if you're on the bunker, I hope you had a chance to read that. We'll answer that, and thank you for the super chat, bro. Ole Miss week, man. That's gonna be a big one for me, man. You know, I used to think of Neil McCready. He runs Rebel Grove. I would have thought of him as one of my best friends. And last November, he stopped talking to me. I got no relationship with him. I haven't talked to him since November. And it's going to be a tough week. Jeff says, how do I join the bunker? AuburnSports.com. Jump over there. I think it costs about $8.25 a month. And you can check out, we have a great message board over there. It's called The Bunker. It's the oldest Auburn message board in existence. I would argue it's the greatest message board anywhere for any team. We have the most traffic in all of the Rivals Network, although UGA Sports does a great job too, and they're right there with us. They have an amazing site and amazing board too, although it's not one that I check out because it's not really my shit, but because I like Auburn a lot more than Georgia, but it's an amazing message board, Jeff, so I would strongly encourage you to check it out at auburnsports.com. But Yeah, we got. I mean, the Neil thing. I probably ought to talk too much more about it, honestly. But I mean, I would have thought of him as one of my best friends, and I haven't talked to him since November. And I think we had a kind of a falling out over the Ole Miss thing. Like when Lane was talking about going to Auburn, and was it really just a ploy to get more money, or was he actually going to go to Auburn and this, that, and the other thing? It's kind of a weird dynamic. But bottom line is, administrative assistant says I need to get the fuck off the air, so I probably ought to do that. When she tells me that, I probably ought to. First of all, a huge shout out to all of our super chatters. I mean, hold on, Mega Tiger. He had a super chat earlier I didn't even shout out, which is disgusting to me. I should have done better. Turning a literal shit show roster around overnight was not going to happen, even with a portal. We obviously whiffed on quarterback. Fair. Which hurts the process. Recruit, chin up, and war damn eagle. What an amazing... That's a great attitude. I love that. I love the tenacity, and you don't care. You're just like, war eagle, get better. That's the right attitude. My opinion. I'm just one person, though. And I'm sorry for not calling you out when you sent that, bro. You've had 3,500 messages sent in the chat tonight. Unbelievable. I feel like a stranger says B-Matt eating gumbo. I probably just have to bounce, bro. Like, B-Matt is there, but we're just going to have to go with his coverage, I think, on this. Blake says, come on, administrative assistant. Just a little bit longer, please. I love it. Y3 says, weird reason not to talk to someone. Mega Tiger says, that's because Neil's a douche. Mega, I'm sorry for not calling that out earlier, bro. Thank you for the super chat, and I should have done that earlier. Yeah, I don't know if there's a lot more to say on that one, bro. D-Lucky says, I think me and AA are aligned on Neil. Wow, those two people I listen to a lot there. D-Lucky, wow. D-Lucky is one of my favorite people, so when he says something, I listen. Let's see. J.R. Harris, you said you were leaving after halftime, J.R. You said aristocrat next week, Jay. Wait, what? We're going to find something special for next week. Usually I drink Rebel 100 for the game against the Ole Miss Rebels. Or Stag Jr., which I drank in 2018 and got way too hype. Courtney says, night, folks. There you go. If you want to get mad at somebody in the chat, get mad at Courtney Tate right there. Night is what she said. Let's see. Solo Tigre says, Courtney should be hanging out with Zeke. Courtney should be hanging out with Zeke and letting the boys chop it up. Courtney, what do you think about that? I love it. That's hilarious. I love that. That's amazing. Solo Tigre, I love that. That's the best chat of the night, bro. And T-Roy is there as well. T-Roy, man, what a stud. Yeah, I get kind of broken up about Neil, honestly, but Courtney's trying to keep me from what she's trying to do is get me not breaking up on the air about Neil, because I get upset about it. I really do. I do. I get upset. I would have thought Neil was one of my 5 favorite friends. Honestly, I got better friends, but like he's one of my 5 favorites, and he fucking dumped me over some fucking trifling ass Ole Miss shit. And like, man, whatever. That's bullshit. You shouldn't. I mean, nobody in this business should be fucking not being friends with somebody over a fucking podcast deal or whatever. That's stupid. It's fucking stupid. It is stupid. It is. It's verifiably, objectively stupid. But whatever. I mean, it's not my decision. So that's all I got to say about that. All right, we're gonna wrap it up there, guys. We did make it to the 5-hour mark. Actually, we're at 5 hours and 10 minutes. Uh-oh. Courtney says, quote, "Don't get me started on McCready." Uh-oh. What if I got you started? What am I going to do to get you started? I'd like to hear this. I would be interested to hear this. Can I get you started? T-Roy says, friends don't let friends go away because of fucking Joey Freshwater. T-Roy, maybe, yeah, I don't think you would. But some people do. I don't know. War Eagle 0008 says, bring AA in. Have we got a mic for Cordy? Have we got one? We got one for Cordy? We don't. Okay. Great. Mobile Lump says, JG, glad to hear about your mom. I know that gives you peace of mind. It really does, man. She needed a very specific kind of treatment, I guess you could say, and she got it. And I'm really fucking fired up about it. I'm just really fired up that she got what she needed, because we've been trying to get her there. And those of you who have had, I'm 51, my mom's almost 80. Those of you who have been in this, I know a lot of you guys are young, but like at some point this will happen. When you try to get, when your parents get old and they're not quite what they were, it's very frustrating and very sad. And it's tough to kind of get them directed where they need to be, because the hospital system is not set up to help you, and it's not set up to help them necessarily. Although the nurses and the NPs and the doctors are great generally, like the system itself kind of works against you, and it makes it really tough, to get them what they need. And in this situation, finally, I think my mom is getting what she needs. So I'm really fired up about that. Blake says, yes, let's hear Miss Courtney's take on McCready. Mobile alum who, without saying anything pejorative, she says, I've been there. It really sucks. And yes, it's sad. I'm just saying Mobile may or may not be approximately my age, so she's probably played that game. Call Me Biscuit says, shut it down, JGT. Great show. Hey, if that's 2, I'll go with that. Courtney's gotten very quiet all of a sudden. I don't know what's going on. Oh, my God. Why not AU? Patrick D jumps in, says, War Damn Eagle anyways. Ready to punish Ole Miss and their garbage rivals site. Wow. 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 That is a tough. First of all, thank you for the another super chat, Patrick D. Also, Patrick D called in earlier and had a great call. I have friends at Rebel Grove. I'm not going to give them trouble. Georgia Rebel's one of them. Leif is one of them. Sammy's one of them. We got friends over there, but there's a lot of people over there that have a lot of mean things to say about me, and I don't understand why. But we love them. I still love you guys. Rebel Grove people, I love you guys. Courtney just says Patrick D is a legend. That is an objective statement that we would all agree with. And Chip says that escalated quickly. Jacobs says, let the poison out. Don't hold it in. Talk to me, Goose. I mean, dude, it hurts me, man. It hurts me. It hurts that, I consider Neil a really good friend of mine, and I don't have any relationship with him, and all I did was say that I thought Auburn was a better job than Ole Miss. Now, you could say, hey, JG, he might have given a shit about you anyway. Maybe you're right. Do I feel like at this moment that Auburn's a better job than Ole Miss? I do. Auburn's a better job than Ole Miss. Does that mean that Hugh is a better coach than Lane Kiffin? I don't want to rag on Lane Kiffin. I love Lane Kiffin. He's a great play caller. He's really, really sly in the portal. I love his Twitter game. I mean, I like Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin is a guy after my own heart, and I respect him. I like him. I respect him. He's a stud. Oh, boy. Administrative assistant is here in the room with me now. I'm gonna do a sidebar with her real quick. Hold on a second. All right, Courtney says we need to wrap it up here. J.R. Harris says, oh, shit. War Eagle 00008 says, yeah. MWD says, Neil's ego ultimately doesn't allow him to be friends with someone who doesn't tell him he's right about everything.
Who said that?
The truth teller, MWD. Wow. That is a very incisive comment from MWD, a guy who knows what he's talking about.
It's about time to go to bed, Jay.
All right, I'm going to probably go. I got to go. Courtney's telling me I got to go, but I want to say this before I go. That shit fucking hurts, man. It hurts.
All right.
I'll be honest with you, Courtney.
Jay, I know that. That's why it's time to go night-night.
Fucking hurts. That's all right, man. If we're gonna not be friends over some fucking LSU Auburn Ole Miss shit, then so be it. War Eagle 0008 says couldn't hear AA. Maybe if she'd speak into the mic. I then give you.
Have to have one.
I know she'd have to have one to start with. Blake says, how much do I need to super chat to keep you on? Courtney. Wait, what? This is a terrible idea. Blake, come on, bro. You know that. And Soup Up says MWD from the top rope. MWD is he's definitely onto something. Feel Like a Stranger jumps in with a super chat, says Neil McCready dances around in front of his mirror like Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs. God, I wish I could play that song. Goodbye Horses. Goodbye Horses. What's funny is that last weekend I played that for you.
We don't need to revisit.
I was like doing that. I had my clothes on, but I was like, it's Goodbye Horses by I think Garvey, like Q something or other. I don't know. Mobile alum Courtney, she says, if you saying Auburn is a better job than Ole Miss ruins your friendship, then he was never really a friend. MWD says, we all have friends like that. You can try so much to be there for them, but ultimately they're just going to abuse it and make themselves the victim. Wow. This guy, MWD, I don't know if he has a PhD in psychology, but he seems like he's right on the money. Jacob says, we got your back, JGT. Don't worry about Buffalo Bill. Gumtown Ballers, Wardam Eagle, over and out. I got... Courtney's getting a kick out of this.
Is Biscuit trying to sell you out like a...
Common Biscuit says how much at AA for an hour. Courtney sounds like he's trying to trick you out, not me. Sheesh.
20 minutes? I only need 5.
What did you say? You got an hour and a half in Sandestin. What the hell, man? Yeah, I probably should. Courtney's told me to wrap it up for like 30 minutes now, so I probably should.
He's downstairs waiting for you.
Who?
Zeke.
Oh, Zeke. Zeke's been part of our family for like 10 hours, like total.
He's downstairs waiting for you on your side of the bed.
Blake R says MWD is on a heater tonight. Stoop Up says MWD with a finisher on Neil. Wow. You guys, I'm telling you. I don't even know if that's true. It probably is, but I don't even know if that. All right, Courtney says we got to wrap it up, guys. I appreciate you guys being with me. We've gone 5 hours and 20 minutes tonight. Wait, T-Roy Tiger says, I had a friend like Neil. He went to rehab, and now we're good friends again, just saying. Neil does not have a rehab problem. I promise you that. He doesn't have that.
Depends what kind of rehab.
Canoeman says we haven't even had BMAT on yet.
Do they have
All right. I'm going to wrap it up, guys. We'll see you guys on the bunker tomorrow. I'm going to do super quick numbers tomorrow morning, and also more stuff. We got Raiders tomorrow at 3 o'clock against the Patriots. So if you guys are Raiders fans, all 2 of you, we got it going. Until then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Love you guys. Thanks for being with me tonight. We'll see you guys next weekend against the Ole Miss Rebels. Peace and love. Love you guys.